Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing today? Hello, Nebrius with the eyes. Ray says, I think I can't join the stream since it's 3 a.m. in 3 hours. I need to sleep. I'll try to join later streams. I appreciate that. Scar Simp, good morning. Pip, hello. Good morning. Good morning and hi, Pip. Millie Moody, hi. How are you guys doing today? Rasputin, hello, my fellow philosopher and brick thrower. I got my, what is it called? I got a new Apple Pencil, but I don't know if I can do the thing where, it charges at the same time I'm drawing. Oh, and I finally figured out how to do this chat overlay. Shout out to Stella. No, I think it looks pretty good so far. Hi, Kaoza. Good morning, Pip. Anna Ledsma, good morning. Perfect time to clean my room while having his back room. Perfect. I actually low-key kind of like cleaning. It's not that bad. Morning, I hope you're doing well today. Thank you, Stefan. I always appreciate you stopping by. So, I'm actually trying to figure out, man, I got the second pencil, and it's like, I plugged it into my, thing, and it's like not charging. So, I mean, we'll see how that works. Mother, hi. Good morning, Tomoyo. How are you doing today? I heard you were grounded. It's kind of funny. Love bows. Good morning. Hiya. I'm going to be drawing Hatsune Miku as well. Awesome. Thought it'd be a good opportunity. Yeah, this is actually a perfect time. We'll draw Miku together. So, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this Apple Pencil charging. How are you guys doing today? Actually, was it finally able to stop to the gym this morning? I haven't been able to go to the gym in like, I don't know, like a week because I've been like so frazzled with all this streaming stuff. But I was able to go this morning. I did like, I'd say like 45 minutes on Stairmaster. It's pretty nice. I think I fixed my microphone. I think it was a little bit low before, so I hope it sounds a little bit more clear and better now. I'm great. Just got out of the shower. I'm about to have breakfast and caffeine. That sounds awesome tomorrow. Having caffeine first thing in the morning is so exciting. It like gets me all like, excited for the day. So of course today we will be continuing our Snow Symphony Miku and very detailed design. So I think we can pull it off though. But yeah, like I'm really trying to figure out. Oh, and I did turn off the transition thing for the noise. I found a way to turn it off. And because it's like, yeah, I actually was testing out my stream last night so that way I could add this little chat. And I know exactly what you guys are saying now about the buzzing noise. So what's really funny is I can only turn it off for you guys, but I still hear it. But I think that's a lot better than that very annoying sound. Tomoyo, wait, I just want to be a part of your symphony. That's a great song, actually. All right, let's switch over to the iPad. Ta-da! And I found a way to put the stream up there too. I'm very chuffed with myself today. Slow but surely we're making updates and progress. Let me get my tail in the upward position. I love my little tail. Miku, I've caught you live. Welcome, Miku. I appreciate you stopping by. Did not wait. No way. Wait. Did it make the noise again, Stephon? Because that noise sucked. I heard it. I was like, oh, this is horrible. At first I was like, man, people probably are a little confused because like, it makes like a noise. I'm like, oh, they probably just, think it's not supposed to make that noise of the sliding noise. And then I realized, no, that sounds really, really bad. Miku, yippee. Yeah. I'm excited to draw. I've been having a lot of time, a lot of fun time drawing on stream. Really help my focus. Let me see. Why am I? There we go. Tanya Parker. Hi, Kay. Hello, Tanya. I love your name, by the way. So yeah. So I got the second Apple Pencil. And look at it. It's at 56. Even though I had it plugged in all night last night. And every single time I use this Apple Pencil, I have to disconnect my other one, which I guess is not that bad. But I was kind of hoping I could use one Apple Pencil and, have the other one charging at the same time. And if anybody doesn't know, the Apple Pencil is really, really good, but it dies in like 3 or 4 hours. So I have to like filibuster a a little segment where it's like I'm sitting here waiting for it to charge, which I don't really mind. I kind of enjoy actually, but it's like I'd like to be ready to draw at all times. You know what I mean? So I got a second one, and so far it's not really working out the way I liked it because Apple makes it very, very hard to attach two Apple Pencils to one iPad at the same time. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be chatting for a second because I'm going to get soda, heat it, but after I put on deodorant. Good job for putting on deodorant. It's fine if you don't have to chat, you know what I mean? Chaos is early asked, but it's okay if I can do a modest version of our design. I'm trying to get into sewing and want to try and cosplay. Yeah, of course. Feel free to alter anything like as far as my designs and stuff like that go. Love bows. I thought it actually sounded nice for the sliding noise. I liked it too, and it sounds like so like perfect for the thing, but every now and then I can't figure out why it does like this noise, and it's like I don't know. So yeah, I just kind of like turned it off completely. Tanya says thank you. Yeah, it's a really pretty name. Savon, don't worry, you didn't make the noise again. Yeah, I turned off the noise completely because it's just like you know, it sucks. Miku, and what do you use? Like what program? I use an iPad Pro. Let me get my iPad actually. I use an iPad Pro, and I have the exact model linked in the description because it's a kind of high powered iPad. And man, I'm always so sniffly. And it's the Pro version. I just saw that this pixel is definitely bad right here. And give me a second. I use Procreate as the illustration software. I do use Clip Studio Paint for the feature of having like a 3D model, and then I screenshot it so that way my model is more accurate to how I like it to look. I just realized this canvas is really, really big. I don't think I need to make it this big. Hold on. Yeah, I could cut this down. Okie dokie. Chaos a tier list segment. I'm a little confused, but I'd be fun ranking tiers of whatever. The drawing looks fantastic so far. Thank you, Stefan. Yo, can I rewind the stream when I couldn't last stream? Oh, that's right. I'm actually supposed to turn that off. Thank you for reminding me. It's called DVT, and it's just like a little security thing. Let me see actually. That way, whoopsie. If I accidentally like dox any personal information, it's not as easy for people to clip it, you know what I mean? Because I do some like professional work sometimes, and so like the other day I accidentally shared it to my screen. I'm like, I don't want any chance of any of that you know, popping up, you know what I mean? I appreciate you bringing that to my attention though, because that's a pretty big thing. Let me see, I gotta zoom in again. I'm blind. I'm zooming into the chat. Is Symphony Snow Miku an actual Miku design? Yeah, everyone keeps asking. It's an actual Miku design. Rella just came out with it, I'd say like maybe 2 weeks ago. Hello everybody. Hello Nimbus, welcome. Valdema. The newer Apple Pencil is a really good battery life, Emma. Never had to go my way to charge it. Price though. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just because I'm doing it nonstop. So it's like I'm doing like live streams where I'm drawing for like 20 hours. Or not 20, excuse me. Like 8 hours, and it dies for me. And so I got a second one to like charge, but like I plugged it on my iPad all night last night and it didn't charge. I'm actually kind of charging it right now, and it's like that's so frustrating. You know what I mean? I will be maybe for only 30 minutes. I'm gonna go watch Wicked movies. Oh, that sounds really cool. Tell me how that goes, because I've seen that marketed everywhere. Soup cream. I'm a little confused at soup cream. Why do you pursue art as a... Pip says, why do you pursue art as a career part of your career? I would say I'm a pretty good artist, so that's why. I can draw pretty good, and my artwork sells. And so that's really why I'm a good artist, I think. And I guess technically other people think that too. And it's a very enjoyable career, because like I like drawing because it's like a puzzle to me. And I really I appreciate trying to figure out how I can make this drawing look as good as possible. You know what I mean? All right, I'm just gonna have to SOL this pencil. This sucks. Oh well. It's like when I connect my other pencil, watch what it does. It says it's disconnected essentially. And this is my charge. Oh, what? Well, now it's connected. Okay, let me see. No, it's disconnected. Hold on, give me a second. What's going on here? Us, Maria. We are drawing today, and I am going to be drawing Symphony Miku. Symphony So Miku. So here's what we got so far. I don't really remember where I left off. I'm not gonna lie. Oopsie, let me move that out the way. How goes Miku? It's going pretty good. I'm enjoying her so far. I realize I haven't really drawn a chibi in a long time. And like the other day I was coloring a chibi, so it's a little different. But I didn't realize I don't really like that actually. I didn't realize this is a very very hard Miku to start out with from having not drawn for a while because she's very, very detailed. A very agreeable answer for your career. Yeah. Yeah, I see art as like a job like anything else. Like I'm good at it. Good at it. So I I pursue it. I'm not really as talented in other things. So it's the easiest job for me, to be completely honest with you. And so and I'm very fortunate because it's a, you know, a drawing is a very rare job. And it's very rewarding though, because it's like a big puzzle game. I'm so jelly because I'm a preteen. I have Galaxy Tab. I gotta get a sip water. Hold on. I have a Galaxy Tab S Lite with a pen. I'm so thankful for the pen. I hope when I'm older I get an Apple tablet. Yeah, I mean, see if it's possible. Like, I don't know exactly your circumstances, but to save up for one, because it is 1,000,000,000% worth it. I've never had a better drawing tablet. And people sit here all day and they're like, oh, all these other drawing tablets are better. It's like, I've tried like the majority of them. And they're definitely not. Like, this one is so responsive, and then it's like you can do pressure, so it's like you can do light or you can press really hard. So it's like you can apply pressure very gently. And that makes for a very enjoyable drawing experience. Your art's really good. I like different art sticks and chibi art. That's usually keychain stickers. I struggle doing them. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like, mine's like a pseudo, like, I don't know, like, I don't want to say adult style chibi, but it's just like my proportions are very almost anime style in a way. So it's kind of funny because like a lot of chibis, like people will have you know, the tiny bodies and big heads. And yeah, I have big heads, but I feel like my bodies are kind of huge. You know what I mean? I got the iPad Pro 2006. I think that was maybe my first iPad Pro, if I remember. If it has that little button you press, I know exactly which one you were talking about. And it served me really well. I did really good. Alright, let's add these little guys. I also use a Galaxy Tab. I've never really used a Galaxy Tab. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder how you'll draw her pigtails. That's a great question. I don't even know. I take things like one at a time. And it's kind of funny because it kind of screws me over. Because I'm like, oh, I did not plan to draw that. Oh, I gotta clear my nose. Whoops. Man, I am always so stuffy. I have like 2K in savings in my cute due to me saving for 2 years. I could buy it and save for my future. That's very smart. If possible, always see, I don't know, like as far as like younger kids, I don't know how easy it is, but putting in a high yield savings. I'm actually very, very financially responsible, believe it or not. I'm very careful and close to my money. And if you can put it in a high yield savings, which will give you a return on just keeping your money in that savings account, it'll really, really benefit you. And I recommend the Capital One. I don't know. Capital One has a really good savings. It keeps dropping because as the interest rates drop in America, I don't know if you're in America, sorry. It will drop, but right now I think the current percentage for their savings is 3.9%. So every month, and they pay you monthly, because I know some places pay you yearly, and that's kind of boring. But they pay you monthly. They'll give you whatever you have in there, 3.9% interest return on that for free. And a lot of people actually don't know that you need to put your money in a high yield savings. Because me personally, I'm not in the perfect place to invest. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little skeptical. Like, everyone's like, invest in index funds, invest in the stock market, and I'm like, I'm a little bit too risk averse to that. I might look into the index funds. I heard those are supposedly good, but at the minimum, put your money in a high yield savings, because it will quite literally, you're getting free money for doing nothing other than keeping your money there. So that's my recommendation. And what I personally try to do to really, really keep track of my income is I try to Every day I will try and put a percentage, like some money in my savings account, because like I have a main checking account and then I have the Capital One savings, and so I'll transfer it over to the Capital One, to where it kind of like it's really, really hard to transfer it back from the Capital One to your main checking. And so that way it forces me to not touch that money. And I think a few times technically I had a withdrawal, but it's been really, really good for me to keep my mindset of I need to make sure I save every single day. And I have a little checkbox thing I do where I check it off every day if I'm able to put savings in there. You know what I mean? So it's always good to, and very important to save up for your future, especially in this economy. Hi, says Luna the cat. Hello, hi, hello and hi, Luna the cat. An iPad is honestly one of the better drawing tablets that doesn't need to be connected to a PC. It really is. Even the ones, like again, like I've had some of the Wacom ones. I got some water. And the Wacom ones are, I've had so much problems with them. It's like, funny enough, like I have one I'm trying to get rid of, but it's just like, I paid like $3,400, which is ridiculous. And, I don't even think it, like, I don't even, like, obviously I'm not going to sell it for anything close to that. I'm like, maybe I'll sell it for like $500 or $800. Maybe, but it's like, even then I'm like, I don't even know if I want to sell it for that much. Cause like, it's just like a low quality kind of product. But at the time I was like, oh, this is what all the professionals use. Let me get it. And it did not really work as much as I'd like it. And then the iPad just came and slaughtered everybody. And I'm like, this is what I'm going with. Shout out to the iPad. Currency. Actually, you said the word currency, but I don't know the context. I don't remember. Random, but I was finally able to buy my first ever Nendoroid. I'm so excited for her to come. I was able to negotiate the price as well and sell her super nice. That's really good. Which Nendoroid was it? Love both. I really love Nendoroids. I really have trouble like displaying them, but I really like them. They're very, very cute. I mean, I'm obviously a very big Chibi fan, so that's probably why. Tomoyo, hey Kaoza, do you play Project Sekai? I used to when I had a little bit more time. Now, not so much, as I don't have as much time as I used to. I did for a while, and then I switched my phone. I just never really re-downloaded it, because it's like, they do that whole thing where it's like, they only allow you to play on one account at a time, which I think is so annoying. So once I switched phones, I was like, I'm just gonna leave this here. It was fun. I never, because the rates, I do appreciate the fact that the rates in that game was so high. It never made me feel compelled to spend the money. So I do like that aspect of the game, but it oh, that's right, I forgot to do that. Hold on. Where are we ooh, right here. I love rhythm games, so it's like that was nice. But other than that, it's just a little time consuming, and I don't really have like a whole lot of time. So I don't really play video games as much. But everyone's always talking about these games, and I'm like, I feel like I'm stuck in like the, I don't know, 50s. I'm like, oh, that sounds fun. Like, they did that? I remember what was so funny is that like TCG card simulator was like really trending, and I think it still is. And it's like, obviously you simulate a, running a TCG card shop, and so many people liked it. And I thought it was so funny because I'm like, that is just running a business. That looks terrible. I'm like, why would I want to pretend to run a business for a game? So I was watching my friend Stella play it, and I'm like, this looks horrible. Why would anybody want to do this in their free time? But I think it's the whole thing about the, you know, if you're not really experienced with it, like you don't have it on the, you know what I mean? If you don't experience it all the time, it feels weird. But I just thought it was so funny. I'm like, man, so many people are enjoying this game. Like, this looks like the worst game possible. Hey says For and Squirm. Hello, Form Squirm. I see. Well, to any Project Sekai and server players in chat, it's the anniversary. They're giving up free crystals. Oh, maybe I will log in just for that. Nendoroids are so expensive. I'm really struggling to save up for a Chia Key Nendoroid. Dangan but yeah, they are pretty pricey. Love bows. The Nendoroid I got was the empty Sekai Miku. That's such a pretty. I almost got that one. That one's so pretty. Flare Devil. Thank you for the €2. Enjoy your streams. Oh, I thought you said enjoy my stream. I was like, oh, thank you. I will. Enjoying your streams a lot. Enjoying it a lot. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's so kind. I was like, I'm enjoying them. Yeah. I appreciate you guys are enjoying them too. I'm really having a lot of fun, and I'm taking it really like easy. Eventually, I'd like to do some other things too, like games and whatnot. But I gotta take it slow because I get very overwhelmed easily, and so I think I'm doing really good so far. Like it's been kind of obvious, but I'm trying to build up my stamina, and I definitely think it's paying off because I am having a lot of fun. And I like talking to everybody. I like hearing other people's opinions and stuff like that. So I do really appreciate the super chat. Yeah, the empty Sekai Miku is so cute. I will draw her eventually. It's just there's always so many Mikus. Like, good gosh. Like, I'm trying. I'm trying to keep up. I was thinking about doing like a challenge where it's like I draw like a ridiculous amount of Mikus. Like because like I already have a lot of Mikus drawn. I'm like, you know what if I make it like an easy 100? I'm like, can I draw Miku nonstop? To where I get to 100? I don't know. Certainly still on the table. But I think I'll only be able to do something like that whenever I really want to go back and hit some of like the classic Vocaloids. Because like I really want to do the original box art Chibis. I think that'd be really cool to like emulate that old kind of style. Because I don't really see a lot of people like, I really like the old, you know, the old Miku boxes and stuff like that. And it's like, you can tell when it's like a new Miku is drawn, you know what I mean? So I think that'd be really cool. Eventually I'd like to do a pen Miku as well. I really like a pen Miku. The fact that I could buy so many items for my favorite fandoms when my parents taught me is frustrating, but I wait for sales if I did something good or did something great and stuff. I see. That makes sense. I mean, maybe your parents are just looking out for you. It's nice. What posing apps do you use for your chibis? Just curious. I use Clip Studio Paint. It's funny. I pay like, I don't know. I have to pay the monthly fee because like, funny enough, if you have the program on your PC, I don't think you really have to do this subscription, but if you do the iPad version, you have to pay monthly. And so I pay monthly just so I can use that posing thing. And other than that, I don't use the software. But it's really cool because like I have set my preferences to how I want. Do I like the way this looks? To how the preferences I want for, I'll try like a little bit like this. My bodies, you know, so it's like I like the anatomy to look a certain way, so it's like you can save that. And so I use the same chibi body style. I just adjusted a little bit. Like this Miku has more like elegant legs, so it's like I was able to like make her legs a little bit thinner. But overall, I can kind of save the anatomy, and that's really useful. So Clip Studio Paint, I guess sip water. Tomoyo, I'm begging my friend to get me Infinity Miku figure, not an Android, for Christmas, even if it won't arrive on time. I really like the Android. You know, I have the figure actually, and it's okay. It's a prize figure. I really like the Android, but it's like I was kind of getting to a point where it's like I have nowhere to put all this stuff. I really don't. Like I just bought I know I'm trying to stop the figure collecting. I just bought the Figma Ina, and it's like I really like it, but it's like I don't like, where am I gonna put it? You know what I mean? I have the Rilliane and Alan Nendoroids, which I will be drawing at some point. I love those characters. Rilliane is my favorite version of Rin. But I'm like, man, where am I gonna put these? I guess I can get shelves in my room, but like my room's like completely pink, so I'm like, oh, they don't really match. Oh, I definitely love her Infinity version. It's heavenly. It really is. It's such a good gradient. Christine, thank you. It's funny. I used to say Miku was overrated. Now I have the sudden urge to draw her in every design. She's really overrated. I agree. But she's so much fun to draw. And they make, like, you know, because people love her so much, they make some gorgeous designs of her. So I know what you mean. I'm a big Rin fan. Rin's actually my favorite Vocaloid, even though I never draw Rin. But she's definitely my favorite Vocaloid. But yeah, Miku, I don't know if she's overrated. I just think because she's so popular, would I call her overrated? I don't know. I think she has really good vocal banks. A vocal bank. So, I don't know. But I know where you're going with that one. I've seen some old secondhand Nendoroids I really want for a good price, but it's hard to find new ones for cheaper. Yeah, I buy most of my figures secondhand. Like, it's very rare that I buy a figure brand new. Because you can buy them so much cheaper in Japan for, like, dirt cheap. It's like, even when I lived there, it was crazy. And it's like, looking back, I was like, man, I probably should have bought a bunch of figures. Because like, I'd seen like the Madoka, they would just have like no boxes or something like that. Like the Madoka figures. And I'm gonna have to really, really lighten this area. I remember one time I saw it for like 28 bucks, the scale figure. And I was like, wow, that's a steal. Let's turn on her legs. Okay. What is more important for her dress right now or her twin tails? I'd say her twin tails, that way people can tell she's Miku easier. Alright, let's color all. Make this all proper. Empty Sakai Miku stand is very nice for a prize figure. You know, I think I know the prize figure. I was mostly referring to the Nendoroid though. I really love the Nendoroid. Like, I love all the Empty Sakai. Like, the Rin Empty Sakai, I'll draw her too eventually. I really, really like her. Tomorrow, I prefer figures over Nendoroids. Also, where'd you get your Len figures? I can't find any. I buy all of my figures. Sometimes from the Good Smile Company website. But the majority of my figures are secondhand used from Japan specifically. Like, in Japan, obviously because figures originate there, you can buy them for really, really cheap because it's like, you know, everybody has these figures in Japan. And so I'll use a proxy website because a lot of these international websites don't allow like Americans in my case, oh, I got something in my eye. Americans to use their site for whatever reason. And so I use a proxy service called From Japan, which is a company that allows you to order from these websites that are usually just region locked to Japan, and they get the item and it is sent to their warehouse, and oh, she's a little curvy right here, and then that warehouse sends me the figure after, and so that way I can get the dirt cheap Nendoroids there because like the yen to the USD is really, really low, or it's not as low as it was, but it was really, really low for a while. And so I get Nendoroids for like 30 bucks, sometimes even less, sometimes $15 for a boxed used Nendoroid. So that's why I always find it so funny when, actually I gotta check something real quick. I always found it really, really funny when people are like, oh, you're, you know, your collection's so big, you're so rich. And it's like, no, I'm just, I look rich if, you were to sit here, if I were to order all my figures from, American sites, because they increase the price because a lot of Americans like to resell them at a profit, which I'm not really a fan of. But no, I just know how to order them smartly. That's why I get them from dirt cheap. Like some of my really, really rare Blackrock shooter items, I'm like paying like less than $10 for. And I always found that really funny. And the only, I would say the difficulty of using that website is it's better if you know Japanese, because like when you search the words, it's better if you use the Japanese words, because like that's like their better search engine optimization for their site. So the best way I recommend that is go to like myfigurecollection.com and look up a figure that way, and it usually will have the Japanese name of that figure. And then that way you can just copy and paste that into the search engine, and then bam, you're able to get some pretty cheap figures. But yeah, I pay like nothing for some of my figures. I'll be right back. Take your time, Lobos. Flare Devil, how long do you have to wait for that? Wait for what? Like like wait for what? I feel like the shipping costs of fortune on proxy services. Not necessarily. If you do a shorter shipping time, it's not that expensive. But if you use like a private courier, which 9 times out of 10 private couriers are always going to be very, very expensive. So like, what's it called? Like FedEx, USPS and stuff like that. Yeah, it's going to be kind of pricey. But if you use like surface mail, it's not going to be as expensive. But yeah, you do have to pay attention because like sometimes the proxy sites will charge you additional for, like if that seller is charging the person purchasing it shipping from Japan, but a lot of times they'll offer free shipping. So yeah, you do have to, you know, be a little careful. But shipping, it all depends on what, sometimes I'm impatient, so I'll pay, essentially, out the ass for, express shipping. Like, I have an Amy order recently. It's just some, more Blackrock Shooter plushies, and I did the slowest shipping. And even then, it doesn't take too long for it to arrive. Figure to arrive from Japan, it's like, yeah, you have to be patient, that's for sure. Just because, yeah, it is an extra process. And of course, if you do anything expediently, you're going to have to pay more for that. So yeah, I do say like, what's really nice is that they can hold a bunch of your items for you for up to, I think, like a month. So it's like, it's really nice. So it's like I stockpile a bunch of the items I want, and then I ship them all at the same time. So that saves me on shipping. And I actually really, really like that because it keeps me, you know, more controlled, I guess, if you will. See, I'm not really liking this second ponytail as much. I think it's because it's a little too wonky over here. So yeah, it does take time, but it's like, you know, like for example, like it took me a long time to collect all my Blackrock Shooter stuff because I've been very, very patient to wait until I get stuff for a good deal. And that's what usually works for me. But not every country's listed on there. I mean, that's possible. Like I don't. It is true. I do not know all the countries that you know, are available on that service. And that tend to happen. It kind of sucks, but it's like, you know, I think only those countries can really fix that issue. Sorry for disappearing. I was super busy, sadly. Yoshiko, that's totally fine. No worries. Everyone has things to do. It's like sometimes I have things to do. Like I had to do a bunch of work yesterday, and it's like I totally could have streamed, but I had so much work to do. And then I had a meeting. Oh, which speaking of which, I don't even know if am I technically allowed to say anything? I don't know. Either way, I will be going to Anime Expo 2025, so I'm excited for that. I'm doing a different booth configuration this year because there's going to be actually a layout change for the entire show. So my booth will be a little smaller than what I usually go for, but that was because of the layout change. Actually, what's very interesting is the Olympics are going to be held in Los Angeles in 2028, and so they're renovating the entire convention center. So if you know anything about Anime Expo, or excuse me, the LA Convention Center, it's like here's like the main entryway, like you walk in through here, and then there's a big hall right here, and this is like the exhibitor hall. Exhibit, pretend that says exhibit. And then over here you have the entertainment hall. And you have to go through this little like bridge area in order to get to these two places. But since the Olympics is coming, they are actually building the hall to extend. So it's all going to be one giant massive hall, which is really cool because although like it's going to suck for a while as it's being built, but then this Anime Expo is going to be even bigger because like now you have all this space that you can fill up with stuff. I'm like, that's actually really cool. So there's going to be some renovations, you know, in this kind of area for Anime Expo. So the layout is going to be a little bit interesting to say the least. But I'm very, very excited because like, that's going to be really cool to see that big ass convention. Because I will say the Los Angeles Convention Center, what is it called? I don't know what the specific name is. It is it's kind of tightly packed. Like ours here in Vegas is massive. So it's really funny. I'm like, oh, like how the hell are they having Anime Expo in LA? And Vegas is pretty close and has like a convention center that I think is like almost like 3 or 4 times the size. Like imagine like a giant, you know, Anime Expo that's 3 or 4 times the size. It'd be crazy because like the claustrophobia of Anime Expo kind of gets to me sometimes, not gonna lie. I get some water. Impressive, most impressive. Thanks to Mystery Artists. I drew some of my characters in less than 10 minutes, though. That's how long it takes when in my style. Yeah, it takes me like 20 hours. Like this is gonna be a long Miku, but you know, I think she's coming along well. I might need to fix this little. This was supposed to be more perspective. Whoops, where did my pen go? Hold on. This is supposed to be a little bit more of a perspective, and I don't really. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like it so far. Valdema Loki was gatekeeping this, but another good way to get figures for really cheap is find unknown figures on eBay sellers or auctions, but got some real figures for like $8 including shipping. Yeah, it's like you have to look. If you're very, very like, if you have a lot of time and you pay close attention, you can get these stuff for really good deals, but you have to have a lot of patience. Like I personally use a lot of Japanese auctions. So I'll sit here and stalk these auctions. And it's always been really, really good for me. That's how I get my rarest items is stalking these auctions. But you have to have the patience, and then like a lot of times the auction ends in the middle of the night, so I'm like waking up at like 12, like sweating. Did I win the auction? You know, which I won a really good item recently, the Black Rock Street item. But it's like I don't know exactly what it is. Funny enough, but I'm like, this sounds good. This sounds like a rare item. Does Bai suck? Is there a better proxy? I use From Japan. I've always used them and I've had no troubles with them really. And they're really, really good about their like support and like customer service, I guess, if you will. So I think I've used that one once or twice, but I just prefer the interface of From Japan. So I don't really know, but I have used Bai and it's worked out successfully. I just prefer From Japan. We need to make her ponytails a little bit more curved, I think. Let's try this. Tomoyo, I'm so jealous that most people can just eat whatever. ARFID sucks. What is that? Autism related food something? Is that what that is? It's like the texture thing. I think I know exactly. I was like, I know what it is, but I don't know what the acronym stands for. But yeah, that probably really does suck. I'm very thankful I can eat damn near anything, and I will eat damn near anything. Like today, I had, this kind of hurt my stomach, I'm not gonna lie. I just made a sandwich with cheese, like a bunch of cheese, a bunch of spicy salsa, and some ground chicken. And it was just like mashed together in my panini press, and I was like, it was not that good, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know when it's like you kind of eat it and you're getting fatigued, it's like that. I was like, oh, this kind of sucks. And so I tried drowning it in ranch, and I was like, oh, this didn't really save it. It was tragic. Oh, I don't like that. Our little twin tails are so important. I remember you saying December 5th you will check on the art for the art contest. Did you? I'm still working on it. I have a bunch of stuff to do. It's like, the thing is like, I will announce the results on on December 15th, you know? So I have been going through it, but I have to go slowly because remember, like, the results will come out the 15th. I just have like I said, I do tutoring and stuff like that, and it's finals week for all the little kids. So I've had to deal with kind of extra work. And then again, like I had to do the meeting and stuff for Anime Expo, so I have to do a lot of event planning now because Anime Expo takes like 2 months of planning beforehand. And then now I have to do the like logistics. So I mean, don't worry, by the 15th, you know, everyone, the announcements will be made and their winners will be announced. The mystery artists say Scooby-Doo, but replace the D with P. The D? Scooby-Poo. 312. Nebris, do you like cartoon anime pink cats? That's a really good question, Nebris. That's a really, really good question. I think they would be cute. I think that's cute. Kari Party, welcome. Beezer. Chicago has the biggest furry con, which I'm going to today, but IDK, if we have any notable anime cons besides maybe Anime Central. Furry cons look fun. I want to go to a furry convention at some time. Welcome, Beezer. Oh, man. I personally use Bai. I haven't tried other sites, but Bai is really good from my experience. Yeah. Like I said, I've used it a few times, and it's like, I've never had a problem with it. Okay, so let's take this. Let's cut this. No. Let's try this. Let's move this. We're gonna warp this up a little bit more. That's a little bit better. I think we're, I'm so particular with my artwork, as you guys can probably tell. Wow, it's so cute. Do you only draw chibis? Deku fan? Not necessarily. Like my little VTuber model is, one I also drew. But I really like chibis, and I like, drawing art when it's really, uniform. So it's like I've made all my chibis extremely uniform, and it's fun because it's like collecting in a way, and which makes a lot of sense considering I like to collect figures. It's like I like things when they have uniformity. It looks so nice. If it's very colorful and it's very uniform, I love it. So this is just my preferred style. Let's see. Because we gotta make sure her hair looks like it's kind of flowing. Let's see, that's not too bad. I think we could do a little bit better. Tomorrow, avoidant restricted food intake disorder associated with autism. Yes, which I have, by the way. It's not just texture, so it looks, smell, taste. I see. I knew it was something along that lines where it's like it's harder to consume foods that you don't agree with, like with the texture or whatever. Yeah, that must be really, really difficult. Yeah, 'cause I'll eat pretty much anything. I can't really think of anything I wouldn't eat. Other than, of course, like rotten food. Yoshiko, do you use a phone to check all the art or iPad or computer, since I recommend checking art and larger screens? I use my computer because this is where my work email is. My computer screens are really, really big. I have a 38 curved monitor and then I think this one's either a 36 or a 34 curved monitor. Alright. How are we looking here? I don't know. I like being able to see my artwork up here because I'm looking at my screen. And this looks terrible. We might have to redo this completely. Alright, let's try warping this a little bit more. I'm not getting the vibe I want. Okay, let me just try one thing. Let's see. Let's try marker roll. What is that gonna do? Let's try... I think I need to do this a little bit more pinched in this area. I think that's a little bit better. I think... Let's take this and... I think something more like this silhouette might look better. Hello, fellow Beezer. You should go to a furry con. That's way more fun than anime cons. I'm like, yeah, I'd love to get a furry suit and do that whole experience. I think that would be a lot of fun. Alright. Maybe this looks a little bit better. Chibis are fun to draw. They really are, because like also it's like you can be a bit more free form with them, you know what I mean? You can draw like sometimes my chibis have like a taller body, sometimes they have a shorter body. And I like that freedom, you know what I mean? Let's see. Maybe something a little bit more along this line. Let's try this. We're in the trenches today, guys. Many such cases. I love uniformity too. It makes my brain happy. I love collecting stuff that looks the same. Yeah! I don't know if this is like some like I don't know, nesting bird, I don't know, genetic thing. Because it's just like, it's so nice. As I say, I do like Nendoroids for that reason. Because they're very, very uniform. I also like Littlest Pet Shops and like My Little Ponies. Because they were also very, very uniform. Alright, I'm getting my ass whooped by this ponytail over here. Let's try this. And I think, let me try ripping off this arm. Take this, move that down. And seeing how I like it. I literally just rip it from here. Whoops. Rip. Copy paste. See how I like it more, like kind of like this. Do I like it longer? No, I think I just need to make that arm a little bit longer. It's cute. It doesn't look terrible. Yeah, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, I'm not gonna lie. This down. What's funny is that my brother's a huge garbage disposal. He eats anything. Yeah, I used to be like that. And poor LOL can't even draw on anything. I mean, you can always draw on pencil and paper. That's how I started. And then I used to do napkins a lot. Get a ballpoint pen and just use a little napkin. Let's try making this a little bit more like that. I think that looks okay. Oh, that would have been funny. Yeah, it's funny. It's like, I think there are some people there. I mean, obviously, there are some people who just have a really good technical understanding of like drawing and anatomy. I am not one of those people. I just keep drawing and keep persevering until eventually I'm like, okay, this is acceptable. I made a post over my channel. You might like it. Yeah, I'll take a look if I get if I remember it. Shiny eyes. Your chibis are cool. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun drawing them. I enjoy the process of making them like uniform. Where it's like I can draw two characters from like two completely different series and like you can tell right away like, oh, same artist drew this. I also like Care Bears. Yeah, Care Bears are really, really cute. That's part of the reason I like My Little Pony because all the characters have the same body base and they look really nice and uniform. Yeah, it was, I really like the, what is it, Gen 3? I think it was, is the one I really liked. I used to collect those as a kid. Drawing on napkins can be fun till it tears. Yeah, newbie kitten. Or if it gets wet. Pencil and paper is a good way to start, but hard since you can't make too many mistakes when you keep, or the paper will rip. Yeah. It's really good practice though, because it makes you kind of be more intentional with where you're putting things. It makes you think. Like here, I could sit here and draw like all day, and eventually I can just erase it and fix it. So it's like there is really good merit to like a physical drawing, because you have to sit there and think before you set it down. It makes sense you did that. Oh, the uniformity maybe? Sorry, I respond kind of slowly, so I respond late. I'm like, oh, I don't even remember what we're referring to here. Okay, I think that looks a little better. Excuse me. Little Pet Shop used to be my whole world when I was a kid. Still have some of them on display my own figures. Yeah, I used to love Little Pet Shop. I really like the generation, what is it? 3 My Little Pony? I had the Cotton Candy Cafe. I love that little pony. Or I used to see it all the time, like Cotton Candy Cafe. I was like, I gotta own it. I just handle it smaller and a little bit more tilted upwards, but if I tilt it too much upward, it looks weird, so I don't want to do that actually. I'll put it more like this. I'll put it like that. How about that? Bless you. Oh, you, Stella. Someone was talking about me, that's why I sneezed. I don't know, I have perpetual allergies, so I hope you guys are used to that, or get ready for that. Let's see. I don't like this hand, so let's fix it. I just realized many people use Bai, IDKY. I assume most people just use Good Smile, Partnerless, and buy from there. Since I'm in Asia, it's probably the most, usually almost the same as original. Yeah, those expensive, those ones are, those are like second parties, I think they're called. Those are usually really, really expensive. I buy my figures mostly used. You know, so it's like, I don't care if they're open box or whatever, you know what I mean? I'm usually going to open the box anyway, so I buy most of them used. On my way to Midwest Fur Fest and have a fun stream, Beezer. Thank you, Beezer. Bless you, hands you tissue. Yeah, I ain't get tissues on my desk, really. Cotton Candy Cafe sounds like a little Lolita print. It does! Crystal Dream Carnival is still my favorite Lolita print ever. I have a full Crystal Dream Carnival Navy set. And I think the tier version. It was a very hard set to find. I will say, I'm not as really into Lolita as much as I used to be. And I was like, oh, should I get rid of my collection? But I'm like, man, I'm a hoarder. Like, what if I need this one day? If I'm gonna need dresses. Chat's looking good. Wow, OMG. I'm gonna watch it live. It's so good. Thank you, Deku fan. I appreciate it. I feel like it might not be the ideal artist stream because I wish I could find a way, which I guess I don't really have much screen. But you see how far I zoom in? It's like you can't even tell I'm drawing a Miku right now. You know what I mean? But it's like it's the only way that works for me. So I spend most of my drawing time really, really zoomed in. Let's see. Oh, I see what you're referring to, Stella. Why was that so slow? Yeah, the tutorial worked. I even like the health of the chat. I'm like, yeah, everyone's here and having a good time. It's so funny. Tomorrow I also really like Monster High. Yeah, I liked Monster High. I never really got into it though. I want to draw, they made a B Shoujo, Dragulara, design, and I want to draw it. Tomorrow, oh, you know what's funny? I have amputation. I'm an artist. That's really fascinating. I found out that that exists, which is not the inability to be able to picture things inside your head. And I'm like, I would not very be happy with life if I found out I had that. I thankfully do not have that. I want to paint something for my grandma, but I hate everything I did. I redid the painting like 3 times at this point. Help. Yeah, that you can't be a perfectionist. And a lot of times, like, for example, like, I receive fan art and stuff like that, and it's like, I don't even care if it's perfect. It's like the thought and the intention that went into it. And I think that's what makes art so nice, you know what I mean? Because, like, even now, you know, maybe I think my art is quote-unquote perfect as enough to where I finish it. But, like, a year from now, I'm like, oh, God, that was terrible. I messed up here, here, and here. So it's like you can't really beat yourself up about it, and you just gotta draw it, move on. Because again, for me, sometimes I'll draw stuff and I'll just move on. I remember one time I did a missionary trip when I was in remember I grew up in like a kind of like a Christian home, if you will, and I had like a missionary thing. I went to some island, what is it called, Caribbean island, and they didn't have access like a lot of internet there, and it was you know, very high poverty, so electricity was rare. And I drew, but they had some stuff, and it's like I drew like this really bad drawing of Miku, and I'd have to say like I was probably like 13 or 14. It was whenever Black Rock Sheer Beast came out as the year. I don't remember, but I remember that came out because I remember right before I left for that trip, I found a really, really good deal on her, and I was so excited. But whenever that figure came out was when I went on that little missionary trip. And I drew this really bad drawing for one of the kids there of Miku, and it just looks so bad. And but I guess it's like anime and stuff like that, and the style was really foreign to them at the time. So they loved it. And then they copied it, like they put it on the copier and made like a bazillion copies and handed it out to everyone. And I was like, this is so embarrassing. Because it's like, you know, when you just draw something, you're like, okay, I'm just drawing to get over with it. It was like that. And I was like, next thing you know, like I see this drawing like everywhere. I'm like, no, like I hated this. But it made them very, very happy. So, you know, that's really all that matters. Right, we're losing the plot with this hand here. I think this finger looking a little wonky. How can we salvage this? I'm gonna go. Maybe see you later. See ya, Nibris. Stella, soon enough we'll have an art content of no longer the Lolita pretty clothes are for babies. Exactly. Give me a couple more years. That's gonna happen. And I'll get into something else completely irrelevant, and it's just gonna continue the cycle the rest of my life. Chrono, there's some programs that let you have a picture-in-picture thing when you zoom in, from what I've seen. Yeah, I think that's usually a desktop thing. And maybe Procreate has it. Actually, let me see. Just a second. Because I think they actually have it. Let me check. Canvas. Reference. Yeah, they actually do. But how can I... You know, I don't want it to get in the way. You know what I mean? I feel like that's too small anyway. It's too small for you guys to see. I wonder... It'd be cool if I could, like, airdrop it, you know what I mean? Okay, gotta fix my nose. I might have to get some nasal drops in a second. I'll be back, Kaoza. Okay, take your time, Millie Moody. Tomorrow, I'm actually kind of happened because that would be so weird seeing stuff in my head. I'm actually kind of happened. maybe happy? Hello, welcome, Jeff Jefferson. Kind of late, Sorgi. That's all right. That's totally fine, Jeff Jefferson. I understand. We all have things to do. Did you listen to songs while drawing? Funny enough, I usually do, but because of, I'm live streaming and I don't think I can really pay attention to chat and listen. I am in complete silence right now. And it's kind of funny because, it plays the BGM music for you guys, but it doesn't play it for me. So I'm in like insane isolated silence, which is actually really funny if you think about it. But it's even funny, which it actually kind of helps because like I try to keep like, you know, talking the entire time I'm streaming because I feel like that's a little bit more enjoyable. Sometimes I have to stop and focus, but because I don't hear anything at all, I become like self-conscious that there's an awkward silence. So I'll start talking again. So it kind of keeps me on my toes, you know what I mean? But I usually would listen to music whenever I'm not streaming. 2011 was pre-orders for BRSB to release January, so it had to have been literally in February. I remember she just came out and somebody was not selling her with the art book, so I only paid like, it was like $60 or $80 for her, and I was so excited. Stella the Know-It-All. My internet's so bad right now. Yeah, so I think I may have fixed my issue. I lowered my, what's it called? I don't know. KBPS, I think is what it's called. I don't know, but I think I may have fixed the issue. I hope so. Either way, we're gonna have a my first collab stream with Cox Internet, and the representative will come on here and speak to you guys directly and tell us what's going on. I remember one time I added them on Twitter. I was like, I'm so pissed at you guys. And they DM me. They're like, we'll send a representative right out. And I'm like, all right, that was pretty good customer service. I'm not gonna lie. So I was just pissed at them on Twitter. All I had to do was like give them my name, and they're like, okay, we'll schedule them one here. And so I actually like only used Twitter to schedule them, and they kind of fixed the issue. That's so cute that they love the Miku so much. Yeah, it was really heartfelt. Like, you know, they just shared it everywhere. Like, it was funny because I'm like, I remember like I was going into like the little church room or whatever, like the Sunday school. I just saw it everywhere, and I'm like, oh god, this was not my intention. Right, not bad for the hand. Tomoyo, oh, by the way, so far my VTuber has taken half the time my conscious entry did. That's really good. The longer time, you know, usually, the better, I would say. Let's take this entire arm and move it. Well, okay. Yeah. That's really good. You know, you gotta take a lot of time with your stuff. Everyone's in a rush, and there's no need, because, like, the longer you take on it, usually, the better. Sometimes I'm drawing stuff and it's taking forever and it just turned out like so bad. I remember one time I was drawing a girl's frontline character and it just, no matter how hard I tried, it just would not come out. And I just deleted the entire thing and just drew it again. That was M16. I just could not get her the way I wanted to. But second time around, I did just fine. Jeff Jefferson, my uncle went to art school and I asked him for him to lend me his art books and he gave me a ton. One of them is infested with ants and now is in the freezer. Oh lord. I'll be careful. Yeah, I just always have been the person to just like look at other people's artwork and then like redraw it myself to like get that muscle memory, and that's how I draw. I never really had a whole formal art education. Do you like chatting with us while drawing? Yeah, it actually helps me a lot because I was having a problem for a while where it's like I was becoming really, really addicted to social media. And it was so hard to focus because I'd stop every like 10 minutes. Man, sometimes even more. And like check Twitter and stuff like that. And Twitter is so toxic. So it's like I would not really get much drawing done. And this way, you know, like I can't sit here and check Twitter in front of you guys because that's extremely rude. And nobody would want to stick around. So now it keeps me focused on drawing, and it's doing wonders for my productivity. I'm very proud. I've not been this effective with drawing in a very, very long time. And I think it's the intention, again, like of performing in front of people that keeps me going. So I do really, really appreciate it. And all the little chats help because it helps me from having to think of something off the top of my head, because every time I think of something to talk about off the top of my head, it goes to aviation. I'm not really sure if everyone wants to come in here every 10 minutes and listen to you know, catastrophe plane stories by Kyoza. Although, sometimes I can't help myself. Hello, says Shoop. Welcome back, Shoop. How are you doing today? Tomorrow, while you've seen my entry, you've responded to me. Element, I hope you like it, even if it doesn't win. Yeah, I like all the entries. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's incredible to see, you know, any level of creativity. Like, even if a third grader drew it, you know, I appreciate all artwork. And a lot of people, I think, get the idea, and I've always really liked any type of artwork. A lot of people get the idea that, you know, oh, if it's not, like, good enough, I don't like it. It's like, no. It's like the fact that you put effort into it. Because, like, art is a direct reflection and a recording of someone's time. And the fact that they were able to give you some of your time, excuse me, some of their time, to draw you something, I think is the most incredible and most treasured thing. You know what I mean? Because that's all art is. It's just it's like money in a way, like how money is time, but art is time. And so to see how much time someone's put into something, I always will appreciate that. All right, let's try this insane dress. Oh, God, I don't know if I'm gonna... It's gonna die. Masterpiece, thank you, Deku fan. Silver comment, hi, I'm new, and yes, I agree, sometimes people are Twitter they're insane. If I did not have to be on there for, like, social media reasons, and it's like, I get some business work done there sometimes, I would get off of it so easily. It is so toxic, and everybody just wants to make a call-out post, rather than actually be effective and, solve problems. I need to do lighter, I cannot see what I'm drawing. And it is just a really bad environment mentally. And it's like, I've lost my mind so many times, like, just being exposed to people on Twitter. Hi, hello. Hi, Thalia. How are you doing today? Jeff Jefferson, I just saw my cat, the black one, sleeping next to the intruder cat. See, they're besties. Now you gotta let them coexist. You just got a new cat. What's his name? Ray, I'm kind of glad I never downloaded Twitter after hearing horror stories. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. Don't even, like, if you can live without Twitter, do it. And even then, like, I kind of, like, it just sucks because, like, as far as VTube, because, like, eventually, like, you know, I'd like to, you know, grow a little bit more. But obviously I'm taking it very, very slow. So it's like, they say, like, Twitter is really good for networking and stuff like that, and I'm like, I don't even, I don't think I can put up with that, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, this is kind of looking a little wonky, guys. I love learning about planes now, huh? It's really great. I love aviation. I really, really love aviation. It's very fascinating. We got these giant things that are like the size of ships to just go into the air. Planes are cool. Yes, they are, Jefferson. They are really, really cool. I think it's like the epitome of like the human spirit, if you ask me. Like the ability to make something, do something so incredible. And there's a huge team of people behind it. And, you know, it's like a symphony of people working together to make this happen. And I think that's what's so interesting and impressive. Alright. So this is got to very gently. Let's try it a little bit smaller. Ooh. Same Twitter's creepy. Yeah, it's just not worth it. And nobody wants to actually be a useful person. They just want to make like, this person's opinion I disagree with. I'm going to screenshot it and say, this is what's wrong with the VTubing community. Rather than like, you know, let's have like an adult conversation and try and, you know, understand why that person is saying what they're saying. Understand them and then say like, hey, maybe here is a healthier way, a healthier frame of mind to process that information that's clearly bothering you. You know what I mean? But, alas, it is very, very easy to get angry and upset, and people like getting angry and upset in this, year of 2024, so I'm speaking to deaf ears when it comes to Twitter. Okay. I think... okay, we're not looking too bad. It's looking a little too rounding. Just want to say I'm so happy to see another Black Rock Shooter lover, by the way. I've been in love with the series and her since back middle school. That's awesome. Everyone forgets Black Rock Shooter. It's a really pretty series. Like a tiny bit smaller. She's cute. Thank you, Brock Darn. I'm on Blue Sky now, and I hope we become better Twitter. Shoot. Yeah, I agree. It seems like a lot of creatives are there. But it's just like, I'm not gonna lie, the idea of like starting another social media and trying to grow and blah blah blah, it's like it's very stressful for me. I think I'll just focus on my YouTube and, you know, go from there. And funny enough, I see a lot of people try. Okay, I don't think this looks too bad. This looks kind of goofy. A lot of people will get a lot of followers on Twitter, but it doesn't equate A to sales or B to viewers on their live stream. So Twitter might be one of those things where it's just like, you think it's something and it's not. You know when you have that moment where you're like, wow, I'm living right now and I'm drawing right now and I'm perceiving life right now, and you almost feel like you kind of blacked out? Like, I just have one of those moments. You know what I mean? Like, you know when you're drawing and you're like, wow, I'm on the street right now. Wow, I'm drawing. You know what I mean? I just had one of those. It's like an epiphany that you're alive. Does that make any sense? She has no organs inside. Yeah. It was me. Rocket Rocks. Oh, I'm a little behind. Zooming Rocket Rocks, that fly. It was me. I'm a little They don't know you're a real girl. Yeah, I'm a real girl. Well, I'm sorry you had to go through such a thing. It doesn't take... I don't talk to anyone. I look at just cool art by the artist. Yeah. Twitter's a little toxic. I have a huge respect for anyone that does line art. I love line art. Everyone's like, I hate line art. It is my favorite. I wish I could be a line art only artist. That'd be so cool. I don't know how the people have the ability to do them. The second I know I can render without line art, I ditch it. I have a really, really heavy pen. Like, it's very heavily weighted. So as you can see, like, I'm moving my screen everywhere. So it's like if I was to write, like B or B, it's like really, really like tight, if that makes any sense. So I have a really, really heavy pen, and it makes drawing so much easier for me. So I very much enjoy it. Where is it? I'm a little confused. Brock. Tomorrow, oop, my message didn't show in the stream chat. That means they must have been auto-moderated if I were to guess. Silver comment, yeah, people are so quick to choose anger, which is depressing in a way. Instead of encouraging others, they choose to bring others down. Yeah, and in like the little quote-unquote VTuber community, a lot of people unintentionally contribute to, you know, that mentality, and it's almost like they're not really conscious that they're also part of the problem. You know what I mean? Like, if you really want to stop an environment of so much toxicity, like, even the people you agree with, like, you should try and see, like, you know, try and encourage them to, like, calm down. You know what I mean? So, I find that very funny. Like, in the best instance I can see is whenever someone is standing up for another, like, VTuber or whatever, and they do it in a very, very toxic way. Because, like, you can stand up for people, but you don't have to be toxic about it. Because it's like, you know, in what circumstance ever in the history of ever does extreme force usually succeed when you're talking to strangers? It's usually kindness and courtesy that's the most successful. And so people will stand up for each other in a very aggressive way, and they're like, yeah, this person's standing up for me. But I'm like, you're encouraging that kind of toxic behavior we're all trying to get rid of here. I've got to make this a tiny bit smaller. Love your model too. Thank you, Brock. I really appreciate it. I worked really hard on it. It took me like two or 3 weeks. It was either 2 weeks or a month. I can't remember. It was back in like 2022. I'll watch Black Rock Shooter. It's a pretty good series. Yeah, I have those moments a lot. Yeah. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's like you just have an epiphany. I'm like, oh, I'm in front of people right now talking and drawing. I really like Miku arts. Yeah, I do too. Miku is very, very pretty. You could make a coloring book. You know, funny enough, in my little debut, I did that as one of my goals. I want to make a coloring book because I think my line art is perfect for coloring with like pencils. I've been working on this little skirt thing forever and I'm still not satisfied. Let's take this. Yes, Jefferson walks Black Rock Shooter. Oh god. Don't listen to Stella ever. Chat, never listen to Stella. Whatever they're saying. Get a loading screen for the moment. Yeah, I gotta get a loading screen. There's a couple things I've gotta do for my stream. But slowly but surely, like, I'm very proud of this little chat I added up earlier. You know, I'm taking it one step at a time. Because if I realize for me personally, if I rush into things, I build standards for myself, or excuse me, expectations for myself that make me feel I'm failing if I don't hit that expectation. So I try not to do that as much as I can anymore. And I really, really focused on doing, like, changing that perspective this year, because I was holding really, really high standards for myself. And if I didn't meet those standards, I'd fall into like a deep depression, and it was making me like hate the things that I had accomplished. And I'd forgotten how much I had accomplished. Because one thing my father has always said to me is, you know, as far as like, for example, my business, like, even if it failed today, it was a success. Like, the fact that I've been able to do this for so long, when most businesses fail very shortly. Most businesses fail, you know? And then let alone, like, I think the 5-year mark is usually like the big mark for businesses to like die. And I was able to survive it. And he was always like, you know, even if you failed today, it was a success. And I'm like, you know, that is a great way of seeing things, because it's like, you know, technically, even if I do fail, it was a success that I was able to go this long. And everyone thinks that, like, in order to succeed, like, what? You have to become, like, a multi-billionaire or whatever. Like, sometimes, like, you know, a business will run its course and, you know, a phase will go through. And that doesn't mean it's a failure just because you're not doing it forever. You know what I mean? Those moments are so weird. Like, yeah, bro, I'm alive and like, existing and things are doing things. Yeah, it's like you suddenly have an epiphany that you're living life. The white man is sleeping on the desk. He's a polite man. Aw, he's very polite. Yes, exactly. That's why a moment for self-reflection is something everyone should have. I agree completely. And not many people are self-aware of their problems, and it actually negatively affects them more than anything else. Because you can be self-aware, but you can also be harmfully self-aware. You know what I mean? Like, your inner monologue and your inner voice is so important. And a lot of people don't ever reflect on that. Like, you know, you have to be very conscious at all times. Speaking of conscious, like, I am getting my butt handed to here. And, you know, do something. And if it makes you feel uncomfortable, it'd be like, why am I doing something that makes me feel uncomfortable? This is going to be so much easier. I should have done this in the beginning. Hold on. Let's see. Let's say like right around here. My message is hitting again. It might be you're adding profanity. I don't know what's doing it. It has to be YouTube's end, because like I'm like obviously drawing, so it's like there's nothing I'm doing, and I don't have a moderator, so it can't be a moderator. Stella, you guys are probably the best ads for Black Rock Shooter. See, I'm using reverse psychology. Some people should be asking themselves, is this the person you wanted to be when you were a child? Yeah, and a lot of people, they don't reflect on themselves. And it's like, you know, there have been people in your life, of course, that have helped you, you know, become a better person. It's like, don't you want to be that person for other people? Because there are a lot of people in my life that have, like, changed my lives. And funny enough, it's, like, a lot of, like, authors and, like, funny enough, a lot of anime characters. And I'm like, you know what? I want to be just like those people. Because I want to leave an effect on people. You know what I mean? Oh, God, look at this. See, now that I put it all in a circle, everything lines up so much better. I should have done that first off. Oh, God. Literally 1984. Tomoyo, what? I don't know what that means. Oh, it's a reference to a book that was very heavy on censorship. So he's making the reference that because you keep getting censored, it's just like the book where the book was high in censorship. Stella dragged me in the BRS in a 6-hour video and it was all downhill for there. Not surprised. Jeff Jefferson, no, I don't mean for you to get a loading screen. I mean that I got a loading screen. Oh, okay. So the stream was kind of loading a little bit. So far I haven't had any, let me check real quick, actually, any hiccups. But I do need a loading screen. So I just have my ending screen. So if I'm loading, ending. If I'm starting up the stream, ending. Stream hell. This says it's excellent. So maybe it may be your internet. I didn't get a loading screen. Yeah, it might be your internet. Yeah, every day is small victories. Yeah, like the best book I've always talked about is Atomic Habits, that like talk about that. About how like even if you increase yourself as far as like look at that, that's so much easier to kind of get it in focus, if you will. Even if you increase your, you know, your skill level 1% each day, that's an insane amount. That's 360% next year. You know, so if you're drawing at say, you know, 1% good skill today, and then next year you're 300 times better, that's insane progress. But so many people have the idea like, oh, if I'm not immediately good at it, I'm going to give up. And you cannot do that. You know, a lot of this stuff takes a lot of intention and a lot of time. And people are so quick to give up on themselves. And I think that's the saddest thing, because it's a disservice to themselves. However, I know it is because a lot of people view others on social media and they're all like, oh, well, I'm not as good as this person. They must be talented and I must be a failure. But that is not the case, because social media, you know, is people who are good at things are more likely to show off that they're good at things. Like if I was a bad drawer, I probably would not be live streaming my art. I'm not gonna lie. But because I'm good at drawing, or at least I think I'm good at drawing, I live stream my artwork. So therefore, it kind of gives you the illusion that so many people are good at art, and I'm terrible at art. But that's not the case. It's just the people who are good at art are more likely to show that online, and so people get this disillusionment that they are not good. But everyone starts somewhere. There are some very talented people. But me personally, I have drawn for many, many years. And how does that one saying go? The greats weren't great because at birth they could paint. The greats were great because they paint a lot. It was Macklemore. I was like, Macklemore went hard with that one. Like, that's a really, really good one. You know what I mean? I was like, if Macklemore, like, you know, stopped making music, he came up with that line. It's like, that carried. You know what I mean? I think it was his song called 10,000 Hours. It's a very motivational song. Yeah, and like as you put more hours into things, you definitely get better at it. All right, we're gonna try and do the line art for this thing now. Ugh, that was deep. That's funny. Oh no, I scrolled and I'm behind on KO's the multi-billion crypto CEO. I don't know anything about crypto, I'm not gonna lie. But anything that makes me a multi-billionaire, I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know how crypto and all that nonsense works. Like, what are meme coins? What the? You want to tell me you? Whatever. You know what I mean? Every day we wake up in the morning and breathe. It's all a gift. Yeah, and that's how I see things. Like sometimes, like I have a problem actually, and it's actually really, really funny. Is I'll go to bed, or excuse me, I'll get ready for bed, and I'm so excited to have like another day of being able to progress myself as a person. I'll get so excited I can't sleep, and then I'll have the shittiest sleep possible. And then the next morning, my day is ruined because I can't sleep well. But it's just because like I'm at night, I'm like, yes, I'm so excited. You know, I get to get better. If you have that mentality, it is so beneficial. And you can really create that mentality. Because like you have to understand, like, you know, a lot of people have gone through a lot of struggles and stress and depression. It's like the only thing that makes that depression something you overcome, or something that like, you know, eats you up essentially, is your perspective on it. So it is very important to keep a positive mentality, even if it's a fake one. Like there are times where I'm like, God, I've had I've had times where it's like I'm in the trenches in life and I'm like, you know what? At least this will make a funny story I can talk about down the road. Give me a second. And that alone is what really keeps me going. So I've had some funny failures, guys. And although some of them are time locked because I'm like still sulking about them. Eventually I'll talk about all of them, you know what I mean? Jeff the intruder cat is your cat now. Exactly. Jeff hasn't realized it, but we've realized it. Tomorrow, oh yeah, the book about good morning. Adobe, wait, who are we committing war crimes on? No one today. We're trying to establish world peace today, actually. Adobe, but welcome. I'm not cursing at all. Yeah, that's really weird then, Toboyo. Spruce, it's only so crazy to me that some people don't have an inner monologue. Yeah, I think, like, again, like, a big misconception about people, and everyone's like, they're always making generalizations about the world, and like, the world is so stupid, or the world is so, you know, bad, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people don't realize, low IQ is the average, and the standard, really. 50% of the world does not have a IQ above triple digits. And so you're going to have a lot of people who don't really understand a lot of things. And not to say everyone without an inner monologue has a double-digit IQ, but it is very fascinating to understand that people, you know, are really not all born the same, you know? And I feel like the quicker we realize that, the quicker we might be a little bit more understanding of others around us. Ray, the intruder and the white man get mad at each other all the time and he can't live here, but he and the children's are friends. Aww. Hey, he just woke up. What happened? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Oh god, I lost it again. Ugh, I keep losing chat. Rambling Rena, I don't think really anything happened. I was just yapping. Greetings. Welcome, Justaminty. Sorry, Lancet. Hi, welcome back. Try to figure out how to commit war crimes on books. I'd say, I don't know. That's a really good question. Yo, I'm reading Atomic Habits. It's a really, really good book, isn't it? It's quite literally life-changing, especially if you've never really been a motivated person. Atomic Habits is a fantastic book. Well, I'll be honest, growing up, I saw both sides of the spectrum, even from family members who acted childishly. So I think a lot I would think a lot, should I hate them or be better? Yeah, dealing with family is a very, very fickle situation. Because some people are more generous towards family members because they're like of blood. And then some people don't see family members' blood as something significant. And I kind of grew up with the mentality that it wasn't very significant if they're family or not. They should like treat you, properly. But I do notice like a lot of people are like, go above and beyond for their family members. So it really depends on your mentality. Personally, it's like if this person's shitty, like blood's not going to change that. So it's like I'm very, very easily with disregarding them. But if they show signs of changing, they show signs of getting better, I'll be more than happy to accept them back. You know what I mean? Okay, so what? Joby Kale, listen, you're very good at drawing. Don't tell yourself you're bad at drawing. I could always be better. I could always be better. That's what I'm striving for, being better, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, I met two of my cousins who wanted to draw but were disappointed at what they did. I inspired them to do more. They've gotten better. That's really good because like that's what you have to do is you have to just keep going. And like I've said a lot is perfect is the killer of the good. And people think they need to be perfect. And so it kills their desire to be good. But being good is equally as important because like, if you're a good artist, that's a great thing, So a lot of people leave these, ideas of perfection and let them eat them up. And it's like, it will come with time. You will get smarter. That's the best part about time is because you become smarter. So you may not be a perfect artist now, but you might be one down the road. Or what you deem as perfect. So being that person to give them a nudge in the right direction is nice. Yeah. It's like you have to encourage, like I have to encourage people all the time. Because like what a lot of people don't have is self-confidence. And I realize they foist that onto other people. There was a good song, there was a good quote in a Kanye song where he was talking about he goes to Instagram to crowdsource his self-esteem. I'm like, that's a really good way of putting it. People are trying to crowdsource their self-esteem nowadays by social recognition on the internet. And that is a very, very unhealthy way to live. And not to say, everyone who goes through that is a failure or anything. It's just like something we have to be conscious of to try not do if we can. I didn't get my inner monologue until I was older. Sophia Perry, I also love your voice and your mindset. You're a lot like me. That's awesome. We'll get along then. I appreciate you like my voice. I used to be very, very self-conscious about it, actually. I never understood the concept of crypto. Yeah. The drawing is looking good. Also, I love your VTuber. She's so cute. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I was born dumb, so I won't be able to draw as well. We were all born dumb. We were all born as infants. Infants are dumb as hell. We were all born dumb. But whether or not you remain dumb is a decision up to you, So I won't be able to draw as well as I can't comprehend stuff. I do try though. Probably will be working on my McDonald's all my life. Not with that mentality, You have to know, like, for example, like I couldn't afford college education and stuff like that. So I spent a lot of time reading books. And so my advice to you is read books on topics you feel especially dumb in, If you feel like you can't connect to other humans as effectively, read books on connecting to other humans. For example, one of the best books you could probably read for your career, as in, social networking and communicating with others, is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Carnegie? Let me verify real quick if that's the right book. Hold on. I have it in my library. I recommend everybody, this is your required reading, read this book. Yes, Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And he talks about, Dale Carnegie was a very, very successful businessman back in, I don't know, whatever year, the 20s or something like that. And he didn't really have any talents of his own, but he was really good at communicating with people and talking to people and getting people to like him. And so he was able to take those people, they were willing to help him because they liked him so much. And he became like a gazillionaire, essentially. and had a very, very successful business. And that's really, really what it comes down to. Sorry, KOs, that was my archive work account. I used to get things done, but I'm still here, apparently. Okay, that's fine. I'm a little confused, but that's fine. I'm on the first page, Jeff Jefferson. Good. Well, yeah, fire when the atomics are, or the habits are atomic. Exactly. Just the minty. Oh god, the always be better mentality really burnt me out time. Yeah, it's not for the weak. Me personally, I'm a very, very strong-willed person. But yeah, like that mentality isn't for everyone. I am a person who likes to really push myself, essentially to my limits. And yeah, it does burn me out. So everyone also, that's also another thing. Is like you can't compare yourself, like even to me, for example. Because I've always been like, for example, like good at stamina and stuff like that. So I can draw for long periods of times. Because I can draw for long periods of times, I can make good progression on my business and my artwork. So yeah, it's like, you know, you must always learn your limits. But I know, for example, like I don't feel comfortable right now. If I were to do a live stream where I was playing like a game or something, like some VTubers do, where it's like they play video games and they just give the commentary. Because I'm like, I don't know if I have enough like mental stamina to be able to maintain an audience with my video game commentary. You know what I mean? So I don't do it right now because I don't feel too comfortable. But what I am good at doing is drawing and doing things for long periods of time. So that's why I'm doing this. But yeah, for me, I've been always a very, very self-motivated person. I'm like, oh, I can always work harder, you know, that type of thing. But some people, you know, don't really react well to that type of stimulus, if you will. You're a really good motivational speaker. Well, oh, thanks, Jeff Jefferson. I think it's because I'm a very motivated person, you know, but it's a mindset. A lot of people think that I just so happen to be like born with motivation, but I've had to force this mindset onto me. I've had to force myself to be motivational. Lag. I got the lag, but I already left. Yay, friends. Welcome, Sophia Perry. Oh, wait. I already saw you earlier. I said welcome, sorry. Infants only want milk. Exactly. We're all born dumb. Whether or not you choose to maintain and be dumb is up to you, really. Again, like I always talk about this, but I know a lot of people think college is the only indicator of educational success. I've done everything in my life without college education. I've continued to educate myself. And it's tough to put yourself in a position where you're like, I know I'm not very good at this, so I need to force myself to learn it. Because it's uncomfortable, you know what I mean? It's very, very uncomfortable. But it's very beneficial. And it helps you a lot. I gotta get a sip of water. Hold on. Was that the book Charles Mason used to get good at making coats? Or is it some other ones? I don't know. A lot of it has to do with psychology. So, I mean, if you want to get better at controlling people, you know, read psychology books too. I mean, human nature is a very repetitive thing. Believe it or not. So I would not be surprised. Stamina? Yeah, I have really good stamina to like do things for very long periods of time. Skizzy. Hello, Skizzy. Welcome. I remember you bought my Oyatsuya and KO's a Charm at Anime NYC. I appreciate that. Congrats on the debut. Thank you. You were always so kind when you came up to me. I was like, oh. Be my motivational coach. As long as you turn to my streams, I'll give you guys as much motivation as you want. I'll pay you with my Monopoly money. That's fine. I'll take Monopoly money. Money is money. Public speaking is a skill, after all. Absolutely. It really is. And that's why I've always, and again, not to toot my own horn, but I've always been very, very effective at communication. But it is something I've had to build up myself. You know. Sorry, I had to reboot the PC. It froze. Oh, that's fine. I got to go down. Thanks for stopping by, Ray. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, you need to sleep. And we're staying up. You gotta stay healthy. Bye-bye. Bye to the people leaving. Yeah, I once played Genshin for 36 hours straight. Oh, no. Jeff Jefferson, okay, now I have a book for when I decide to make my cult. Exactly. You know, you never know when you're gonna need a cult, really. Humans are like fish. There are many species, but each one have many different traits. Yeah. How much does motivational cost? It's a really good question. I don't know how much motivation costs. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good on this little tubular thing. All right, so we got this one going up here, and then this one's going to need to go up there. Okay. I think motivational costs your ego. I think that's what it costs. If you are willing to suspend your ego, which a lot of humans are not willing to do, you'll become motivated. Because once you realize you have the world ahead of you, life becomes so much better and you will become more motivated. But you have to understand that, you know, you don't know everything, but you're willing to learn as much as you can, you know? I think that's what motivation costs. Is being understand that, like, I'm not a perfect person, but I'm going to strive my best to try and become my ideal person at the minimum. I like to think I'm pretty okay at communication, but the only problem is that I can end up rambling a lot. Yeah, I mean, if you listen, like, I'm always rambling. You know? And that's why, you know, it's like there's a time and place. Like, for example, I'm on a drawing live stream, so I'm like, I can ramble. So at least it, you know, buys the dead air. I become motivated, but it disappears when tired. Yeah, well, you have to have ample rest. Like, you know, humans do have to have certain needs that have to be met in order to function properly. And a lot of people, myself included, have like a little sleep, because of my, little silly behavior problems. I have very, very bad trouble sleeping, and, I can notice it immediately in my performance, when I don't sleep properly. The sleep is so important. I say as I literally got up this morning at 3:30 and then went to the gym for an hour. And now I'm planning on drawing until 8 today. Can I do it? Can I draw until 8 o'clock today? What is that? How many hours? I've been streaming for an hour and a half. I'm not good at math. You know, but, I'll sleep one day. No loading screen when you read my comment. Oh, that's so weird. Oh no, mother disapproves of my pro gaming skills. I feel as though, you know, tomorrow, there might be something you could do a little bit more, effective with your time. Not to say that there's nothing wrong with playing video games, but if you want to be a VTuber, you know, if you put 36 hours into your VTubing stuff, I think that'd make you very happy. Not to give the implication that you can only be happy when you're doing work, though. But I feel like Genshin is kind of like a passing fad. But you know, now I'm drawing what I'm listening to. That's awesome, Sophia. We're drawing together. Drawing club. Welcome back, Jefferson. Tomoyo, I didn't lag. That was your Wi-Fi. Okay, that's good. Like, I think, like, so far, I'm not seeing the disconnecting at the minimum. You know what I mean? So I kept getting that, the other day. And I will become a Karen, guys. I will only become a Karen, which I do become a Karen sometimes, only when I'm paying for a service and a company says they're going to provide that service and they don't provide my stores. So, excuse me, they don't provide that service. And then that to me is them trying to steal from me. I take that very personally. Because how are you going to take my money and say you're going to give me a service, but then you don't give me that service? We're going to handle some of the streets. So, but I think everything's going pretty good. Within $200 for an internet for it to die while I'm yapping? No, thank you. That is illegal. You will be dealt with. Cox Internet. This is a warning. I gotta get some water. What were some items that got taken down from your shop that you wish you still had in stock? I mean, I don't really. If I get like a copyright infringement thing, I don't really care. So I'm not like, oh, I wish I could still sell that. I wish I could have it. Because I don't really have an emotional attachment to, you know, these kinds of things. And especially when it comes to, like, as long as I can sell my, like, Miku-related stuff and Vocaloid stuff, I'm totally fine. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's just like, I can't sell it. I'm not going to cry. I'll just draw something else to replace its spot. No, like, it's like I'm dumb. Been drawing all my life and still suck at drawing. PewDiePie is smart and draws. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Because I had a huge increase of my drawing mental capabilities, so I know what to draw and whatever. When I was turning 25 from 28, like I had a huge skill increase, and that only came with age. You know what I mean? So you have to understand, like, a lot of times, like, that's what I find so funny is when, you know, people who are under the age of 25 compare themselves to the skills of people who are over the age of 25. Like, you can't, like, physically, you cannot have that same comparison. I mean, sometimes, yes, very rarely. If you're 19, yeah. You're a child, my dear. You are a child. PewDiePie is a grown man with a fully developed brain who's been a fully developed brain for, what, how old is he? Like 39 or something? I don't know, 30? 38? I don't know. I don't know how old he is. He's had a fully developed brain, which is at the age of 25 is when your brain on average develops fully. It can develop from 24 to 28 is like the average, but the average is 25, the age. Your brain will be fully developed and you'll process information so completely different than what you do right now. So you are definitely not dumb. You are just not old enough. And that is a scientific fact. That's why I always find it really funny. I guess when I say the word funny, by the way, I mean it as in funny as very interesting, not in a funny like, haha, loser, you know. But a lot of people, a lot of young children desire the physical traits of some grown women. So say like the whole BBL physique, for example, and because some women do have it naturally, but your pelvis as a woman does not stop growing until the age of 30. So you'll compare your body to a 30-year-old woman who genetically or biologically has a different bone structure than you could even imagine to have at such a young age. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you physically cannot compare your body at say like 18, 19, 16, whatever age, to a 30-year-old woman because her physical structure has changed in a way that yours hasn't reached yet. So yeah, definitely you're not dumb, you're just young. That's all it is. Again, I have become in my own, you know, observing of my mental capacity, the way I process information. Even in the last year, from 27 to 28, I've noticed exponential growth where I'm like so much smarter, and I was an idiot when I was 25 and 26. So you're definitely not dumb. I sure your Wi-Fi is trying the best. I'm working on my model, okay, and I also think I'm gonna rig my model myself since art fascinates me. Okay, yeah, that sounds fun. You're lying. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you're talking to me, Brock, or someone else. I don't think it's being a Karen. I think that's reasonable. Yeah. But I'll get a little stern with these people because, like, yeah, like, exactly. If you're accepting my money under the guise of a certain circumstances and you don't provide that circumstance, we're gonna beef in the streets. You know? Did you have to remove a lot? No, as far as like copyright takedown stuff like that, no. Like, I'd say like maybe like over my life, like maybe like, I don't know, 5 or 6 charms really. It was like nothing to me. Like the copyright holder didn't want me selling their illustrations. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Wait a minute. Okay. This needs to go right here. Okay. And I respect that. You know what I mean? It doesn't bother me. 1,000-year-old. Yeah. I'm like 400 years old, actually. So that's why I'm able to see things so much differently from when I was 19. Also, PewDiePie is a millionaire. He has a lot of free time and stuff. Yeah, that's also another thing. When you become more financially stable, you can sit here and learn from the best. You know? And he could be drawing like 20 hours a day and we don't even know. And the average person working a 9 to 5, you know, maybe has like, what, 30 minutes to draw each day? So comparison, as always, is the thief of joy. And you gotta try not to compare yourself to others as much. Joking is 21. Funny, interesting. Yeah. Also, man, take it easy. Different people have different ways of learning and different rates of learning. Don't give up, man. Exactly. Hi, friend. You have Discord? I'm going to be making a Discord soon. I realize it's actually a very useful tool. So I think I'm going to be working on that on Monday. I'm 17 and I'm the smartest person in the world. Jeff Jefferson, you and me both. We're both the smartest people in the world. I like that mentality. You create digital artwork and keep them saves? Of course. So when you sell, you can keep the artwork. Yeah. Isn't he dad now? Yeah, I think PewDiePie has a wife and children. I don't know if it's multiple children, actually. Let's take this and make this a little bit bigger. No, let's make that smaller. Fun fact, I didn't even ask a lot, but a lot of people call me auntie. It's funny. Always funny when people call you nicknames. You're like, okay, I guess this is sticking. Like Stella started the whole hag thing, and I was like, that's actually really, really funny. I guess I'm a hag now. I love the duality of this comment section, getting from all philosophical and sophisticated conversations to just silly and doing fun. Yeah. That's like kind of environment I like, you know what I mean? I like talking about these types of things. I'm sad when I sell my car, guns, and motorcycles. Hashtag my art. I'm a little confused, Brock. Rasputin, thanks for the bricks. I appreciate that. Hello, Koba. How are you doing today? I'm drawing. I'm glad it worked out for him unlike other YouTubers. Yeah. He was very, very, a humble man most of the time. And I think that, it kind of manifested in his success in a way. Because he seems like he didn't let all this stuff, because, like, I think a lot of people, you know, the success gets to their head. And, you know, they think they become a person that's better than others. And although you could technically justify that in a way, I guess if you really, really thought about it. But being more nicer to other people is a way more effective way to share life with other humans. I know some people who act like they get some money and then it goes straight to their head and suddenly they act like they're better than everyone else. And I think that's very intellectually lazy behavior. Alright. Let's get rid of this sketch because I'm losing... Oh, it's not even a sketch. What is this? Oh, it is a sketch. Okay. Let's see. Should I make this completely separate? It's a good question. Okay, you are the smartest. Okay, well, Jefferson, you're the second smartest. Okay. My art style doesn't even have detailed eyes, so I feel like my model isn't as cool as yours. Well then look at a reference of a model art style you really like and try and emulate that. You know, that's my, my best. Oh, I messed up. LOL. I was like, this is not lining up. This is supposed to go like this, and then this one goes right here. Oh, buddy. Good lord. Give me a second. Alright, we're gonna turn the car around. I like to do both things. Funny, haha, the serious, and like, yeah. I like using both, funny for both. It keeps people guessing. They're like, am I laughing at this right now, or am I taking it seriously? Okay, this goes down the middle. I just got confused. Let's see. That's how I got my brand of usernames. I talked a lot about theology and philosophy in college, and classmates snidely call me Rasputin. It's been downhill since. That's really funny. Did you know today's Noam Chomsky's birthday? I saw his name trending, and I almost had a heart attack. It's like, the guy's like 80. I was like, no, there's no way he passed away. But nope, today's just his birthday. He did a lot of charity streams for people in poverty. PewDiePie, maybe? That's really good. You know, that type of humility, because it's like, after a while, like, when you get a lot of money and resources, it's like, what can you really do with all of it? Like, you can become such a good person if you share that with others. It's like, that's what I've always liked, is when, you know, kind of like share your success with other people. Because, like, I don't know, like, you know, wouldn't you want to be the friend who has, like, access to a bunch of resources and you can take care of your friends more easily? Like, that would be such a cool feeling. I have to take pictures of my art because when it's sold, it's gone. Oh, okay, so you're a traditional artist. Tomoyo simple eyes are really cool. Yeah, exactly. Depending on how you draw them, they can be very effective. Because remember, everyone's art style is different. Like, my VTuber is really, really simple compared to some VTubers. And it's kind of funny because, like, mine looks really, really detailed. But some of them have, like, 6 levels of shading, and I think I only have, like, 4. I like philosophical subjects. Honestly, delving into such discussions can be beneficial to someone who needs it. Yeah, I think definitely, we, as a society, I think the idea of a philosopher is misconstrued, where everyone thinks it's just like some guy in like a cave somewhere thinking, you know, and thinking about nothing. I wish people would kind of see philosophy for something more useful, and it became a more encouraged topic. That looks really bad. Good lordy. Let's see. I'm not liking that at all. SpaghettiOs. And personal lifetime, you're always growing, not physically, but mentally as well. Yeah, like I've noticed, like I've mentally changed so much, and I'm so happy. My frame of thought is so much more healthier now than when I was like, say, I don't know, 16. Alina, I meant not to say that he's bad, but a lot of people sometimes donate to charity just to shield to criticism. I mean, that's a fair argument, but at the same time, like if it's the people that are being helped and he could have easily not done that, I can't really complain about that. And that's very valid because some people donate to like be like, okay, now you can't say anything about me because I'm a good guy. But at the same time, like the bigger point and the bigger message here is to help people. And if he's helping people, how could I criticize that? Because he's probably helped more people than I've even been able to help. You know what I mean? That's just my perspective, but I know exactly what you're talking about, how some people just do it to make them look good. Like a lot of big corporations or whatever. Alright, this is gonna have to do. I gotta get sip water. Santa Claus's tomb has been unearthed. Big day for me. Big day for Santa Claus lovers in chat. It's good to hear. Jeff, do you have an email to share my whip model? Most VTubers models have the Genshin Impact syndrome. Once you zoom in, you notice all the little details in your hands already start shivering. Yeah, some of them are really, really detailed. I can tell you're really pretty in person. Who are you talking to, Brock? A very funny statement. Alright, we kinda lost the plot here with some of my original. But we identified the mistake and we fixed it. That's all that matters. I gotta get rid of this though. Yeah. Let me see. I was not paying proper attention. Erase you. Whoops. I'll put you there. Because, yeah, she's supposed to be in the middle. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I think Mr. Pie, Mr. Pie. Let's start referring to Mr. Yeah, Mr. Pie is a pretty okay guy. He did some pretty effed up stuff, but now he's chilled out. Yeah, and it's like, I think, people, you know, will make mistakes in life, and the only thing you can do is atone for those mistakes and learn and become better. And so I do hate this idea that a lot of people don't want anybody to ever change. And I wonder if it's almost like I don't want to say an insecurity, but it's like the first word that comes to mind where you're like, okay, well now I have a chance to tear this guy down. He should never be able to succeed now because I don't want him to succeed. You know what I mean? But if he became a better person, that's how we should live life. Everyone should have a chance to become a better person. You know? Or at least that's the type of environment we should foster. Because otherwise, you know, people will make a small mistake and then end up just hurting themselves. Either to a point of no return, or they never become a good person. And we always know we want people to become better people. You know what I mean? Hello, I'm tuning in. Welcome back, Clizzy. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, KO Mama is a hag, but we love her for that. Exactly. Because again, when it comes with age, you get educated, and I was like, I'll take it. Everyone's afraid. I'm afraid of getting older. I'll take it. You know how much easier it is to draw and communicate now? Thinking about KO as a Discord server makes me tremble with excitement. More people to send pictures of the white man. Aww. Yeah, pet server would be really cute. I have a really cute cat as well. KO-sama is our favorite old lady. Yeah, exactly. I'm everyone's mom. I'll adopt everybody. Everyone, no matter how old you are in a chat, are my child. Older than me? Wrong. You're my child. If only I was allowed to Discord. Yeah. I don't really know what to say about that, because like for me personally, you know, you're of age to have a Discord. But I mean, I guess if you're under your parents' rule right now, really have a not much of a option there. The Discord can be very good. I mean, maybe if your parents vet the situation, just put your parents on stream and I'll talk to them. Like, hey, I'm an artist. I foster a very creative and positive environment that tries to encourage other artists to create more and people to be motivated and work on self-education. Yeah, let me talk to your parents. Could you imagine? I'll talk to your parents for you. Put them on stream. Oh, that'd be so funny. Yeah, being like Ero from Avatar Last Bender. Yeah. Or just her children, she just teaches. Exactly. Welcome to class. Who's gonna be the line leader? Managing a Discord server surely takes a lot. At least a small moderation team since you're pretty active on the platforms. Yeah, so what I actually have an assistant, and I'm gonna be, he's been my assistant for a while now, but part-time. And I'm gonna be hiring him full-time. And so we gotta put him to work. We gotta think of things for him to do, guys. I think managing a Discord server will be the first step. The initiation, if you will. I gotta teach him a lot of stuff, though. He's not really an internet person. So hopefully I can teach him how to make clips and stuff like that for my channel. I'm not sure, can you teach an old dog new tricks? I'm not sure. We're about to find out. Might make my 13th email to talk to Kale, or to talk to Toyo. How many emails? I have a bunch of emails too, actually. Hold on. My parents are asleep. My dad works graveyard. My mom stays up late with my dad. Wow. I used to work night shifts and it was really, really bad for my circadian rhythm. So I definitely, don't do that. That would be the first requirement I explain to my parents what a VTuber is. Yeah, Rasputin, I'll talk to your parents too. Talk to anybody's parents. I'm the type of person. I remember Stella was saying that they were having troubles with like a Dunkin' order. I was like, just give me their number. I'll call them for you. I think Stella lives like across the country. I'll still call their Dunkin'. I'll talk to them. Changing a person is not something that happens quickly. Much like a seed, it takes time to grow. Yeah, and I agree completely. And that's why I'm always trying to be relatively gentle with people. Because yeah, sometimes like, if you grew up in a different environment, you're gonna have a different mindset, then that could, not be as healthy. So I think we have to handle everyone pretty delicately. At a minimum, until you kind of get an idea of what they're capable of. You can teach an old dog new tricks. I had a 9-year-old German Shepherd and I taught him to sit and roll over a treat. That's really cute. I like German Shepherds out of all the breeds of dogs. Let's add a little bit right here. He works 4 p.m. to 5 a.m. Oh, like a mid-shift. That sucks. I used to do that on the, sometimes in the aircraft profession I had. It was a lot of fun when you're working with planes. Because at night, things are a lot more confusing. And it's like, we've had planes like go down it was really funny. We called it the rogue plane. But one time a new aircraft that wasn't familiar with our airfield had to land. And they were going down the taxiway the wrong way. Which is super dangerous. But thankfully it was at night, so it's like, it wasn't really a hazard. But it was the funniest thing ever. We had to go run out to the flight line where this aircraft is taxiing and get them to stop because they were lost. But again, thankfully it was at night, so they didn't cause any harm. I'm so eepy. It's 4:25 p.m. I just want to lay down and take a big nap. Take a big nap, Don't deny yourself, proper sleep and nutrition. German Shepherds are my favorite. They're just too cute. Yeah, they really, really are. All right, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'm gonna run a little ad, and then I will be our. I've returned, and I also put in some nasal spray. So, yeah, my nose is so stuffy for no reason. No naps for me. All right, you don't want to ruin your sleeping schedule. That's fair. I got an ad. Let's go. Yeah, I only try to run ads whenever I use the restroom because I feel like it's better than looking at my dead model. Her tag wags. Yeah, my little tag, my little tail. I mean. Let's see. I have something out for delivery. Let's see what it is. What is that? Hold on. Let me see. Labels. Labels for orders. That's what I have out for delivery. I use a label printer for my orders. I skip my ad instantly. Now I'm bored. Yeah, sorry about that. A Shopee ad. Oh, I remember Shopee. Remember Wish? Wish got obliterated by Temu. That was really fun when Wish was around. All right. Let us continue. I gotta make sure I put eye drops in today. Or should I try? Hold on. Maybe this a little bit. I like the white though. I'll just lower my screen. There we go. Did that lower the screen on the computer too? No, that stays the same. Okay. Okay. That should be good. Okay, hold on. I gotta sniff, sorry. Alright, sorry guys, no snot ASMR. Pie ad blocker ad pie ad pocker block. What? That's interesting. Funny enough, no one knows Temu here in Brazil. It's either Shopee or AliExpress. Yeah, AliExpress is very, very popular too. Alright guys, we're doing good on this little Miku. Okay. Whoopsie, that doesn't look that good. I just gave her a seizure for my comment. Miku Miku Nishite Ageru. It's a really old song. I don't really hear people talk about that song anymore. You heckin' love AliExpress? That's good, I think. It's good to love anything. Alright. Oh god, I gotta blow my nose again. Or sniff. Oh lordy. Who needs curse words when there's frick and hecking? I love those. I love like, what the flip? I always love those. What the flip? I was like, oh, Skittles. Makes you sound like I'm an elementary kindergartner teacher. Oh, Skittles. Let's see. Let's take this and let's distort it a little bit. Warp it a little bit. And we'll see how that works. Oh, Skittles, yeah. It's more fun because like everybody can use profanity, but it's funnier when you use those like weird censor words. Okay, not bad. We're doing something here. The only problem I think is I need to get a Yeah, that's what I thought. Let me squeeze this over here and push it up a little bit. Because I also have to do some on the other side. Jinkies. Oh, I also like a happens to Betsy. Especially as like a hag. Oh, happens to Betsy. I remember my 6th grade teacher would get upset when someone said a flip because it was implying. Ugh, that's fun. I mean, that's fair, but like, what else are you supposed to say? Oh, crackers. Oh, graham crackers. Alright, this is just gonna have to... Alright, I'm just gonna have to squeeze this in here and hope it looks okay. Let's do a smaller one. Yellow. For the F word, all you need is just fluff. I like flip. I'm like, what the flip? Or frick. Frick's a good one. What the flip? Sweet mother of pearl. Yeah, I like the SpongeBob ones too. I love a lot of SpongeBob ones where it's like, oh, brother. I love that one a lot. This guy stinks. Okay, that's gonna have to do. I'm trying my best here. We'll do a little bit of this right here. And a tiny bit more right here. Let's do that. What the duck? I had a friend who had a very hardcore evangelical family, so when he wanted to say things, he'd say stuff equivalent to hot dog. Hot dog. Reminds me of like the awooga when you see something like attractive. Cuss words aren't allowed in my household. Yeah, that's fair. You can be effective without them, really. There's really no need for them. Especially when you can come up with like silly little things to say instead. I use them sometimes if I'm really upset. I try not to though. Because I really don't like the way I sound when I say them. I'm like, oh, I'm a pretty masculine person, but this is a little too masculine for me. Dolphin noises, yeah. You rootin' tootin' scoundrel. Jeff Jeffingson. Alright, that's gonna have to do. That's gonna have to do, my dears. Oh, I guess I could... Erase this. I make cat noises that confuse my sister. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like that's something very reasonably to get confused about. I was one of those warrior cat kids, unfortunately. And up until like middle school, I hissed at people. There's nothing better than like a mad hiss at somebody. I loved warrior cats. My IRL name is my YouTube name. When my IRL name is Scar, Simp, or Tomoyo is the question. I think your birth name on your certificate. It's probably Scar Simp if I were to guess. Scar Simp 101. Okay. Let's take that, merge down. See now the real question, this is what this, so this like little dress thing over her is like transparent. So I might have to keep it separate from the under layer. You see how there's a layer under here? Because let me think for a second. Because otherwise it looks kind of really, really messy until I clean it up. Let me see. Can I separate this layer? It'll be really, really hard. I just straight up scream. I mean, yeah, it's effective, I think. Okay. Maybe it'd be easier. Let's see. Because, like, you see how, like, crazy this looks as far as line art? But I guess if I erase some of the interior, let me see what this looks like, kind of. I'll just erase it. I don't really... I'll duplicate it, that way in case, like, I need to refer back to it. After it's been erased, I'll have a saved copy. Okay, now we gotta be really, really careful as to not accidentally mess up. I had such a nice time at the gym today. I like exercising. Let's see, I'm gonna erase that. Erase this. She's a cute little flower. Like cat girls, not in a sexual way. I don't think anyone assumed you meant that in a sexual way. You can like things, and just because you like something doesn't mean it's sexual in nature. Bro, I don't draw females anymore because my friends would always say some sexual crap. Yeah, they sound very immature then. And so that is your decision to pursue a friendship with those types of people that are incredibly immature. Remember, anytime, you know, you can rid the problem. Because I do not surround myself, personally, I do not surround myself with immature people. So it only affects me mentally, because like if I change myself to fit their immature mentality, I do not grow as a person, nor do I grow in the way I think I should be growing. Let's see. Now, we gotta save a copy of this, because now I gotta erase some of this, because her hand comes in front. I get to drawing. Yeah, that's the same thing. I'm very big on the, like, for example, like, I think maybe it is because I draw and kind of like, in that aspect. I'm like, these are all just lines. But again, some people get really, really attached to fictional things. I think of cat girls like cats with extra steps. Yeah, that's definitely valid. Wait, my message is not showing. I see I like men. I think that's your last message. That's pretty good so far. Man, it is almost Christmas. And I'll be live streaming like any other day. I want to do something special for Christmas, I'm not gonna lie. I can't think of anything. Oh, you know what I'll do? Maybe I'll do like a hand cam stream and build like a gingerbread house or something. I have no patience for anything that's... If it's not like my hyper goals, like the goals that I'm really fixated on, and whatever I'm doing is not contributing to that goal, I have no patience for it. So I don't even know if I'd have the patience to build a gingerbread. But I think that'd be kind of fun. I think I can control myself for just a little bit. European 1984. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would just space it out then. I don't think you can send your email in chat. I don't know, though. Because, like, I don't know. It feels like YouTube would try and stop that. I'm not sure if you watched Blue Lock, but I just got done drawing Nagi after he schooled to go. I read a little bit of Blue Lock, and I kind of liked it. It reminded me of, Squid Games. But for, soccer. I thought that was interesting. Just say the name, which email provider, not the actual email in full. Like, my email is blah, 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 using Gmail. There you go. I gotta sniff again. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Alright, now we start. I'll actually keep this unattached for now. That way I can fixate on this dress thingy a little bit better. Now this should be right on here. Wait, what? I don't get it. I think they mean Jeff chat. Maybe Jeff.chat, maybe? Oh. No dots. Okay, so Jeff chat at gmail.com, maybe? I don't know. Okay. But yeah, what I'm planning for Anime Expo is I'm gonna see if there's a way I can, as a VTuber, be the cash register person at my booth. So I can take people's orders. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a way where I can take an order, technically, like, from here at my house in Vegas, and send that order over to my little store thingy at Anime Expo. And that way I could do like like I can talk to people live as a VTuber, but also be the cash register. Like you know what I mean? The cash register person. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think I'll be able to pull it off. Oh, let's see. It's funny because my nose is so stuffed, I'm just sitting here mouth breathing. Do you like My Hero Academia? I didn't really, I tried to get into it. I just never really big a shonen. Funny enough, again, like some of my favorite anime, I guess, technically is shonen. I just was never really big into there's like a specific type, like, you know, like series where it follows a bunch of characters' journey to something. I've never been a big fan of that. I know a lot of people do because it's very easy to like add like headcanons, I think, and like imagine yourself in the school too. And like, you know, with your quirks. I think that's why like Harry Potter was so popular, because people could like imagine themselves at Harry Potter and be like, oh, well, I'd be in the, I don't know, Gryffindor cup or whatever hat, whatever that thingy is. So funny enough, I think that's why those types of things are so popular. But I was never really big into that. So I never really got into My Hero Academia. I do like the artwork though. It's really, really pretty. And Toga is very, very cute. Anyway, Kayuza, I'm vegetarian. That's awesome. That's really cool. Make sure you're processing enough iron in your body, because you might become anemic. This is what happened to me, and that sucked. Oh, I didn't take my iron supplements today, actually. Whoops. I'll take them later. I like Katsuki, maybe because he's a jerk. Is that Katsuki Bakugo? And the only reason why I know that is because people use his character AI voice chat thing, and they'll have him call, like, Domino's Pizza on TikTok. And I think that's so fascinating to watch, because he'll talk to a real person. And he'll be like, sighs loudly. Let me repeat my name. It's like the funny thing is like the character says the action. Keizo Madame do you like Weezer? Weezer, like that Beverly Hills guy? That's the only thing I know him as, is the Beverly Hills song. Which I was a bop whenever I was a kid. I was like, yeah, maybe I like him. I have anemia since before I have vegetarian. Man, that sucks. Yeah, anemia sucks. It starts to like kind of weigh on you. And it's a very unhealthy long term. So try if you can get that under control as soon as possible. So it can lead to long-term heart damage and fatigue problems. You like the Pokemon? Do I like Pokemon? I like Leafeon. Leafeon's my favorite Pokemon. But the games to me, and again, like, I think again, like, I'm just not a very big video gamer. It's like, I'd like to find a game that I enjoy, but that's very, very hard. The games are just so tiring. Like, you have to collect all of them. And I don't have to. And what I used to do is just get a bunch of EVs and fight. And then that got a little boring. You know, I think again, like, once I just kind of change my directive, this looks really bad right here. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we're going to take this. Oh, God. Take this and put this more right here. So we have more of a gap. I like Lucario. Lucario is my second favorite Pokemon. I really, really... Is that Lucario? Yeah. I really wanted that giant plushie of him. They made like a life-size Lucario plushie. And I wanted it so badly. But I'm like, can I justify spending like $400 on this thing? Probably. I look just like Buddy Holly. I have no who Buddy Holly is. No idea. Yeah, for a long time, my art style was heavily made to look like My Hero Academia art style, but now my art style is more of my own, which I think how most artists start out. Yeah, that's really, really good. I really don't like it, me personally. I really don't like it when artists like try their best to like look like someone else. It's like you have all the creativity and the freedom in the world to make whatever it is you want to make as far as art. Like, why are you trying to look like someone else? You know what I mean? It's the same way it's like, you know, like when people have like fashion senses, I find it very strange when some people... I'm just going to compress this damn layer, I'm not going to lie. When rather than, you know, developing your own style and your own personality, some people want to look identical to celebrities. I find that level of skinwalking also very weird. So it's just the idea of like, you know, you could... Oh God, I kind of lost myself right here. It needs to go more this way. So thus... Oh no, give me a second. No, okay. I'm totally lost. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, we're fixing this one. Okay. The fact that people want to look identical to celebrities is mad creepy and skinwalky. And it's like, at any point in time when you have freedom and creativity to be literally anything, you know, you want to put your mind towards, why would you want to, emulate someone else, you know? That's my opinion on that. Mine is Vaporeon. Yeah, Vaporeon was really, really cute. I think I liked my favorite when I was a kid was Jolteon. I always loved the Eevee little guys. There we go. Big Buff Bluey. That's Weezer lyrics from one of their songs that became a meme a while ago. Oh, I see. I came to the living room and both the white man and the child followed me. Oh, the babies. Cats are very cute. I wonder where my cat is. Around here somewhere. Wowie, says Deku fan. Does this make any coherent sense? I do not think so. This, that, this. I'll make it look a little bit better. My favorite pocket monster is Porygon. That's fair. Porygon was very, very cute. I saw a really cute plushie of him recently and I was like, oh, I kind of like that. I also liked it when they made him like the circular, smooth version. I thought that was really cute. Alright. Let's try this. Like, I still am thinking about that gingerbread thing, like building a gingerbread on stream, but I don't even know if I have the mental capacity. My cat is laying in bed with me. Also, I hope I'm not being too bothersome. No, of course not. Like, to me? Are you talking to me? Why would you be bothersome, silly Billy? I love kitties. My favorite ESB is Espeon. Espeon's a good choice. I like Umbreon though. Let's see. We have a pixel kind of going straight here, right here. Get rid of that. We gotta clear that up some more. Porygon Z, one of them. Oh yeah, it got like real goofy looking. I think maybe the Porygon 2 is probably like the really one where it's like he's all wonky. It looks like he's been like ungenerated. Wobbuffet is your favorite? Now the real question is, who am I going to draw after this Miku? Maybe I'll start doing the old Vocaloids like I said I was going to do. I need to do a new Naru. Naru needs more love. Or Mesmerizer Miku's. I feel like that might be over and done with though. Purple and cool are the two words to describe Espeon. Yeah. I'd agree. Click 6. I recently got myself an iPad to draw and I was surprised how lightweight it is. It is so nice. I love iPads so much. It is so lightweight, so easy to carry, and I have the it's mad expensive. It's not even a little expensive, it's mad expensive, but I have the Magic Keyboard for mine. It's so nice when I'm working on stuff on the go. You just connect it so easily. Okay, this is gonna have to do. Okay. God, I'm telling you, this design is wild. Just like a lot, like look, when you put all this stuff together, oh, I gotta erase it now. Darn. Have you drawn Blackrock Shooter? I've drawn Blackrock Shooter 3 times actually. Oops, let me save that. I drew an OVA version. Oh, no, I drew her 4 times actually. One that looked like she was holding her cannon. And that made it into a pin and a sticker. I never drew the back of her. And then an exhaustible Blackrock Shooter. And then the Innocent Soul manga Blackrock Shooter is what I drew. Remember you said about Mako fans? The fans are doing just fine, actually. They're on life support. I don't believe it. Mako fans are on life support. There's like 4 of them left. I think that looks okay. Oh, that's gonna be thickened anyway. It doesn't really matter. I wouldn't draw anything designed by Channel because he seems to really like drawing Miku in school for his not safe for works. I think it's really weird considering he's Miku's age too. I grew up in the generation where Miku was a blank canvas and the age was just a suggestion range for her marketing. And I truly believe that Miku can be anything you want because she is a instrument. So, although I'm not a very big fan of somehow like some of the ways other people depict Miku, I believe Krypton Future Media has always supported and encouraged that kind of creativity, level of creativity. And so, yeah. Channel's animations are insane though. He does really, really good animation. I know like the younger generation, when they kind of got introduced to Miku via Project Sekai, they kind of see her as more of a high schooler because that series was taken in the, what's it called? The, a high school environment. And that's kind of like why, like, again, like, it's kind of why I don't like that because I don't really see the Vocaloids as, like, high schoolers. And so I've never really been a big fan. Like I said, I used to play it for the game itself, but I never really liked all the, I don't know, drama. Yeah, I was able to get it Pro M4. Yeah, that's the one I have, actually. Miku doesn't have a can age. It depends. I will say the official creator, which is Watt on his account, he even identified at one point that Miku, technically, it was valid if you called her 32, because if she came out in 2007, and at the time that he made that tweet, she would be 32. And he was all like, oh, I think that's funny because I feel like I'm closer to Miku now because Miku's closer to my age. So it's like even he verified at one point that, you know, Miku could be 32. You know, so everyone really sees Miku as a separate entity. And not to mention, like, there are different Mikus. Like, at any time you can create, like, Miku's not the same character. Like, I think Project Sakai tried to kind of elaborate on that by making different Mikus. Like, Empty Sakai Miku is different from the, I don't know, what is the Circus Miku called in that game? You know what I mean? So they're all different versions of Miku. And technically, the Append Miku was created back in 2000, I want to say 9. And she was marketed as a more mature version of Miku. And certainly, you can't just gain maturity 1 year above your current age, which was 16 at the time. So there's no way she could have just been 17 and changed her whole voice bank and became mature. So she has to, at a minimum, be above 18. But again, that's why there's different Mikus. You know, everyone gets their own little Miku. And gets to do whatever they want with her. And that's what makes Vocaloid so much fun. Because you can do whatever with this character. Like, for example, there was a figure that came out of Miku recently. That's like that Miku Witch figure. And to me, personally, this is nothing like Miku. But some people like to see her as a witch, you know? And that's a valid Miku. She was drawn in school. I don't care if she's an adult. It's weird to draw not safe for works of schools. I mean, what do you mean she was drawn in a school? She was drawn back in 2007, and that was not in Project Sakai. Yeah, I don't think many people know the girl in Rabbit Hole is Miku. I mean, it's a Miku. Like, for example, for that argument, have you guys seen Blue Planet by Deco? Miku is quite literally in her 70s there, and she looks like an old lady. And that's still a valid Miku. Because Miku can be anything. So you can do anything you want with her. I'm working on drawing a King Von right now. King Von. That kind of sounds familiar, actually. I really like, one of my favorite rappers is Aesop Rock. He's a little bit underground. Miku is 32. I mean, technically, like, literally the creator confirmed it at one point in a tweet. And I thought that was so funny. Like, everyone's upset that Miku does her taxes. No, okay, it was Tomoyo means that channel do not safe for work of a high school Miku. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's where it always comes down to, where it's like I don't really pay attention to the what people do with drawings, you know what I mean? I guess if he wants to draw it that way, I mean, I'm not gonna do anything about it, you know what I mean? I think sets a bad precedence when we, like, decide what's right and wrong to draw. You know, if I don't like that type of content, I just block the person. Man, this Miku is taking me forever. Wait, I think she's 33. Yeah, I think when Watt made that post, it was last year. Maybe Miku might be 33 now. Have you ever listened to NF? Is he that rapper who was like real angry? I think I have, actually. Man, that was way back in the day I used to listen to him. Okay, I was getting out of the Mikus. Do you know how the book House of Leaves? No, but it sounds really familiar. Mio, I just think it's gross to draw a girl in school is not safe for work. I don't care if it's a drawing or not. School shouldn't be a sexual thing. I mean, I guess. Alright, I gotta draw this line down the middle. But who's forcing you to look at it? I mean, see, that's kind of like the mentality I have. Like, I can't control people on the internet. So why don't you just block those types of people that you don't like? You know what I mean? House of Leaves is the book where the house grows and is a thick boy and it's dense and hard to read. A thick. My favorite color is red and I'm not a Brit. Okay. I just worry it'll dent someone's reputation if they draw something, a guy who draws that kind of stuff design. I mean, that's in your, you know, opinion. And I appreciate you looking out for me. But I've always, like, I think, like, for me personally, again, want to set the standard that I don't care about fictional things because I believe, honestly, it's a waste of time to care about, I don't know, policing what you can and cannot draw. But I appreciate you looking out for me. Like, I just, in every sense of the word, like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to care. You know what I mean? Like, if he wants to draw that, like, for example, I like a lot of Deco's music. I really do. And I know he talks on, give me a second, I need some water. More sensitive topics. Or rather, adult-rated topics. And then since I'm an adult, I relate to those topics. But not everybody likes that type of stuff. But I also know I'm an adult. And if it ever makes me uncomfortable, I can just stop listening to his music. And in the same way, because I believe, me personally, when you set the standard of what shouldn't be drawn or talked about in a fictional in a fictional setting, you kind of have to hold that standard for everything. And the people who have the time to sit here and decide what is legal in fiction, I think, I don't know, I just don't have the time for that. I know Krypton Future Media, the company, has always said Miku can be whatever you want. And, you know, whatever. That's really all I really care about. I don't really care about anything else. But I know to a lot of people, it means a lot to them. These characters mean a lot to them, and they take them as real entities and real people. But again, that's why I always say, if you don't like to see it, just block them. You know? It really is a waste of time trying to police anyone over works of fiction. Yeah, because it's like, where's the standard drawn? Because, like, you know, obviously, for example, like, murder is illegal. Like, so should we, you know, policy those who enjoy Danganronpa? It's like, no, I think you should have I think fiction should always be a safe space for creativity. And again, like, there are some fictional, you know, situations that, based on my own circumstantial situations, I do not want to see. And I do not want to experience. And it bothers me on a personal level. But I do not go out of my way to make that everyone's problem. You know what I mean? And not to say people who are vocal about it make it their problem, but it's just like, you can only really ever focus on yourself. So why bother use any mental capacity to think of like a you know, to try and policy it, if that makes any sense. That's just my opinion. You summarized it best, Kaysa. Thank you. I don't know. I know like a hot topic right now, for example, is when people will draw characters of different races. And I personally find that totally fine. You know, like people will draw a character and it's not an originally black character and they'll make them black. I think that's perfectly fine. You know, if you want to imagine a world where that character is black, go at it. You know, draw that. Who am I to sit here and say no because the character, you know what I mean? So it's like you just get into this whole like, you know, obsessive of what's allowed, what's not allowed, that type of thing. Like I drew Pinkie Pie. I drew Pinkie Pie like 3 times technically. I drew a white version and then I drew a black version. Because some people like to see Pinkie Pie as black. And I think the idea of Pinkie Pie being a little black girl is the cutest thing ever. Which I don't think technically she's a girl because I think the ponies are adults. But, so I drew her a white version and I drew a black version. And some people lost their mind. But I drew black Pinkie Pie. Like, she's not black, she's Amish. That was the biggest. Which, sure, I guess. But it's like, this is fiction, you know? And if you didn't like my black one, I drew a white one. You know what I mean? I like that type of creativity. I will always promote human creativity. Because fiction, I personally don't believe, if you're of a certain IQ, doesn't really do anything. However, I have been considering in my head, because like a lot of people have the argument whether or not fiction affects reality. And that's a very, I think that's a very subjective statement. And I think personally, I think my answer to it would be, it depends on your IQ. I could see if somebody was a very uneducated person, they could see a fictional setting and be like, I want to emulate that in real life. You know what I mean? So I know a lot of people have the sentiment to promote artistic creativity by saying fiction does not affect reality. And although I agree with that as someone who can recognize it's a fictional setting, I'm not sure everybody could recognize that it's a fictional setting. So my final statement is fiction does not affect reality if you are of a certain IQ. But that's really all I can come up with, you know what I mean? I remember when Danganronpa traumatized a few people with the game's anime series. Yeah, I mean, it's not my thing. Like me personally, I don't really like the whole horror stuff. And I did see like some of the execution themes and I was like, dear God, like this is gruesome. And so what did I do? I don't interact with Danganronpa. I don't think there'll ever be a point in time where you can policy what other people do with your free time or levels of creativity. So you just gotta block them. Like I've seen some really disturbing stuff on Twitter that made me quite literally almost nauseous. As far as what topic they were talking about. And I immediately blocked that person. And I don't feel comfortable again with certain content. So I blocked them. That, I believe, is the most mature way to handle anything you don't like. Create an echo chamber. I guess I bought her. To me, people can draw what they want, and if I don't like it, just don't look at it and expect the same process. Exactly. You know? Exactly. I found it so funny. And it didn't bother me. Because again, like, I really, as I've gotten older, have stopped caring about what other people think about me. There are gonna be people who like me, and there's gonna be people who don't like me. And there's gonna be people who agree with me when I say I believe in artistic creativity. And there's gonna be people who disagree with me. And that's very, very much fine. I have never been a person to value fictional things as something to be taken seriously. It's just make-believe. But other people have grown up in an environment where fictional settings and fictional characters are very much a part of their daily life. And so I can understand that. Like, I know sometimes people get upset, like I said, like when people like race swap characters. I think it's fine for everyone to race swap any race of character. I want to see what you think a a white character looks like in a black setting. I want to see that. You know, so I promote creativity. And if I don't like it, no block you. There are things you can control and there's things you can't control in this world. And once you realize there are some things you can't control, letting go of those things that bother you so much will set you free. On the path to enlightenment, if you will. I just had a PTSD attack. Tomoyo, I haven't been able to keep up with your chats though, but please understand, you know, you have to take care of you, and if something is bothering you, you should step away from the conversation at hand. I'm fine now. I'm sorry I disappeared for a second. Alright. But still, if at any time something gets uncomfortable with you, you know, close the screen. Like, leave. You know what I mean? You have to... You're the only one who knows you, and you're the only one who can take care of you, you know? Like, for example, the other day on stream, a kind of topic was brought up that is very, very... I don't want to say triggering for me, because I don't like that word, but that's quite literally what it was. And I just kind of froze. And I'm like, oh, I didn't expect this to bother me like it did. But you know, I understood that I could continue the conversation. And I recovered. But there's no harm in stopping and taking a break from the conversation, or leaving the screen, or leaving the environment that is stressing you out. You know? Or you're the only one who can take care of you, and you're the only one who knows what bothers you. You know what I mean? So, take good care of yourself. It's hard to predict what effect media will have. It's the message of finding Nemo discourages from keeping tropical fish. That's what I'm saying. It's like, and that's kind of where it's like the argument, you know, people use that as an argument of like fiction does affect reality. But again, like the only people who I would think that would actually like try and do foolish things like that, that can, you know, actually harm the environment, are low IQ individuals. So I think, again, my final statement is, if you are educated, fiction does not affect reality. If you are uneducated or low IQ, it could affect reality. You know what I mean? Like if some kid watches a show and thinks it's okay to treat other people, you know, poorly, you know, that could actually have an effect on them. I think. Well, from what I understand. I do kind of think it's weird when people draw black characters as white, but it's because usually done to make people mad. Yeah, and we have to know the intention. I know what you mean. But that's where, again, where it's like, even if I disagree with that, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, for example, like there's it was obviously a very provocative fan art where someone drew Black Panther as white. And, you know, it's like kind of like the intention was to do harm. And I don't really agree with that. But again, that's why I just block those types of people. You know what I mean? But if I say, you know, you can't do it one way, but you could do it the other way, that's like favoritism to one group of people over the other. And I don't think that's a very fair nor appropriate way to see life. You know what I mean? But I don't want to go. Also, what topic did I say? If I did, I'm sorry. Huh. I don't want to go. I mean, you don't have to go, Tomoyo. Is what I'm saying, though. Is like, if, like, for example, if you feel, you know, you're being overwhelmed at any circumstance, you know, you have to make sure. Oh, you know what's so funny? I drew that little flower on her thigh, but it's actually on this dress that I'm working on right now. But I'm saying, like, at any time, you just, like I said, I wasn't paying attention to the conversation. But if you have, like, a PTSD attack, you know, you need to focus on yourself. And you don't really, you shouldn't be focusing on chat if you did have a PTSD attack. Is what I was trying to say. I'm not kicking you out or anything. Of course not. You know, I just want you to make sure you take care of yourself first. Because, you know, your well-being is very, very important. Whoops. I think she means, like, leave the stream, but more like if something's bothering you, you should step away from it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. But yeah, you know, like, there are things that even bother me. And, you know, just based on my, experience history, there's a specific, sometimes kind of topic I do not like to, expose myself to. And so I don't, but I'm not gonna, because I know I can't control the people from talking about it, and they have every right to talk about it, but I don't like talking about it, so I leave the situation. So that's what I was kind of trying to say here. I've seen a creator make a Black Naruto series and it's genuinely funny. Yeah! Like, yeah. And it's like, I like, because it's like, it takes a lot of creativity, because like, yeah, of course you can just, oh, I gotta cough. Of course you can just like blacken the skin of a character, or it's like you can add like braids and dreads and stuff like that, and I think that like level of like creativity is cool. Uh-oh, looks at my plan to get a Wanderer tattoo in my room full of cover and Wander March. I guess I'm low Q. I mean, that's not necessarily, I mean, it's like if you take it seriously, like, I can't even really use an example because I don't really know the Wanderer character that much. But it's like, if you're a bad guy, excuse me, if Wander was a bad guy or killed someone in the game, would you not like him? Again, I don't even know anything about Wanderer, because I thought he was a bad guy, but I don't know, like, what level bad guy he was. I feel like the only fiction that actually affects me is real life and sports anime. That's interesting. And tomorrow, if I remember correctly, you're very, very young. So. Whoops. I'll be okay, KO. Just a brief message triggered me and I'm fine. I have my comfort plushie. That's good. Like I said, you know, I care about you. So as long as you're, you know, taking care of yourself first. I like watching your streams because I've seen a whole lot of different opinions on things from you and chat, and it's fascinating. Yeah, I really do like talking about other people's opinions, you know, and stuff like that. And I really would like to create an environment. Oh god, my cat. The door is open! Come on in. My cat's meowing at the door and pushing it open. Oh god. Drama. I put on a noise filter, so I don't think you guys can hear anymore. Wait. I'm on the stream. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know, can you guys hear it all? Screaming. You've gotten fed today. Oh, no, you can hear her. Oh, God, I thought I put a noise filter to... What? Drama. Yeah, and I think, like, if we are more effective with our opinions, and, you know, not increasingly attacking people, I think, you know, society will eventually get better. Because I think on the internet, like, people think opinions are right and wrong. And that's a very, at the minimum, a very wrong way of thinking. Because perhaps the people that think your opinion is wrong just haven't had the same experiences that you've had to justify the reason why you think your opinion is wrong or right. You know what I mean? Quit. I'm finally back. Welcome back, Millie Moody. The door is open. Oh, she pushed it with her whole body. Now the entire door is open. Quit. Good gosh. It's good that we can hear her. I mean, if you guys like her. She gets annoying sometimes. So she'll do this. She'll like wake up at like 4:30 and meow at me like this. She's very, very cute though. Very friendly. No, my opinion's always right. Yeah, that's true. But I feel like in order to create a better environment on the internet, we have to create a place where we can talk. You are not sitting in my lap. Stop it. Where we can communicate better. You know what I mean? I'd like to see things from other points of view. And I like to see people to see things from my point of view. Quit. Oh my god. She likes to sit in my lap and then it gets like so hot because she's so hot when she sits in my lap. You are not. She's very, very cute though. My daughter, my child. Oh, welcome. How are you doing, by the way? My tail looks amazing. I call it my boo-boo keys because it keeps Chad sticking around. King Pinna. I remember you said it one time. You're like, it's pronounced Pinna. I was like, oh, I gotta remember that. This is my model rigger, by the way, guys. King Pinna. Quit it. My cat also likes to scratch at my blankets and stuff. Let the kitty draw. Can you imagine? By the way, Wanderer has killed millions, but he's good now. Tomoyo. I didn't know he's killed millions of people. That's hilarious. Sorry I missed the debut. I was overseas. That's totally fine. Like, everyone has, you know, things that they were doing and taking care of. It's like, it's totally fine. And that's what I like about YouTube. Is like, you can always go back and, like, you know, watch it technically. But yeah, I'm totally fine with that. I almost died though. I was so stressed. Like, my first stream, I did my first stream and my heart was like beating so hard. I gave myself a migraine and I had to stop like the first like 3 minutes to go get 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. Dude, this stuff was scary. Yeah, King Pinna rigged my model. Yeah. She did a fantastic job. And I think, are you still doing the debut in like January, King Pinna? She'll be doing her re-debut soon. I guess depends on what you mean by soon, I guess. But I love her new model design. It's so pretty. The tail took 1 million years. Yeah, I know. God, I felt like I was beating the shit out of you. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry. Like whoosh. Like I feel so bad. Again. I felt so bad. But it turns out so nice. Hope it for February. Okay. I shall be there. Yeah, VTube is a lot of fun. I'm actually really enjoying it. It keeps me focused because like I get like attention span problems. Your Majesty, you did a great job with the rigging. Professionals have standards, yeah. The colors of my model look very nice, very satisfying. Thank you. Maybe that was to me. I'm not sure. You need to make a tutorial. The secrets. Yeah, this is why I like to draw while streaming. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Keeps me focused. Can you quit it though, kitty? Okay, what do we have here? Oh, Lord. What's my favorite topic to talk about? I like to talk about a lot of philosophy and psychology. I think it's fun because I like to think about things. And a lot of things that I think about, I don't even have the answers to, you know? But maybe if I keep thinking about them and one day come across the answer. Let's see. Oh god, I gotta erase all this underneath. Here we go. Wanderer only killed adults. He left children and elders alone. But Tomoyo, the problem with that is that those adults were once children too. And who am I to say one child at a certain age is not a child and a child? You know what I mean? Like those adults were children too. Those adults were you know, probably parents. They had loved ones. I didn't know Wanderer was a mass murderer. I gotta have some water. Oh yeah, I love your color palette so much. I'm a big color fan. And seeing your colors just make my brain become a serotonin factory. Thank you. I really like bright colors too. Tomoyo, I didn't know he was a mass murderer. Wise words from my uncle. He actually said this at 2 a.m. Chalky milk made the pain go away. Chocolate milk was fantastic. I used to drink too much of it as a kid. Tomoyo, but he's good now. Okay. Tomoyo. And he was being traumatized and manipulated into the killing. Okay, but he still was a bad guy. You see what I'm saying though? It's like, you know, like if we were to take, you know, this kind of silly conversation seriously, it's like You know, for all, it's all, you know, obviously it's fictional. If Scaramouche wants to be a mass murderer, I guess let him. But that's what I kind of mean, is that, like, you know, once we sit here and be like, you know, talk about the silliness of it being real or fake, it just is, we go nowhere with that, you know what I mean? Since depending on the age, the child has no hopes or dreams where the adult has. Exactly. You know, the adult may have had goals that they're going towards, you know? Yeah. Technically, Tomoyo, you're an adult, so he could have slaughtered you, and, you know, that wouldn't have been a good thing. Even though you're not a child. Oh wait, you said he spared women, though. I think maybe you said that? Okay. At least he's a gentleman. BRB made myself thirsty. I'm gonna go make none other than chocolate milk. Sounds like a great idea. I agree with your uncle. He doesn't hurt anyone unless they hurt him or his adopted mom now. Okay. So you're saying he's a changed man. That's good. I cannot ever be against changing yourself for the better. Even if you want a little bit of murder happiness past. Alright, I think I got all of those little guys taken care of. Good lordy, good lordy, good lordy. We are making progress, everybody. Yeah, look at this. Yes, that's why I prefer the blue version. Yes, but technically the purple version and the blue version are one of the same. But yeah, I'm glad you and Scaramouche have a very happy marriage now. With 2 children. I'm glad you guys have you know, reunited. I really hate milk, chocolate milk. Yeah, it's hit or miss. Like I like the Fairlife milk, and I find that really, really good as far as quality of milk. Okay, look at this dress so far. Goodness. And we're let me check where we're at right now. I gotta add those little flakes, but we're almost doing good on that. The art's so detailed. Yeah, it's taking forever. You see this? This is supposed to be an allegedly chibi. Steven Universe and changing is good. I like that. I'll start using that from now on. Back my chocolate milk. Not technically, he erased his past self-existence, so technically he was never evil. Scaramouche is Scaramouche. He was a bad guy, now he's a good guy. That's all that matters. It's bussin' for real. I mean, he can't erase the people that he killed. And who killed those last people? Scaramouche. Okay. Let's add these little flakes, I guess. Ooh, this was hard. Erase this again. Or lower this. Oh god, I was so focused on the chat. I'm really just seeing the image now. It's so good. What? Thank you. I think we're looking really, really good so far. My uncle don't cap for real. This stuff making the pain go away. On God? Let's see. Let's see. It's gonna have to do. Oops, it's a little wonky. Sometimes if it's wonky, I'll... Oopsie, let it be wonky. Oh, he has a pet dragon now in game. Okay. How are you, as a married couple, how are you, dealing with a new, dragon family member? A little ugly. But it'll have to do. Mad ugly. Catching KOs up on the Wanderer Lord. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess he has a dragon now. I love Durin. Oh, isn't that the little dragon you'd fight? Hmm. That's, fascinating. One time I had a bag of chips in class, my teacher pulled that. Hold on. You got enough to share with the class? I just said even if I did, I wouldn't. I got a cough. We had vending machines in our school, and I don't know if that was the healthiest thing. I'd buy those giant honey buns. What were they called? The big Texases? All the time. Probably like twice a day. And those things were like 400 calories a piece. It's a little ugly. Let's make it a little bit smaller so I don't realize how ugly it is. Mother K was just like, yeah, I have like a constant like I just like allergies. For whatever reason. It's like chronic. Like I was kind of talking about it, the whole how I had like surgery in my nose. So it's just like a chronic like nasal sickness, I guess you could call it. Okay, it could be better, but we're gonna go with this, guys. And sometimes my liner's too thin, I just double it and then like merge it down. Our kids also love Durin too. I'm glad to hear that, Scar Simp. That your two children with Wanderer enjoy the dragon. Okay, let's add a little bit, I had a cough again. I used to buy Powerade because they did not have Gatorade. I think Powerade's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Kayla, are you an alcoholic drinker? I've drinking alcohol maybe 5 times in my life. So no. I've been like real anemic, so like when it'd hit me like obliterately hard. And I got to a point where I think, alcohol poisoning. And I was like, I'm never doing this again. And I really haven't since. Like recently, like a couple months ago or a month ago, I tried like vodka bears because I was like, I will say I'm afraid to drink because I don't like the feeling of like not having control of your body. And so like, but I also don't like being afraid of things. So I've been trying to like kind of force myself to drink that way I can get over fear. But it's not for me. It's like sometimes like I try to be strong of silly things and I'm like, I don't really need to be wasting my time trying to drink alcohol. I hope you feel better soon. I'll pray for you. Thank you, Clizix. I really appreciate that. It's kind of chronic. It's been going on for like 8 years now. This whole sinus stuff, but you know, maybe one day. I think it's called chronic bronchitis. Mixture with some asthma, so it like kind of like it's just like a respiratory nonsense. I want to draw our whole family together, but I'm bad at drawing kids. My posing app has no child bases. I'd love to see a family photo from you guys one day. My old high school didn't have vending machines until I got out of university. They have in every building except for one building. Yeah, vending machines are wild. Starting from next month, I'll be able to legally drink. I have no interest in those since my father was an alcoholic. Yeah, some people have an inherent ability to be an alcoholic and be addicted to things. Like I kind of have like an addictive gene too, where it's like I just get really, really addicted to things. And so I stay the heck away from them. You know what I mean? And alcohol does nothing but mess up your like gut biome to where you can't digest food properly. And that's why people get a beer gut, is because it like breaks down in your body and it turns into visceral fat not subcutaneous fat. Subcutaneous fat is fat that you can grab. Like say if you have like a belly, you can kind of flop around. But if you've noticed, like for beer bellies, they're really solid. That means it's visceral fat and it's stuck in between the organs. And that is the most dangerous fat you can have on your body. And alcohol only contributes to that and makes proper digestion, I think like 70% worse. So it's just not good for your health, you know? Don't get me wrong, like let loose every now and then, you know, if you want to get shit faced, go ahead. But understand there will be consequences at any time. I did that one time and I like passed out and outside, I don't know, what would you call like a smoke pit? I'm gonna have a joke toggle where I hold the KO as a plushie in my model. That'd be really cute. I think that'd be really cute. Broniquis is a nice word and has a nice sound. I don't know what that means. I was watching Adrian Harding, his whole message is stay sober, and that's literally his merch. Yeah. You know, some people have a really negative, it's just like, it's one of those things you can live without, you know what I mean? And I think like, depending on where you live, like there's better alternatives. And for me personally, I'm just too mentally neurotic. I got a cough again. I'm like too mentally neurotic to handle things that can increase my dopamine levels. And that's also another thing that people don't understand about is like people who have a high level of dopamine by birth, as in they're more likely to, you know, develop schizophrenia down the road. Blech. Things like alcohol contribute to those higher levels of dopamine, which is really bad for your brain, your body. And it can have really, really bad effects on you. You know what I mean? A bronchitis. That's actually really funny. Yeah, it's like a chronic bronchitis. I love the occasional info dump. That's what I'm here for. I could go into details about how people don't really understand dopamine in the brain and how damaging it can be. But once you get an idea of dopamine and how it works, you'll understand a lot about mental illness, because like a lot of bipolar and schizophrenia is just a, from what we know scientifically right now, is just a like too much dopamine in the brain. And so that's why people can become schizophrenic, is because like if you have a high level of dopamine, like for example when you take certain, I don't know if, can I say drugs? Like I don't know if YouTube will censor that. It messes with your dopamine levels, and that's how you can become schizophrenic from taking too many you know, D words. But a lot of people don't know that. They think schizophrenia is just something you're born with or whatever. But no, even small things like, you know, different types of alcohol and cannabis and whatever can increase your dopamine, which can increase your levels of schizophrenia. And I have a naturally high level of dopamine, just what I was born with. And so I have to stay away from those types of substances that can take my dopamine to levels I don't want to reach. You know what I mean? I want so many toggles. How am I going to rig this? Yeah, it took me 2 years to get my model completely done. I have a gazillion toggles. Look at this so far. Now we got to work on, oh my God, she has like, it's only getting worse, guys. Every time I'm drawing this more and more, I'm like, oh God, there's even more. Look at her so far. I think we're doing pretty good. I don't know if you already looked at it, KOs, but I still have not, sorry, I still have not checked it. I'm sorry. Like I have like, you know, lab stuff that I'm like finishing up, and I have to manage my assistant. That's what I'm going to do a Discord. That way people can send me stuff way easier. I just get a lot of emails, like business related stuff. So it's hard to like check all, you know, all messages. My mom's home. Woohoo. Yay. Welcome her home. I have ADHD and I hate seeing people online faking it for views because it ain't nothing like they be doing. Yeah. I notice that a lot with like, BPD and stuff like that. Like a lot of people will act like, again, like I'm a big advocate of like, I don't think of, you know, fiction is a big reflection of reality, blah, blah, blah. People can do whatever they want with fiction. But I, like, again, like there's some topics that I don't particularly like. And one of them is the Needy Streamer Overdose game. It really encouraged, unintentionally, not by obviously by design or anything, people to act like mental illness is a quirky trait that, you know, should be kind of fetishized in a way. And I personally cannot stand that. So that's why I don't really deal with Needy Streamer overdose stuff. But what's also funny is I don't really take it personally at the same time. So there might be a day I draw the characters because I mean, at the end of the day, like it's an all fictional thing. You know what I mean? I don't really care that much. But I don't like how that series made mental illness kind of like a quirky little fun trait that all the funny girls have, you know? All the cool girls go to the psych ward. Like, have you ever been to a psych ward? It's not very cool. Let's see. Now we gotta solidify these darn pigtails because I gotta draw them. It's really cute, by the way. Thank you. But I can't have Discord mode. Yeah. Like I said, you're gonna have to talk to your parents about that. I can't, unfortunately, override your parents' rule. Okay, I might have to just try drawing this completely again. Let's try it. Okay. I heard it affects girls differently. I was studying that. I want to find out what causes that. ADHD? Is that what you're talking about? Are you doing Discord already? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a Discord soon. I just have to have time to set it up. I realize, I think, because it'd be way easier to do certain things. So I'd like to do it. I think a Discord's a good idea, actually. Oops. You sure love that games, but not for that reason. Yeah, and it's like, that's another thing. It's like, you know, for me personally, I've had a lot of psychological problems, mental problems, whatever you want to call it, and it's not necessarily the way the game handles it, because some of this stuff is pretty accurate the way the game handles it, but people took it as like a desirable character trait, and I would see usually younger girls emulating this behavior, and I didn't find that a very good thing on society, if that makes any sense. It's one of those things where it's just like, I don't even know how to really explain it. But I don't, you know, it's like, but again, like at the same time, like again, like I just don't have, I have an aversion to it, but it's like, I don't take it that seriously. You know what I mean? Because some people like it just because the art's pretty. I think the characters are very, very well designed. I like anything that has twin tails. You know, so I do like that, what, K Angel character? But a lot of people, you know, people are like, oh, you know, guys would be like, oh, I'm looking for a girl just like this. And it's like, you've never been in a relationship with a girl like this. It's absolutely hell for all parties involved. I personally don't think white rooms are cool. Yeah, and it's like, it's the new phenomenon to, like back in the day, like when alt girls were like cool. Now it's, mentally ill girls are now the cool, trendy thing to have. And I'm like, that is insane. It's one of those, my culture's not your costume situations. But, you know, I say that in jest. Like, I don't. It's like, for me personally, I do see people fake mental illness. And I think the worst part about it is when they, like, if you're gonna fake it, at least be like, look up how it really works and be accurate about it. You know, you could probably fake successfully, but when you're faking a mental illness and being so wrong about it, like that's where it's like it really bothers me. You know what I mean? Like, why would you want to fake these kinds of things? But again, because like certain tropes on the internet and groups of people have made it seem like it's a desirable trait to have. And I don't know. I do not know. Viper Biter, welcome back, Viper Biter. Appreciate you stopping by today. I think we're finally getting these twin tails under control. You mean why I like it by not by those reasons? The idolization of illnesses is so weird. Yeah, it's mad weird. And again, what's really weird, and I understand it in like jest, and that's the thing. It's like you can't really. That's why, like, again, like the only thing you can do is just protect your like mental health, like your environment. But I know sometimes people say it in jest, you know, like joking around, and I think that's fine. I think you should be able to joke about anything. There's some people who take this really weird. Oh, look at that! I think I finally got the way I want this to look. Some people take it a little too seriously. Like, I don't know. I've seen like cosplayers go to psych wards because it's a cute aesthetic photo. And that infuriates me. But again, I can't control the people. I can only protect my well-being and kind of express to the best of my ability why I personally don't find that a good thing. Or something that should be taken lightly. It's so cutesy and demure and depressed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so it's funny again, like I wouldn't like again, like I don't ever. If I only care about the designs of characters, so it's like I don't ever really, you know, I'd want to draw those characters. And to some people, it's like, you know, it's they relate to the character. So who am I to say like you're wrong for relating or liking this character? Because also I don't want to attract those types of people who are like, this character is just like me. And it's just like a very young person who doesn't understand how mental illness really ruins your life and ruins your relationships, you know? Like there's a reason why mental illness is such a bad thing. And it's not like ever gonna probably be accepted by society. You know? I think bleh. Okay. It sucks when they're like, I want a yandere girlfriend, so I'm depressed and claiming. No, trust me, you don't. Oh my god. Well, first of all, that's why I stay away from relationships. Me personally, is because I get to that level of psycho, and it destroys every single relationship I've ever, you know, gone through. So it's like, and it's not healthy, and it's like it turns me into a point of psychosis, like where I'm going insane, and so I stay away from those types of things, and it sucks because like, you know. Everybody wants a, you know, a good relationship or whatever, but sometimes that's just not in the cards, at least not for me. But I've also, funny enough, I got someone who had that kind of like obsession with me. And it was the worst and the most exhausting thing ever for having the quote unquote obsessed, you know, girlfriend. It is so exhausting. It is so tiring. And it's like, it sucks because it's like they start to put their self-worth into you. And it's like, I can't, dude, I can barely control myself. Like, I can't, you know, control you too. So it's like, yeah, it's like, I like, you know, the idea of having someone so obsessed with you that they're in love with you. It's like, it's good in theory, but in actuality, it sucks. It really does. Well, I think the BPD idealization comes from people liking the idea of a partner who's completely attached to you. Yeah, and I think that says a lot by society's confidence level, where I believe if you're a truly confident person, and if somebody rejects you or somebody stops loving you or whatever, you can just move on. But it's like a lot of people have that insecurity, you know, that makes them want someone who's obsessed with you. And it was funny because like, again, like I was going through this person's obsession with me, and I was like, man, if I was some big guy who like loved women who were obsessed with me, I'd be having a field day right now. But I'm like, I'm not that type of person. You know what I mean? How tall are you? Oh, you're 5'8". Wow, you're really tall. I'm 5'3". I mean, I guess a lot of people are saying that they like a girl like Ame or joking if they're not. Good luck for them. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and some people, I will say some people are really into it. There's some people who are into it in like a fetish size kind of way. And I guess if they treat the partner correctly, I guess like what can you do about that? But then there are some who have just the patience to understand that you know, you're gonna have to deal with someone who's mentally ill, and they have the patience to actually help you in a good way. So it's like it all depends on the person. I hate it when my partner is completely attached to me. Yeah, it's exhausting. It's like suffocating. By the way, KO stream on 2 ago Soya said their name is pronounced Soya. Okay, I'll try my best. I have to go, Mother Kaoza. Oh, bye, Click6. I appreciate you coming by. Everyone does deserve love, though, so if someone's able to make it happen, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I mean, like, say you fetishize these type of mental illnesses, but you treat the person with respect. It's like, can I really complain about that? I don't think I can. You know what I mean? I'm unfortunately one of those super clingy girls. I try to push all those feelings into fictional characters to protect my friends. Yeah, you know, and see, like, things like that help you cope. And, but I know exactly what you mean. But the only way that I've seen that help my personal BPD is working on my self-confidence. Because, you know, if somebody hurts you, especially like if you get into a relationship with a narcissist, God, if you have BPD and like you like, oh my God, it is so bad if you're in a relationship or around someone who's a narcissist, because like they love the attention. So they love that you give them attention, but they don't really care about you. They only care about the attention. So they don't care about your well-being at all. And that's the worst combo you can ever be in. But yeah, the thing that's always helped me kind of escape that is working on my self-confidence. Understanding, you know what? This person is literally killing me. This person is like driving me to like, want to jump off a cliff. And so I worked on focusing on growing myself and growing my, the things I'm strong at, you know what I mean? And it gave me confidence where I'm like, you know what? I'm out of this person's league. I know that sounds self-confident, or excuse me, that sounds, cocky or whatever, but, at a time and a point, you can get out of someone's league, you know what I mean? And whatever helps self-preservation, whatever you have to say to yourself to help get you out of a toxic environment, that's what I implore. Oh God, that happened to me. Then I broke up with them and they got a boyfriend after like 2 days after a month. Yeah, a lot of times the thing is like, from what I've experienced like the BPD love attachment multiple times where the person has obviously deep BPD and they become attached to me. And I don't even really call it love anymore because it stems from such a deep insecurity where if you're not communicating with them, I think these twin tails look great, guys. Well, now that I'm looking at the screen, I'm like, let me see, hold on. Let me see my reference. I see so clearly now how insecure these people are. And it's not really a love because the times that these people have become like quote unquote obsessed with me, I've never shown them any sort of sign of love and reciprocation. You know what I mean? So I know this is not a love. This is like a limerence. And if you don't know what limerence is and you have BPD, you have to look it up. It's basically when you become like obsessed with a person and you start to value your entire self-worth on that individual. And it becomes so toxic and like physically harm you. So there's some books and stuff you can read to get out of that. But yeah, when people are limerent for you, it is so exhausting because they value you so much because you usually have traits that they are missing or they don't have. And they almost want to like cling on to you to see if those traits rub off on them. You know what I mean? And that is such a, it's rather sad because it's like the fact that they think, the things that they're missing can, be easily transferred to them. That concept is kind of sad, but, once you start to like reject the person or move on, like they take that as like their self-worth has been lost and they, react sometimes insane. Oh God, not this again. All right, let me try, I'll switch you to the pencil real quick. Let me see what this one's at. Soiha. Oh God, I already forgot. Wait, Chaos, did you date a girl? I mean, technically, like, I would say I'm more into women than men. And the first person I ever fell in love with who reciprocated that feeling, in high school was a woman. So, whatever you do with that information. I've dated a yandere before. That stuff's crazy. It's insane. I'm a very insecure person, so I need a lot of validation. A lot of people find that annoying about me. Yeah, the only way you could really, work on that is to start work on your confidence. Like that's the only answer. If you become confident in yourself, you don't rely on other people to give you that source of validation. Because crowdsourcing your self-worth is very, very unhealthy. So I recommend reading some books on things that can help build your sense of self-worth. BPD NPD combo is insane. It's insane. It's, oh God, if like both parties are gonna end up wanting like to off themselves, like it's insane. The drawing looks great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Star Animations, hey, just joined. Glad to be here. Thank you, Star, for stopping by. The right twin tail, but the shape of the left one is it off. Let's see the left. This one. Funny enough, I like the shape of the left one. Like this is just the sketch. I will shape it a little bit more. OMG, it looks so good so far. You got chat to work. Yeah, shout out to Stella. Stella taught me how to do the little chat thing. You're describing me OMG. Yeah, that's the only way. Like, cause like again, like I've had, so like with BPD doesn't ever really go away and it just like flares up and flares down. So it's like you have to eliminate those people that flare up your BPD, even if it's painful. But you have to work on your self-worth. Otherwise, like, you will become, I hate to say this in a mean way, but it's like, I'm just trying to be realistic, but it's like, if you only source your self-validation on others, it will become a burden to them because it takes a lot for them to handle. You know, they have to think of their own self-worth and think of your self-worth, and they have to be extremely careful with whatever it is they're saying because, you know, at any time they could ruin your self-worth. So it becomes a very exhausting relationship for all parties. And the only way you can really do that is to look at yourself, reflect, and see what are those things that I am not self-confident in. You know, if it's your appearance, I mean, sometimes, like, obviously physicality, you can't do a whole lot about, but, like, you know, maybe start exercising, maybe start doing skincare, maybe, like, you know, work on hair. Like, I'm mixed ethnicity, black and white, and so my hair is kind of a little wild sometimes. So it's like I'm always trying to focus on my hair, you know, stuff that helps build my confidence. But you know, working on a skill or something like that builds your confidence, like, you know, is going to be a godsend for you. And then eventually you'll get to a point where, you know, you're so confident, if someone just brushes you off or someone, like, you know, triggers your BPD, you'll be like, all right, well, I don't even need them anyway. You know, you got to do self-preservation. Yeah, that person has BPD. I hope they're doing well. Yeah. I'm straight, but I never dated a man. I've had 3 exes. Okay. I'm more into men into women. Okay. See, that's fair. Besides Wander, of course. To help next time, haha, my name means soy sauce, so same soy. So could I say it like soy? Soya? Soya? Soya. Oh, my mouth. What happened? Okay, there we go. I'm trying. It's hard when your own parents don't give you validation. Yeah, I mean, I've had those similar circumstances too. You have to, that's the thing, is you're looking for validation in other people, and other people will never be able to truly validate you in a healthy way. You shouldn't be looking for your parents to validate you. You know, you should be looking, what makes me happy? Like, for the longest time, you know, my parent wouldn't, you know, support my artwork, or at one point they were like, oh, when are you gonna get a real job? That type of thing. And I realized, like, I'm just gonna ignore them because, like, they're not me. They don't have to live with me every day. They don't have to wake up and look at me in the mirror. So I'm gonna work on my myself. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think this whole double Apple Pencil thing is working. That sucks. Let me just charge my main one. Oh god. Anyway, so it's like you have to, you know, be realistic about the things that make you insecure. You know, there's nothing, everyone's insecure. And what is the only solution that you can provide whenever you're insecure? Working on those insecurities and trying to feel even just a tiny bit less insecure, you know, because everyone truly does have insecurities. But, you know, working on those insecurities will make you way more confident what it is. And it's like, for example, like, I became a very competent artist and business owner, and that, you know, rubbed off onto my, like, you know, my physical activity and my ability to communicate and my ability to talk to other people and stuff like that. So it's like, you have to build your self-confidence, you know, before anything else, and don't look for validation from anyone else. You're only gonna be heartbroken because at some point, like, if you put all your validation in your mom or your dad, and then one day they're in a pissy mood and they say something that harms you, it'll only hurt you. But if you're so confident, you'll just be like, really? Okay, you think that way? All right, well, I'll just show you the opposite, you know, and I will succeed, you know. For example, again, for my, the longest time, my mom was like, oh, you know, that's cool that you're selling your little keychains, but, you can get a real job. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. Now I'm going to work really, really hard to prove her wrong, you know, and I have since done that, you know. So you have to do those types of things. Phrase, hello, welcome. How are you doing today? I'm filibustering for my iPad pencil charging. I tried getting a second pencil, and that didn't work. They don't charge correctly. You're getting ads? That's weird. You shouldn't be. It doesn't say it's, oh, you know, that thing disappeared again. Let me see. No, never mind. It's still there. That's weird then. Yeah, there's chat on the screen now. Yeah, I'm upgrading. I'm pretty happy. But, yeah, I'm doing good. I got a new phone, no more cheap-ass broken old Samsung camera. Congratulations. A new phone's always exciting, you know what I mean? You get to decorate it and pick, like, a new wallpaper and stuff like that. I only got an ad at the beginning. Yeah, it should have been only, like, an ad when you click on the screen. But, yeah, I think if people, you know, really focused more on their own self-confidence. And I notice, like, a lot of people, they do this, like, tribalism kind of thing where it's like, they're not very confident people, so they look for other people online that, you know, have the confidence and stuff that they have, and they become like a tribe in a way. Like, when they stan, like, a really big celebrity, it becomes my celebrity versus your celebrity. I'm like, you guys have nothing better to do. You know what I mean? And that's such an unhealthy way. And it's like usually a lot of like really unhealthy and unconfident people, you know, become obsessed with, I guess, celebrities and stuff like that, from what I've seen personally. I need to work on my self-confidence too. Yeah, it's something you have to work on, you know? Like, there are days where I get insecure. And especially, like, you know, if you have a uterus, you know, there are days where you're more prone to sensitivity to others and stuff like that too. So it's like, you have to understand, like, for example, like, certain times in my cycle or whatever, I'm extremely, extremely sensitive. Like, something will just set me off and I'll be like, boo-hoo, oh, here comes the pity party. And you know what's funny? A fun fact I read was that they said something like 90% of, like 90 to 98% of women before being checked into a psych ward were a day before their period started. And that just really shows, though, how it's like the changing of your emotions from your, you know, cycle is a very real and valid thing. So, you know, but yeah, it's like always working on your self-confidence. You have to work on things that make you feel good, you know. Like, I take a lot of pride in my physical fitness and my exercising ability, and it rubs off into my, you know, ability to run a business, which, unrelated, I just realized, I don't think we've had any stream dropping today. I think I may have fixed the problem, hopefully. You know what I mean? Yep, I like to customize everything on my phone, like the apps. Yeah, it's always so exciting. I'm getting more and more confident in my animations. I want to become an animator really bad. Yeah, that's really good. You know, those types of things, like, you know, accomplishments and whatever, you know, I feel like are what the big motivations are for humans. And I definitely, you know, implore you at all times to work on those things that, work on things that you can do and work on things that, you know, you feel that you lack in. Like, there's certain things that I feel like I lack in, so I read books about them and try to, you know, become a better person. I love traditional paper animation, personally. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Wow, this stupid pencil thing. Well, what can you do? 56% already. We have been streaming, and that's the next thing I want to add to the stream is like how long I've been live. Because I've been live for 3 hours and 37 minutes. Not too bad, not too bad, not too shabby. Hopefully I get some sleep tonight though, that's for sure. But here's our little Miku so far. It'd be cool if I did a little toggle on top of my iPad drawing on stream and put like a pencil so people can see I'm charging. Maybe you could add when someone super chats. Yeah, so that should pop up in the chat actually. Like, I think I have it already where it should pop up on that little chat that's above me right now. I wouldn't say that I'm very confident, but I'm quite chill. My whole model now is take it easy. Yeah, because that's really all you can do. Because like the internet has really over-frazzled and overstimulated people. Because again, like back to what I was saying about the dopamine. Hold on, give me a second. Is high levels of dopamine is associated with let me see if I can draw this out real quick actually. Let me see. High levels of dopamine, I'm using my hand. Is associated. Let me see. How am I gonna draw this? Okay, we have a normal guy. We have a bigger guy because he has a lot of dopamine. And then we have like a huge guy that has a bunch of dopamine. Okay, pretend like I'm just going this as I go. This guy has a lot of dopamine. This guy has a medium level. This guy has a normal amount of dopamine. You know, when you get to a certain level of dopamine up here, this is where you have like schizophrenia. And schizophrenia is positive symptoms of like hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, hearing voices, psychosis where your brain's not processing information, and you become extremely, extremely paranoid, you know? So people who have a higher level of schizophrenia, or excuse me, dopamine in their brain, certain dopamine will push them upwards closer to this area of schizophrenia. And let me see, let me take all these little guys. So if everyone increases their dopamine, the person who has born with more dopamine has a higher chance of getting like schizophrenia. So things that can trigger this high level of dopamine is like social media, addictive behaviors and stuff like that. And it's extremely, extremely damaging. So although you might be a normal person, as you start to get, you know, pushed up more dopamine in your brain, which is like, again, how like a lot of foods are nowadays, a lot of gambling behaviors, a lot of social media and TikToks, you immediately feel good when you have that dopamine. It'll make you more neurotic, you know, because more neurotic symptoms are the things that like are very similar to like schizophrenia. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? That was a terrible explanation. Let's be real. A dopamine. Yeah. But so like, for example, you know, the small guy and the medium guy, I have like a naturally higher level of dopamine in my brain. So although the little guy doesn't reach, you know, as much neuroticism as I do, he still, you know, is getting up there. That was a terrible explanation. But because I have it naturally, I have more higher levels of it. But then like more higher level, like a bigger person, excuse me, a person who has a higher amount of dopamine in their brain, like say a bipolar 1 individual, you know, we can do the same things and it might trigger more of these neurotic symptoms than I do, for example. But all of these little things that we have every single day increase those neurotic symptoms. And it's like, that's why it's like social media is so bad for you. It really, really is. Dopamine. My mom had psychosis. Yeah, it's like for me, I've personally, like I have bipolar 2, and I've had some bad psychoses, but the worst one is like, I think I mentioned it the other day, where it's like I thought I killed a woman, and that was not true. And guys, I've not killed a woman. But in my brain, I thought I did, and that was insane. Teacher KO. That was a terrible explanation. I'll have to do that again better. I'm like trying to do it with my hand. When I'm tired, even slightly, I hallucinate visually. Yeah, that's a very common thing. And high levels of stress increase this neuroticism. You know, that's why certain people, you know, react insanely with stress. Like say if someone has like bipolar 2 or bipolar 1, like I have bipolar 2. Bipolar 1, you know, will skyrocket through the levels of like, you know, dopamine, and then go straight to like, you know, schizophrenic type symptoms, where it's like the paranoia. And that's when they start to think that like other people are coming after them, gang stalking, stuff like that. But I've noticed even like, you know, average people who aren't predispositioned to have higher levels of dopamine are having like, you know, these anxiety things, because it does go to like anxiety, you know, paranoia, you know. So I notice like a lot of people nowadays on the internet have paranoia, and it's like, this is weird for, you know, quote unquote people who are not at a predisposition to have high levels of dopamine in brain to have this level of paranoia. You know what I mean? But again, I think it comes down to a lot of the social media and stuff like that is giving us too much dopamine, where it's like literally frying our brain. So it's like, I personally, because again, like I have higher levels of dopamine like born within me, I can't have too much stimulus and stuff like that, because it'll send me into like psychosis. My dad was diagnosed with schizophrenia when he was on rehab for drugs. Yeah, that's because, and that's why you can develop schizophrenia, because like drugs give you a lot of dopamine, and that's what shoots you through the roof, and you become like, you know, the big guy in that little example, where you're hitting the schizophrenia before everyone else is, you know. And then again, some people are just born with it, and that's why they say like, you know, you're more likely to develop it. Yeah, like I think technically my grandpa had schizophrenia, and my dad also had very high levels of dopamine, and so it's like I have to be very, very careful with myself. But I find it very funny to see, not funny, obviously funny in an interesting way, that a lot of people are like showing like, you know, this type of paranoia symptoms that I don't think is very healthy. I think it's from as a result from social media, because again, the problem with dopamine is it eventually, you know, drives you mad if you have too much of it. I've had psychosis attack before. This is changing my view on how my life was back then. The thing one's learned years later. Yeah, like that's how it all works. And it's like, that's why I'm always like, you know, very careful with like how I treat people on, you know, on the internet, stuff like that. Cause like sometimes people don't understand. Like a lot of people are like, oh, this bipolar, just because they did something and they're bipolar doesn't justify it. I'm like, no, sometimes like, I don't think you understand like how severe bipolar 1, for example, can be on the brain. Like it starts to stimulate your, it's like this specific roadway in your brain where it's like you become very, very sensitive to external stimulus, and you overreact to it. Like you overcorrect yourself to it. So it's like, you know, a tiny little comment, you're like, so this person says like, okay, like, you know, your shirt doesn't look that good today. And you're like, this person secretly hates me. They want me dead. You know, it's like, so, cause it's your brain's overstimulated because you have such a high level dopamine in the brain, which is from your bipolar 1, for example. So although, like I said, you know, by like, it doesn't absolve you of your you know, the things that you've done being bipolar. It explains a lot of it. I think I'm gonna take a stream break because I'm watching the same thing for too long. Makes you so exhausted. That's fair. Take a break, Tomoyo. I'll see you later. Going off social media was the best choice I made in the last 2 days. Yeah, I wish I could do it. I just have to do it because like the whole business stuff. Like, yeah, it's so bad. When I stress, I start bawling so hard I can't even start in the work I'm stressing over. Yeah, like stress will be the thing that, you know, kills you. Like I hope, you know, obviously you don't actually die, but you know what I mean? But it's like, it's insane. And, you know, when you become so stressed, you become like there's this thing that a lot of children actually go through that they're not aware of. It's called toxic stress syndrome. Let me verify that real quick. Where it's when they had such a turbulent child environment, toxic stress syndrome. And it's when you are so like you're so prolonged to like stress when a kid, like say like, you know, parents are fighting, abusive household, etc., that a high level of stress where it's like a normal kid, you know, he has to get a shot from the doctor, he experiences a high level of stress. You're so used to it because you come from a very turbulent childhood home, that level of stress becomes your new normal. So then like you have like anxiety, you know, depression, you know, paranoia at a very, very young age. And it's very, very hard to lower that level of toxic stress unless you're very, very actively trying to lower it. You know what I mean? But that toxic stress, of course, comes along with you when you become an adult. And a lot of these things are, I just got a message. Where is that? Where's my phone? Are damaging to people, but it does explain a lot of people's behavior. The way that, you know, sometimes people are so paranoid, there it is, so paranoid of other people, and they're so paranoid of being perceived on social media. So at the end of the day, as I've always said, it always comes down to your childhood upbringing. Give me a second. It was literally nothing. Winning the schizo race. Yeah, a lot of people online are just a mentally ill person did something bad because their mental illness. How outrageous. Yeah. And I always find it when they're like, again, and that's why I kind of don't like these communities that like fetishize mental illness, because they think a mental illness case looks like someone who's just like, oh, she falls a little too hard in love. Oh, she got angry when you followed another girl on Instagram. When in reality, you know, mental illness is insane, you know, so that's why I don't really like when people kind of, I guess, make light of, excuse me, you know, fetishize mental illness is what I'm trying to say. Oh, I may have had that. What, psychosis? Well, I'm the only one in chat. Hell yeah, chat's mine. Yeah. Sometimes when I go on a long tangent, it's hard to for people to put it in the chat. Oh, what the heck am I keep getting notifications for? Oh. How can you support a person with these types of symptoms or BPD? If you really truly care about the individual, it takes a lot of work. And the best way you can do it is really try and help them work on their self-confidence and assure them. The problem with BPD individual is, oh, okay, the child stress thing. No, it's kind of like the same thing, because like the stressful, like BPD can develop from childhood abuse. And that's the thing, is like, so BPD and bipolar are extremely, okay, BPD and bipolar 2. And this is why I don't like, they call it bipolar, because like, again, like I have bipolar 2. But bipolar 1 and bipolar 2, I have like half the bipolar as a bipolar 1 person does, you know what I mean? So for example, like if I go into a manic episode, I can come down in a couple days, you know, worst case, maybe a week, you know. But if a bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 person goes into a manic episode, it can last for a month. It can last for multiple months. So it's insanely damaging, because like when I'm, for example, in a bipolar manic episode, I can't sleep very well, and I literally can sit here and go and talk and do all this thing and exercise and over exercise, and then I get like 2 hours of sleep and I keep going, and that's very unhealthy for the body. But BPD is very similar to bipolar 2, which is the one I have. And the only difference really from what we have noted so far is that BPD can be developed, and bipolar is usually inherited. Those are pretty much the only differences. So they can be actually treated the same way. So when you start to see someone who has a attachment to you, it's called a favorite person, actually. So if you see a bipolar person, or excuse me, a BPD person get attached to you, you have to reassure them to you know, in a very healthy way. If they're seeking out your reassurance for everything, you have to understand you can't reassure them for everything, because they're starting to develop that attachment onto you where it's like you become their only source of reassurance. It's a very, very delicate thing, but I would definitely look into it. Like, again, like when you become someone's favorite person is what it's called. It's like what they call it is when that person is attached to you. You have to be very, very careful not to hurt the individual. And in my instances, and it's like, again, the thing is when it comes to mental illness is everyone reacts differently. But what I always have helped the person, and it's like, that sounds cruel. And like, but again, like I'm not a psychologist. I'm not their psychologist. I don't know how to approach the situation properly, but I do it to my best ability, is like limit contact with them. Like, you know, limit, like if I notice that they're getting too attached to me to where it's like it's unhealthily affecting them and they're starting to show signs of like they're getting like antsy or itchy when I'm not responding, I'll just kind of like cut contact with that person. And I know that's not the best thing, but a lot of times for me personally, when I've experienced those attachment issues, the best thing that helped for me is like cut contact with that person. Like just no contact, and don't contact that person in any individual like at all, because I'll start to form that very unhealthy attachment again, to them. So that's what that's the only thing I whatever. Okay. I went through childhood abuse and I've developed anxiety for that. It was terrible years until I started taking medication. My dad died. That also helped. So in situations like that, it's like you're going to be at a very higher level of stress and anxiety than the average person. So you, at the bare minimum, do not compare to yourself to the average person. You went through your own circumstances. Not everyone else went through those circumstances, and not everyone else will be able to understand those circumstances you went through. So you need to know first and foremost that you're going to be, you're going to have to be more gentle with yourself. Like for me, I had to be extremely, extremely gentle for myself because I'm a very little fragile glass flower. And you have to start at like being more conscious about the things in your life that stress you out. Because when you get stressed, you're kind of hitting a lot higher level of stress than the average person because of your circumstances of where you grew up. So, if you're doing certain things and like, say if you're eating certain foods and every time you eat them, it stresses you out. Cause like, I don't know, say you have guilt because you're like, oh, I shouldn't be eating that. You need to sit here and think like, okay, well, is there a way I can get rid of that stress? And those are the things it's like an elimination and a processing game. Like for me personally, when it comes to social media, it stresses me out, like checking notifications, blah, blah, blah. So I have to eliminate those things for you. So for me. So you have to be very, very gentle with yourself and understand you're not going to be like everyone else. And it's like the best way to say it is like to treat yourself like a baby. And that's what I do for myself. Cause like I'm so sensitive. And it's like, it's funny. Like people don't really know this, but I have to be so careful with what I do with myself because I will shatter if I don't, you know what I mean? And don't worry about oversharing. Like, if you feel comfortable enough to talk about your problems, like, I always encourage those types of things. Sometimes, people don't have a whole lot of outlets to talk about those types of things. But you have to be very, very careful with yourself and at a minimum start just like eradicating sources of stress in your life. And once you start to eradicate those stress sources, you'll find life comes a little bit easier to you. And, you have to gradually and slowly eliminate that stress because that stress that affects someone else doesn't affect them as much as like you've had it, that stress affects you. And the stress is what kills you long term, and it can create autoimmune diseases and, sickness and stuff like that. So you have to sit here and do everything. Okay, did you just check your phone? Did that make you a little anxious? Did you check Twitter? Did that make you a little anxious? And if it did, you got to kill those things. You know what I mean? And that's going to be your best, path to success because like the stress is what's going to really, really bother you. I now have an app on my phone that restricts me from doom scrolling. That's really good. The thing is, I still want social media to build on the platform business, but my time spent on the platform is limited. Yeah, I will say, like me personally, I do struggle with managing the fact that I need to market myself as a business on social media while, trying to avoid the negative effects of it. It's fine, Jeff. Don't worry. Yeah, exactly. Never worry. The app is called Screen Zen if you want to use it. Oh, that's good. And someone else said that they use it too. I'm now on my other phone. Welcome back. Well, I'm Ultimate Idiot, aka Jefferson's alternate. I used to be the free therapist friend, so I'm trying to balance both being an empathetic friend who's ready to help and also not losing myself in other people's problems I can't fix. Yeah, I noticed that too. It's like I've been in the past, very liberal, I guess, with my time with helping people. But me personally, I've gotten to a point with the people, they don't want to help themselves. And you have to understand too that, you know, although you care about your friends, if they don't want to help themselves, that is their decision. You know, that is their right to continue to live in an environment that's very stressful and harmful to them. You know, like I've always said, people have the right to be wrong, and you have to understand that and recognize it. And it's a very painful thing to go through, because, you know, you can see firsthand how their decisions and their actions are destroying them as a person. But you always have to understand and like keep that in the back of your mind and know when it's like, you know, you're kind of wasting your time, because like at the end of the day, like, yeah, you have your own self-worth and your own goals, your stuff you want to achieve and stuff like that, your own dreams, etc. And you have to know when to pull the plug, you know, because like there have been times where it's like I've tried to help people for so long, and I just ultimately it led to nothing, and I wasted years of my life, and there's nothing I can do about that. And it's very, very unfortunate, because it's like that's the painful part about life, is understanding, you know, you can't save everyone, you know, but you can try and save the people, you know, that you can save, you know what I mean? I basically had no real stress in a while, although I did end up dropping out of high school. That does sound very stressful. That's good though, as long as like, you know, you know, stress is again like the worst thing for the human body, because it you know, it turns you into an individual you might not want to be. I gotta get a sip of water. It's Jeffingson. Okay, I keep saying Jefferson, didn't I? All right, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get back to drawing. BRB. I returned. The head drop was really dramatic. I'm going back to school next year, though. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, the model goes like a little crazy. And what if we took a piss break together? Let's pee together. Pissing alone, handsome. That's creepy. Alright, back to this Miku. Let me see. Any obvious, we also have, what's it called? These weird little, oh, look like goldfish fins. Oh, God. Like I said, I choose the worst for Miku to draw. It's honestly kind of wild how quickly you could be. I always find it funny when people comment on that. It's just because like I'm physically a smaller person, I think, and I don't have a big bladder, so I'm not like, okay, it sounds weird, but it's like I'm not like peeing a lot. And then I have a little Germex on my decks that I use. She doesn't wash her hands. I use a Germex. I just told you. I like the Germex because it makes my hands really dry, and it like, again, I don't like my hands slimy. It makes me uncomfortable. She's a record-breaking piss speedrunner. No! I mean, I probably am, honestly. I'm a motivated pisser, thank you very much. I'm motivated to get back to drawing. You know what I mean? Alright, let me delete this. Oh, Lord. Where is this even coming from? No! Is this coming from her hair? Give me a second. She has this weird, like, flowy stuff. Oh, it is coming from her hair. Oh, guys, it is so over. I was wondering what this flowing stuff is, and either way, it's coming from her hair now. Like, I'm not gonna fix this once I'm drawing it. Rid of that. How does that make any sense? Oh my god, if I was not on stream, I would give up this Miku immediately because this is hard. She has like a clear, like first of all, I don't even know how I'm gonna color this. But it's like this clear like film that like sticks to her hair. Oh my god. A space runner. Oh, lordy. Your streams motivate me to draw, but more than I remember I can't draw digitally anymore. Like brushes and Procreate drive me nuts. You just have to find a a brush that works for you. Like I just use the default one and then just made it really, really stabilized. And that's what helps me draw. And that's the only brush I use. So I think you can still draw digitally. You just have to find the right, you know, environment for yourself. Okay, that actually looks kind of pretty. If I can get it right. I was putting the ornaments back on my Christmas tree after the child knocked it over, and as soon as I step away, she jumps on it again. Aww. She's in the Christmas spirit, or the kitty is. Okay, I'll take this and just put that one right there, because I'm lazy. Warp. I just looked up this Miku and oh my lord, I have to get the scale if she gets one. Yeah, she probably will. That'd be so pretty. Threw a little paper ball and she's playing with it. Aw, little baby. Yeah, if you guys look up this Miku, it's Symphony Snow by Rella. Absolutely stunning, but oh boy. Okay, so this one, oh my lord, okay. Back in the twin tail hell. Let us take these. Reform. Alright, maybe if we make some strands of hair. The best digital brush I've found is Ibis Paint, and it's a rough, skinny one. I feel like the most mechanical pencil. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I like those mechanical looking pencil ones. I drew a little bit too. I didn't draw anything at all day. I drew a little bit too. I didn't draw anything all day. That's good that you drew. It's always good to draw. I'm missing the 2020 scale and an Endurator is so cute, but they're so expensive resold. Yeah. I was hoping for like, I really loved the Ren and Lens Symphony. I was like, oh, I'd love to have a really good figure of that one. I'm back again and check on your masterpiece. Thank you, Deku fan. Have you drawn any of the Racer Miku yet? I have not, funny enough. For a while, I was doing all the Symphony Miku, or excuse me, all the Snow Mikus and all the Magical Mirais, and it just became too much like to keep up with because like that's like, you know, 2 Mikus a year, and then I need to do more Sakura Miku, and it's just like I hadn't drawn any of the racing yet. Also love how chill these streams are. Nothing too crazy, just cozy drunk. Yeah. Soya. Is it Soya? I think that's Soya. Do you draw traditionally, KO? I used to, not anymore. I just prefer digital. I find it's a better use of my time because I'm more successful as in my drawing turns out the way I like it to when I'm doing digital. Because otherwise, my traditional looks really, really bad. You missed that I said well drawn out. Oh, okay. Do you not even own a little sketchbook? I do not. I just, I have my iPad. You know, I carry my iPad with me. Yeah, I cannot for the life of me really draw digitally. Or excuse me, traditionally. And whenever I do, I don't like the way it turns out, so it hurts my feelings. And so I stay away. I stay away from doing that. I like to listen to your streams while drawing. That's awesome. I'm glad everyone likes to draw here. I love digital too. It's amazing. Doing great. Thank you. I think I'm needing to... Okay. I think what's throwing me off is the hand placement. Let's try do some arm surgery again. Nope. We'll cut it right around here. I think that looks way better, actually. Maybe like that. I think like that. Do you have a favorite artist? I got a cough. Hold on. That's a really good question. Off the top of my head, I really like the artist that does the visual novel covers, excuse me, light novel covers of the Tanya series. It's very, very unique. I don't know their names. Their name, though. But every time I see their artwork, it's really, really pretty. Rella is also a really good artist. So Rella's close. I'm mostly a traditional artist now. I draw and then cut and paste patterns in certain parts. That sounds like a lot of fun. Like, kind of like a... Like, not scrapbooking in a way, but it kind of comes to, you know, that comes to mind. My eyes are straining, I'm not gonna lie. I might have to turn on the green filter. Oh god, my model can pick up the fact that I'm mouth breathing. My questions are always great. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes I'll put on this green filter, but I don't think it really looks as good on stream. But I might do it just because my eyes are, kind of straining. It's literally just a color. I usually actually do it a little bit darker, like this. So it helps not strain my eyes as much. Which we'll see. I can do it a little bit lighter. Yeah, it's a really nice shade of green. Let me see. I need to turn up my screen though now. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I still need to get editor ups eventually. Okay, there's something I'm not liking about this little area. Hello, Kaoza. Good afternoon. Your Miku's looking very pretty. Thank you, Bakumichi. Really appreciate it. I think she's coming along slowly but surely. Oh, maybe something like that. Well, I want it more like this. I like drawing on a gray canvas most of the time. Yeah, it's way better for your eyes. Can't wait to see her colored. Yeah, I'm really excited to color her. Might be a pain, but okay. She kind of, this pose kind of reminds me of Princess Snow, Miku. You guys know what I'm talking about? Was it Twinkle Snow? No. It was whichever one was the princess one. Oh god, I just remembered that the art contest results are like a week away. Yep, they sure are. It's funny, I'm kind of anxious for that stream too, because I feel like a lot of people are going to show up, and I'm like, ooh. It makes me a tiny bit anxious. Alright, what is it about this stupid Miku? I am not getting... Maybe it's this. Maybe it's for this. How do you get better at drawing? Autonomy studies? How does one even study art? It's up to you. What's always worked for me personally is when I see an art style or artist draw the way I like it, and I would just try my best to draw it one for one. You try to redraw the illustration. Like what I did all the time as a kid was draw, okay, maybe if I curve it a little bit. It doesn't look as accurate to the source material, but ultimately the thing that matters is the drawing turns out good. I used to draw manga covers all the time, and that's what really got me well versed in drawing different things. Alright, that might have to do. Oh god, I got my nose. On the right, twin tail will be up. On the right, twin tail being more up makes the pose more readable. On the right, whatever that means. Like your magic words, your magic fancy words. Whatever that means. Let's see. Let me try tilting her head. No, oops, I attached the head to this. That was not very smart of me. Let me separate the layers real quick, actually. Just gonna go. Since how many years do you draw? I've been drawing for about 22 years. I am a hag, if you've ever seen one. But I started really getting good in around like early 20s. Oh, frick. I forgot to copy and paste. How long did my model take to draw? It took about, it was either 2 weeks or a month. I don't remember. Let's delete this one. Keep this one. Erase that. Wait, keep that. There we go. Search up Chainsaw Man Volume 5. The cover is too beautiful. The covers and everything. When I get a chance, I'll do that. See what you like. Draw for fun. Copy artists if you give post credits and what you think. You already learned the fundamentals. Yeah. I never did the whole fundamentals thing. I just have always just saw what other people seen, what other people has drawn, and then drew it. But yeah. I never did like some people learn anatomy and stuff like that. I never did that. I'm kind of a guerrilla artist. What? Oh, Kitty's waking up. I can't believe 2002 is 22 years ago. I know, right? Yeah, I started drawing when I was like 6. Yoink. Right. I'll take this and let's attach this to the body. That's very important. I love Peek Out on Chris. Yeah, I've watched some of her stuff. It's really good. I'm doing the fundamentals, so I think it'll help improve a bit faster, have more structure. Yeah, whatever works for you. Like, interestingly enough, the best thing that helped me improve as far as art quality is I was writing a webcomic. And having to draw the characters from different angles, doing different things, helped me so much. And I improved so much doing that webcomic. But I've never been one to sit here and learn the technicalities of anything. Perhaps because I'm stubborn and I have no patience. But again, it all comes down to what type of person you are. Okay, I think I'm just gonna... There's no point in keeping that separate anymore. Let me make sure. Oh, what is this? Uh-oh. I got a cough. Let me check this notification real quick. Okay. I think I need to understand more about the Clip Studio program. Yeah, I only use Clip Studio Paint for the, what's it called? The 3D model. And that's it. But that program is very intimidating. I like this. It's just pencils. Drawing. Got my throat. Yeah, I need to stop procrastinating my comics. Okay, give me a second. I gotta go grab, like a cough drop or something. I'll be right back. I got a message up this time. B. R. B. It'll take me like 5 seconds. I returned. God. I don't know, my allergies are going insane. I had to put in eye drops, nasal spray, and then I got my cough drops. Oh god, I need to fix my chair. I love isekais, but I don't have time to watch them. Yeah, I don't have any time to watch anime either. Kitty, you're gonna have to move. You're in my spot now. And I like watching it in, like, Japanese, so I don't really, I don't listen to it, because I refuse from the bottom of my heart to get a Crunchyroll subscription. So, now that they have the biggest monopoly ever on all anime online, I don't really watch anime anymore as a result. And if I do consume anime, it's mostly, manga and stuff like that, and I'll buy the novels, the digital novels, the Play bookstore. Welcome back. Thank you. I don't know why I'm, like, dying. Oh, we lost Miku's head. We still got it good. Allergic to Miku, exactly. Your VTube model, Yua, is very cute. Thank you. I really appreciate it. How is Dan? A lot of people are talking about it. I don't know anything about it. Opening the bag of, cough drops ASMR. That's all you guys get. You're welcome. Thank you. Man, I might have to take some Benadryl. Benadryl makes me sleepy. I'm only hearing about well-known anime series, which is sad since there are other series that are pretty good but buried by those bigger series. Yeah. Oh, my cat's trying to come up here again. Drama. I finished Dan today. My emotions are mixed. How was that? I didn't even know it ended, actually. Oh, I gotta sniff again. Alright. Heavenly Delusion. That sounds familiar. Heavenly Delusion. One believes in ghosts, other believes in aliens. Very good so far. Alright, let's see if we can salvage this Miku. Sorry if you hear a mouth noise. I'll try to keep it to a minimum. I do hate when you hear like... Ugh. Let's see, how do I like that? With a more of a curved head. Doesn't... Crunchyroll is the anime devil. What's mad funny is the fact that they originated as a piracy site. And lo and behold, look how the West has fallen. Yeah, they're just very, very, and if, you know, it kind of sucks. Like, if I just stop watching anime as a result, then I guess so be it. What can I do? But I do not in the least. And I'm, of course, not judging anyone else who does. That's just my only little pet peeve. I just do not want to support Crunchyroll in any way possible. And plus, I've always been, like, again, like, as an artist, I like seeing artwork. So I really like the, seeing the original artwork of things. I feel like if I do it like that, it'll look a little bit cuter. But maybe not so much. I'm still mourning Anywave. What was it, like Kiss Anime, I think is the one I used to use. Technically looks by the reference a little bit more. Let's try this. Before it was that. No, it's this. I think I like this a little bit better. I duplicate the head in case I do that again. Are you working as a VTuber for full-time or for fun? It's kind of a mixture of both in a way. I am a full-time illustrator. I sell merchandise on my online store. And so I draw for a living. And I've been drawing for like a living for the past... I think that looks pretty cute. The past almost 7 years in April. And I was like, why not live stream my process of drawing? I have nothing better to do, and I was starting to lose my mind because it's a very social, isolating job just to sit here in silence and draw characters. So I decided to VTube. So it's kind of like, I could technically say I'm a full-time VTuber, but it's like, you know, obviously I don't make my main source of income from VTubing, if that makes sense. Did Crunchyroll do something bad? What happened was, is like, they were a piracy site at one point, and then they realized how profitable anime was. And so they started buying the legal rights to animes and stuff like that. And they killed all the other piracy sites. So that way, really the only way you can watch anime nowadays is through their website, and they're kind of pricey. And I think there was, I don't know the specifics, but I think there was a lot of issues with censorship and whatever. And like, for example, the way that they handle a lot of international, they have like a monopoly on anime, and like Japanese artists, like the Miku Expo was held by Crunchyroll, and it was a shit show trying to get tickets and stuff like that. And we don't have for certain, but for Miku Expo, sponsored by Crunchyroll, whenever they became the sponsor, they took away the hologram wall and replaced it with an LCD screen. For whatever reason, and so I have a personal grievance against that. But they also just did like they just handle things like improperly, and it's like you know, anime used to be way more accessible, but they wanted to take a once they got the resources, they decided to take a lot of plagiarism sites off the website. Sure, I'm not entitled to someone else's work via piracy, but I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff that they did. I got a sip of water. Yeah, and they pay like the studios like nothing, and they hire the same 4 voice actors. It feels like over and over and over, and so it, you know, you could give so many opportunities to new voice actors and stuff like that, but it's the same like voices in every anime, and it's like, you know, anime dub has a bad reputation, you know, because it's just so it all sounds the same. Don't get me wrong; those voice actors are very talented. But I'd like some diversity, you know what I mean? Like, let's give, like, new people the chance. But, even so, they still pay those people really, really low last time I checked. Real OGs remember watching anime on YouTube in 480p, split into 3 parts. Yeah, that's how I watched Chobits. Every episode was like 3. Remember back in the day when there was, like, an upload limit on, YouTube? So that's why it had to be in the parts. That was so funny. Crunchyroll also ate a ton of the Under the Dog budget. They were originally going to get fan translators. Wasn't that Sony's fault though? Yeah, it's like Sony, I mean like Sony bought Crunchyroll, but it's like at the same time, like for example, if I have an established brand and a lot of people appreciate it and I'm like, okay, well I sell it to a bigger company and it destroys the brand, like I'm technically at fault. Yes, I benefited from the selling, but it's like it was my decision to participate in destroying the company, you know what I mean? So although you can say, yes, that's Sony, but you know, Crunchyroll didn't have to accept the offer from Sony, but it was probably an offer they couldn't refuse, you know, and perhaps it'd be an offer I couldn't refuse either. After you're done, can we do a comment challenge? Sure, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by a comment challenge? Taking the hologram off is insane, like that's really the whole peel stuff. Yeah. It was absolutely wild whenever they announced that they weren't like, and what was so pissy about it is they did not tell anybody beforehand, before you bought the tickets, that they had taken away the hologram. But on their social media, when promoting Miku Expo, they showed the hologram. And that was, like, again, like, I get really, really pissed when companies do the misleading shit just because they can. And they were like, oh, well, we'll take into consideration next year. And so I wonder if next year's Miku Expo will have the holograms or not. But personally for me, like it's funny, like I just have a vendetta against the company because I'm a child. And again, like the fact that they just like, I don't know, they're just mad. Oh, and then, okay, I'm going to go on like an anger rant. They tried so hard to take Miku back in, I think 2000 and like, it was like 16 through 19. I don't remember the exact year. And they tried so damn hard to make Miku their mascot, their little orange-haired crunchy Hime mascot. They're like, this is the official girlfriend of our Crunchyroll mascot, Miku. And the fact that they took this character that's beloved by everyone, that could be anything, and they're like, oh guys, this is her canon official girlfriend, just to boost their brand's, like, you know, awareness for the Vocaloid fans. It made me so angry. Miku has no canon anything, especially not a darn girlfriend by some corporate company. And they tried, like, you know, like doing all this artwork saying like, look, they're official like they're official girlfriends, look how cute. And you know, and the people who are none the wiser ate it up and they're like, oh, Miku has an official girlfriend. And it's like, no, this company is trying to profit off the fact Miku's so popular by making their little character, like, you know, shipping them officially. Get out of here, you. Oh, it made me angry. It was funny, I was at Anime Expo Chibi. And I guess one of the Good Smile Company booths was doing some sort of questionnaire, and they asked me, they're like, who became, and like, if you got the answer correct, you got to do like a gotcha poll. And they were like, who was Miku's official girlfriend? I was like, don't even start with me, man. And he's like, it was official. I'm like, it was not official. Like, you want to fight with me on this? So I was arguing with this guy. I was like, no, like nowhere in the Krypton, Krypton, a future media did they say like, yes, Miku has a canon girlfriend. Don't try to like retcon the situation. Like, who are you talking to? You're talking to a Vocaloid fan OG. Get out of here. Boy, if you don't get your ass out of here. I was pissed. I remember that. Yeah, it was so stupid. They're like, oh, look, happy International Girlfriend's Day. Get Miku out your damn mouth. I was so angry. If anyone else wants to ship Miku with anyone, sure. Miku's for the people, not for big greedy corporations. Come on. What I found very funny is one of the very few Miku policies that exist were saying that you couldn't really use her to, like, you know, for, like, political gain or something like that. And I'm like, they're using her politically to build their brand's reputation. Krypton, do something. They stopped that, though. I'm having the phase with Hatsune Miku. She's so cool. Hatsune Miku is really cool. She gives a lot of people the opportunity to, you know, create and do a lot of things. Oops, it's a little too low. Never trust big corporations. Exactly. Especially when you're gonna take innocent Miku and try and turn her into a corporate mascot. Like, get out of here. Ah, Snow Miku Symphony should have ice skates. Yeah, that's actually... It really should. Miku's for the people and the little guys. And they didn't, of course. Like, they just drew fan art and they're like, oh, they're official girlfriends. They didn't commission any artists for the music or anything like that to contribute to Vocaloid community. They're just like, let me take this character and make it my corporate mascot's official girlfriend. So, I got on a tangent there. But when I found out Crunchyroll was sponsoring, excuse me, the Miku Expo tour, I was like, for the sole purpose of the fact that they're sponsoring this, I'm not going to go to Miku Expo. And I was very, very vindicated whenever they, it became a shit show, like the way that they handled merch. Like the company handled merch so incorrectly. Like it was just a shit show. And I'm like, many such cases with a Crunchyroll. Because like each venue only brought like, the light sticks sold out in like 2 minutes. And that's like the big part of the Miku, experience is having the light sticks for the conventions. They sold out in like 2 minutes. And they're like, don't worry guys, you can buy them at the venue. And then each venue, which can hold, you know, multiple hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 people. Thousands of people, maybe. They only brought 100 light sticks per venue. And so, like, a lot of people did not get their light sticks. And they had to buy really inflated priced light sticks online that were used or from prior concerts because they could not be arsed to have proper stock for the Miku Expo merch. Oh yeah, they really baited people with Miku Yuri. Yeah, and it's like, I know that it's just like, again, like especially like again, like I'm a primary woman lover. I really hate when companies try to do that whole, hey guys, we're just like you. Get out of here. I'll fight you in a parking lot. See guys, we're woke. We love the gays. Get out of here. I'm glad I'm not the only one who has a vendetta against Crunchyroll. Yeah, I have a stupid one. And again, if they sponsor, which they, let's be real, they're probably going to sponsor next Miku Expo, probably still won't go. Also, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I cannot deal with loud noises. I don't think I go. I know they make earphones and stuff like that, but it's like, I don't think I can deal with loud noises. Who is this diva? Last year was the first time I had a chance to go to Miku Expo, but other countries seemed like such a shit show. I ended up not going. Kind of glad I did. Yeah, I was like, this is great. Like, it's like not the great, but I felt vindicated of deciding not to go because it's like it was an entire shit show. And I'm like, okay, I made the right call. And then some people were like, oh guys, the screen isn't that bad. And sure, I can agree with that sentiment completely. The screen was not that bad. However, if you advertise something and provide something else, that is fraud. And I don't like thieves, and I don't like fraud. Maybe not fraud, but you know what I mean? What is it called? False advertising. And especially from a big company who can afford it. That's what gets me really upset. Miku already has a girlfriend anyway, Kagami Rin. Yeah, see, it's like, if they had, like, okay, so if Crunchyroll had commissioned artists to draw Miku Rin, or Miku any other Vocaloid, actually, I'd been fine with that. Because it's like, that's like, the Vocaloid culture is like, you know, intermingling. But with a corporate mascot, oh my god. Like, imagine, like, Mickey Mouse x Miku, like, the official couple, you know? Like, get out of here. I see through your scandalous ways, you scoundrel. Didn't some guy at IRL marry Miku? It's like, it's not officially, but yeah. But I don't really know about that guy, but every time I hear, I think, you know what, funny enough, I think he follows me on Twitter. But he follows, like, a lot of people. I've been hearing a lot of, not so pleasant things about that guy, so I'm not really, I have no stance on that matter. Other than, like, okay, so I get, like, I don't know anything. I don't keep up with all this, you know, drama, really. I just see it in passing and then block people and leave. But, if he just marries a character, who cares? I mean, if it makes him happy, you know what I mean? I don't really care. Would I marry an anime character? No, but, you know. Whatever, literally lets him, sleep at night. But again, I don't know the specifics about that guy in particular, but I do hear about him often. Did they get divorced? Can you imagine? Who gets like, you know, property ownership? Robots aren't in anyone. Yeah, whatever that means. Mega Rini Luca erasure. Magnet erasure. Not my watch. The Miku Expo tickets are so much there, though, especially in Boston and NYC. Yeah, it's just like... And then not to mention, I heard some people, purchased the VIP package and didn't get it because they ran out of them or something like that. It's just like a shit show. It's like, give me a break. And then I have opinions about the, I don't know, merchandise. I don't know. When again, like, I don't like to talk down other artists because, like, again, like, I like to promote artistic creativity, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, if you're selling, like, an official product, I really hope it looks very professional and polished. And, I don't know if I get that vibe exactly from, some of the Miku Expo stuff. But that's just my opinion. You know, I'm so used to, I've been collecting Miku stuff, or I used to collect Miku stuff, not so much anymore. But, I've been collecting Miku stuff for, like, 15 years, so. Okay. Miki has a wife. Oh, that's true. He does. Isn't it Minnie? Apparently roughly 4K men in Japan are registered. Miku's husband. Wow. She's going, getting really popular. Shell's voice, $5. Hi, your work is so inspiring. Keep up the great work and keep creating awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Shell. I really, really appreciate that. I try to inspire people. I try not to go too off on tangents, but I really, really appreciate that. He owns a life-size Miku doll and just posts the cute pictures of her in different clothes. Can't decide who's cute, but yeah. I keep hearing, like, some people are like, oh, he does more insidious stuff, and I'm like, I mean, I personally haven't seen it, so I can't even give my opinion on it. But if that's all he does, because, like, that's all I've ever seen, you know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, who cares? I really appreciate the super chat. It means a lot. It's fine. I always forget you can get, like, super chats on YouTube. Alright, let's get this little twin... I don't know. What would you call this? The noodles. Living his truth, I support it. Yeah, I mean, if he wants to marry Miku, I don't care, you know what I mean? Like, Tomoyo, one of the other frequents in this chat, she's, allegedly married to Scaramouche, and they have children together, and it's like, okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's what I've always kind of seen it as. If, like, you know, if it's, like, hurting no one, it makes the person happy. Who am I to judge? Let's see. Does that look like anything? It doesn't look bad. I kind of like it, actually. It seems to be the first super chat. I've gotten a few of them. I just forget that YouTube is like, you know what I mean? It's like, to me, like, again, like, I'm doing my work that I normally do. So I just forget that you can monetize off of YouTube. If that makes any sense. I liked your happy so much. I was kind of disappointed I get to purchase it. I was kind of disappointed I get to purchase it. I'm a little confused. I appreciate you liking it. I will definitely make another one. And that's also another thing. Okay, like, no shade, but full shade. Like, if a 1.5 man show, just me and my assistant, if we can supply a proper amount of happies, which sure, I guess I don't know at what volume they had their happies. I don't know. Like, some people were saying that their merch wasn't even arriving in time for the concert. And I'm like, it's really not that hard. Like, what I'm saying is, with absolute no hubris and just stating it as a fact, which is a lie. This is actually full hubris. I could have handled the merch production just fine. Not saying with just one person, but like if I had that high of a merch production, I'd have hired multiple people, you know? I don't know how they did what they did. One day I'll marry a CRT television. All right. I'm an ordained minister. I can officiate that. Ultimately, if some guy marries a fictional character, it's none of my business. Exactly, that's the way I see it. I'm like, okay. That's good. I'm very happy. At any time, I'm happy for newlyweds. You know? We're all married to free Justine from Fairy Tale, even though he's canon gay and I have female anatomy. Yeah, I support it. That one did not look good. Can it be salvaged is the real question. Maybe. Yeah, it's like whenever people have those kind of quirky traits about them, I'm always for it. Just of course, like, you know, like when you start to, because like some people get like territorial and like this character's married to me and they can't be married to you. That's where I'm like, okay, this is a little, we're losing the plot, guys. But if you're, you know, handling it in a very healthy way, I think it's totally fine. Oh, by the way, what is your favorite thing to draw? Probably, sometimes like, okay, maybe Chibi Miku, actually. I really love drawing Miku. I really, really do. I always end up drawing her, so maybe her, actually. Because I'm having a blast. Like, I've taken a lot of, like, mental processing to get all this, because this is a ridiculous design. And I haven't drawn Chibis in a while, because I've been doing all this other stuff. So, I'm a little rusty. But it's like a troublesome puzzle you have to figure out. I marry Sam on Stardew always. See, there you go. Just bought Baldur's Gate. I've heard a lot about that game, actually. Can't you, like, marry characters or interact romantically with those characters in there? Like, I think that's fine, too. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. The Sans is mine thing. Genshin players get really wild when it comes to waifus from what I've seen. Yeah. I know, like, as far as territorially. And I know what's funny. Again, like, I think this is so silly. And this is why I just don't ever really participate in the discourse. I observe it from afar, but, I think, like, nowadays they're calling them, like, Yume ships, where it's, like, dream ships, where it's, like, you ship yourself with a fake character. And people say that's problematic, and I think that is the funniest thing in the world. It's problematic to ship yourself with a character. Where have we gotten, you guys? Where have we gotten as a species? You know? Self-shipping is bad! Have you ever thought making more Chobits charms? I really need to remake my Chobits charms. They're really, really old, and thus, not as high quality as I'd like them to be, so I will be remaking them. I don't know if I'll do the other characters, though. I was a big fan of Chi and Elda though. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really liking the way this piece looked. Let's try okay, if we do it like that, doesn't look too bad. I think it's like that this piece right here. How is it problematic? I don't remember, like, when I see, like, just brainless stuff like that, I tend to just, like, block the person. I don't remember the reason, but there is a bunch of people who get up in arms of self-shipping. I've seen it for a fact, but again, like, I don't know off the top of my head, because, like, every time I see that stuff, I'm like, oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. It is time to go. That doesn't look too bad. Eggaku didn't? Okay, hold on. Good night, Eggku. I don't know if you're leaving. I only hear them people call it self-ship. Yeah, like again, like I recently learned about the Yume is what they think they call it now. But yeah, I know self-shipping. It's a little brain rot, but it's alright. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a little... I got a cough. Yeah, I was muted. It's because I was coughing. Darn, I forgot. I appreciate. Yeah, I think Yume shipping and self-shipping, I think it's literally the same thing. They just, it's like some people call it differently. Oh yeah. That's why I like having a really heavy pen, like a pen, so I can do these like nice swoosh lines. I find shipping in general creepy. Yeah, I mean, like to me personally, I just don't think it's important, so I don't really care. Like I know some people like get up in arms of what fictional character is allowed to date what other fictional character. I do find that I don't know. Again, like when it comes to the whole like fictional discourse, I just generally find it a little eccentric. I think that's a good way to put it. But I always found it funny because I was like, if anything, like, would you not want to like ship yourself with the character, like by default, if you really like that character? Cough is such a weird word. Spelling is strange to me. Cough. I think it's a loan word. Okay, okay. Now let's take this and do whatever this over here. No, I only ship Yuri. See, I mean, there you go. Oops. I consider myself a multi-shipper, though. I find it also funny when people are like, I'm a multi-fandom enjoyer. That's really funny to me. Like, it is... You can like different things by default. It doesn't necessarily need a title. And I really hope you like multiple fandoms. Haha, I like more than one, like, yeah, I like more than one thing, guys. It's like, oh, the fact that we've got to a point where people need to identify that about themselves as a character trait that they want other people to recognize in them. Even as much as I like to like study people and stuff like that, I don't know how to explain that. Maybe when they Maybe one day I can ask someone, can you do an interview and explain to me multi-fandom enjoyer? Yeah, multi-fandom, some with multiple interests. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like everybody has multiple interests, and if you just have one interest, I don't know. People just like labeled, I guess. Yeah, and I don't know, it's like, I think that's like an issue. Like, you don't have to label everything. But I think people do it more so to make them stand out. Because I think like the big phenomenon on the internet is it feels like nobody stands out because there's so many quote unquote incredible people. So people try to do things that make them stand out. So that's why everybody likes all these labels, because they're like, here's the things that make me different from every other person on the internet. That's what I've kind of understood. Take this and do that. Oops. Do you like Rin and Len? I think they're pretty cool. I love Rin. I've never really been a big Len enjoyer. And again, funny enough, obviously it's like, you know, mirror images of the same person. But I really, really like Rin. She's very, very cute. Honestly, I kind of have to be, actually enjoy more than one ship the same character, because shipping is insane. If you like a ship with a character, you're assumed to hate others. Yeah, and that's why, again, like, I don't do the whole fandom discourse. You know, I'm a hag with limited time. My days are coming, guys. I can't live forever. And so, conversations about shipping. You know. I'm leaving now. Everyone have a great rest of the day. Thanks for stopping by, Tooth Fairy. Shell's voice, thank you too. I really, really appreciate it. See you guys later. Look at that. I think we're doing good on the Twin Tails. Ship me with death. I think that's the ultimate ship, guys. I think we're gonna be all shipped with death at some point. I like Ren's voice more than Len's voice, but I like Men more. He's a cute little boy. Or guy. But yeah, I think Ren's really, really cute. And I do like her voice a lot. I don't like, Rin, Act 1 Rin, or Act 2. It was the first, halfway to go, 4 more hours. Exactly. 4 more hours ago. One thing is, I'm like kind of sweaty. Rin's first voice got patched over, because it had a lisp. And it was the cutest thing. So if you listen to some really, really old Vocaloid songs, you'll notice Rin, like, I think like the first Rin signal song, you can hear the lisp. And it is so cute, but people called it low quality, and they patched it up in like Act 2 or something like that. And I was so sad. I'm like, we need justice for Rin's lisp. It was so cute. They're like, oh, it's low quality. Yeah, and it gave like charm to the character. Like, a lot of people don't know, but Kaiyuki, the child Vocaloid, which I have very conflicting feelings about Kaiyuki as a Vocaloid. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. In my gut, a child really can't consent to having their voice, you know, put into a software. And so I don't know how I feel about them putting a Vocaloid's voice, I can say anything, into a Vocaloid. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie. It makes me a little, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's not that I like, you know what I mean? I just personally, I'm like, I don't know if I, do you think child actors consent? See, funny enough, and that's the only, like, the counter argument is like, like, technically it benefits them. But actually, okay, so I think the situations are a little bit different, because when you have a Vocaloid, you're giving the fan base free use of that vocal software. You can do anything with that. With a child's actor, it's limited to like whatever scenes are acting out. You see what I'm saying? So I do find it a little bit different in that aspect, but that is the only other argument I thought that kind of like, okay, well, if I'm okay with kids acting in like Nickelodeon or whatever, I should be fine with Kaiyuki. But I think the problem comes with the fact that you can do anything with Kaiyuki's voice. And that's where I'm like, I don't You know what I mean? And so it's like, but like, for example, like I do consume some of Kayuki's songs. Eventually I'd like to draw her, but when I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, I don't really, you know what I mean? This already looks so cute. Thank you so much. My items from your store came today, but I got a B grade and name of it. Really? Did you intentionally do it? My assistant may have made a mistake. He's been, doing a bunch of, orders recently. So if there is any, mistake with it, just, like, take a picture of it and, put your order number and then email me. And we'll get it fixed ASAP. Especially since she's, like, super young, right? Oliver was also voiced by a kid. Yeah, she was, like, 11. But anyway, what I was going with that is, she had, the flu whenever she did her voice acting. So that's why she sounds really, really nasally. And I think that is very charming about her because it makes her unique. And you're like, this is a kid with a flu. That is such an interesting thing to turn that into a vocal instrument. Similar to the whole the Rin's List thing. But it's like, again, like when I think about the whole Kayuki situation, you know what I mean? Like, not to say everyone has, bad intentions, because I don't believe everyone has bad intentions. But you are actively almost giving people the opportunity. And that's where I'm like, I don't really, whatever. Too much freedom. I don't think it's like a child actor. Yeah. But I agree. Like, I do find, like, I do find the whole child acting thing, but it's like, unfortunately though, it's like, you have to have child actors. And they technically can make a lot of money. Like, for example, I think, like, what is her name? Jojo Siwa, has a whole career now because of it. So, but for a while, that was kind of like my only, like, okay, well, I can't say I'm fine with child actors, but then say this is weird. But I think now I just realized it's the free use that I find disconcerting. Because let's be real. Again, I'm not implying anything, but certain people have very liberal ways they see, child characters. And I'm like, I don't know if I don't know, I don't think, personally, I'm not very comfortable with that. But it sucks, because, like, I do consume Kayuki songs. I do want to draw her at one point, or some point. I know, of course, she's older now, but, I just feel like that situation should not happen again. I think that's the best way I can put it. Maybe one day we'll get a non-sick old Kayuki. Yeah, see, that'd be really, really cool. And it's like, I think that, see, it's like the thing, at the same time, it's like, it's kind of cool in the aspect, so the actual actor can have like a copy of her voice that way, but it's just like, I don't know. What's the difference between a real child's voice versus an adult doing a child's voice? I mean, one is like, one can give consent, children under a certain age can't consent because they don't have the mental capability to say, yes, I want my voice used to be in a way that anybody can have access to it. Anybody can do anything with it. An adult can understand that. That's what I personally find is the difference. Like, for example, like, if I signed off my voice, I'd have to understand, anytime, people can make me say profane things. They can make me say inappropriate things. They can make me say things that I don't agree with. But a child does not have the brain to understand that kind of future tense. So therefore, I think it's a little different. But that is under my understanding of child development. I listen to Neurosama, but she isn't a vocaloid. She's an IA. Oh, an IA. Does she sing? Makes sense. She'd be Kayuki. But that gets back to adults giving the consent for the child for a performance. I agree, but at the same time, that is in a controlled environment. You are allowing the child to perform a certain set of actions. So the parent knows you're going to make the child, I don't know, dance in a play or act out a scene in a school. And beforehand, no parent would give out their child's consent and say, like, you can do whatever you want, my child, it's like predetermined beforehand. Here's a contract, here's a job the kid is doing, etc., etc. But with Kayuki being something where anybody can do anything with the voice, I feel like it's a bit different. But, I mean, I guess the only argument I could think of to counter that is, no, see, I was like, technically it's like, can you age a voice? But I'm like, yeah, I feel like you very well can age a voice. So it's like, you know what I mean? Some parents will totally give consent that gives everyone the ability to do anything with the voice. Yeah, I don't agree with that. It's just like, I also don't agree with, like, people who, do certain things with their children on social media because it makes them a lot of money. But that's just my opinion, personally. What's your opinion on scanning children into video games? Oh, ignore that. I wasn't finished. Let's see. But like I said, but ultimately, I mean, like, it's the Vocaloid community, and so far, like, I haven't really seen anything insidious. Good thing, granted, I'm not looking for anything insidious, obviously, for Kayuki in the first place, but I just say, like, I just hope it doesn't happen again. That's all I can really say. I don't know if I really like this one down here. It's kind of doing its own thing, so I think I'll fix that. I need to focus on drawing. I'm not paying so much attention to chat, so I'm not even drawing. Yeah, definitely, you know, cover up chat. I think you could... Oh, well, I guess it's on the screen. Oh, well. Yeah, if you find yourself distracted, feel free to leave. It's fine. You know, I'm always promoting people's well-being. And if this is not promoting your well-being being here, I feel free. I won't hurt my feelings. I really do care about you guys. What's your opinion on scanning children into video games? Yeah, I see. I don't really. I don't know. Do people actually do that? Is that a thing? I feel like with 3D modeling being such a easy skill to like model a childlike thing from nothing, why would you need to scan into video games? So I mean, I do find that weird too, if that's a thing, but I've never heard of that being a thing. You know what I mean? I won't. I mean, ultimate idiot. You have to make a smart judgment here. I like that way better. I like that way better. True. I don't really know if they do it or not. Maybe they just scan the face. See, I mean, I guess if they just, I don't know, you know what I mean? I just don't think it's necessary. But at the same time, like, I guess, like, if the, like, say, like, JoJo Siwa when she was a kid, if they made video games with her, obviously she'd need being there. So I guess technically that would be her face. I don't know. I guess it all depends also on the context of which it's used. You know, if it's a game promoting a children's game, where the intended demographic, is I think other children, I think it would be fine. But in the context, if the game is more adulterated, not to say in a sexually explicit manner or anything, but even in like where, say like a horror game or something, I think because that would attract more adults. I don't know. I personally find I was like, oh, I personally wouldn't like that. But, yeah, it always depends on the context. Because I wouldn't be surprised, for example, let's connect this. If like Ryan's Toys Reviews has like a video game, I don't know, that big kid YouTuber. And if he's the main star, of course he's gonna be in the video game, you know what I mean? But I don't know exactly. I'll just not read chat and only say my epic comments when I feel like I have something to say. Okay. I think that's smart. So we gotta stay focused. Just like I'm focusing. And the only reason why I'm reading the chat is because I think I'm able to be focused while doing this. But if I couldn't focus, I wouldn't read chat. So you gotta prioritize what helps you. Honestly, I think we should have more regulation when it comes to like child action. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've been thinking about that too, because again, like I do like a lot of research on this whole child develop thing, and it's like it's one of those situations. Like, for example, what do you guys think about the fact that TLC, whenever they hire these people, like for like My 600 Pound Life and what's it called? What is it? 1,000 Pound Sisters. Like, they don't pay them like a insane wage that they're making off the company. They pay them like a bare minimum wage so they can keep filming, while the company profits millions off of these things. It's like at any time they could have said, no, I don't want the TLC show. But at the same time, anybody in a financially compromised situation would probably take the money. You see what I'm saying? I feel like it's kind of like that, actually. And so it's like, there are a lot of circumstances where a lot of child actors, like, the whole Nickelodeon fiasco where it's backfired and, it becomes the trauma for these kids and they can't be, when certain things happen, like you can't undo them. But, at the same time, there are times like, for say, example, like JoJo Siwa, personally, I don't know. Again, I never saw the series, so I can't say with certainty, like my opinion on it. I'll say that this is only a half-hearted opinion. I find it a little weird to have, younger kids, dancing as the theme of a show, but I understand kids are into dancing, so it's like, you know what I mean? Like me personally, I never consume children dancing as a show to watch. And I know it was mostly about the moms, because like, who was that? Who was that one mom? She was in the wheelchair and she was always trying to like run people over, and like that's mad funny. But but like for JoJo Siwa, although I didn't, think, I don't know, children dancing as the theme of the show, I don't know how I feel about that. She became a very, very successful celebrity. Whether we like to admit it or not, she's a little corny. She's a little cringe. I'm mad cringe at some of her stuff. Remember she did that one, Karma's a bitch, that song. It was so funny. And so she turned it into an empire, and literally has lived her life for the better now because of that opportunity of being a child like actor. So it's like, it's one of those situations where it becomes like a very, very gray area. And how do we respond to that? You know what I mean? I gotta hold on. Get some water. So yeah, I think we more regulation. I think companies should be at a minimum extremely financially responsible for, if the kid goes through something negative, you should pay the child a minimum the rest of their life, something like that. You know what I mean? But I don't really know exactly. It comes down to, do you want to optimize for the worst case? Yeah, it's like, do you always, like, for example, like I like little feet and stuff like that. I think it's very, very cute. I have like a feet toggle for my model where I'm going to do it where it's like, looks like I'm kicking back and like, drawing. But I know a lot of people find that as like a sexual thing. And it's like, do I not use the feet toggle because there are going to be a few weirdos that make it weird and uncomfortable and ruin the situation? Or do I just ignore those people? So it's like, yeah, that's a very valid thing where it's like, it sucks because like there are some people who ruin it for the rest of us. And do we as normal functioning people change our lives to accommodate the weirdos? Or what? I think that's always going to be a very, very gray area and a very hard area to regulate. Have you brought any other outfits for your Rin ball jointed doll? I wanted to buy the Rilliane one, but it got kind of expensive. And man, those dolls outfit. Okay, so it's like I like fashion myself, like buying clothes. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel buying a doll's outfit that's more expensive than my outfit. So I don't know. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. BRB guy. Every time I leave, my cat scoots over, and then I have to push out of the way so I can sit in my chair. I feel bad. Let's see. Welcome back, Tomoyo. Welcome. I hope you and Scaramouche are doing great. Totally child actors are exploited. Yeah, it's like, that's what I agree with. It's like, there are a few times where it's like, it changes the directory of the child's life and their parents' life, but then there are times where the parents run off with the money. It's just, it's one of those things. It's like, what do you do, dude? Like, what is the solution here? I don't know. I think at all times, like, I don't know, like, when it comes to something as serious, like, I don't know. See, it's like, then it comes like, I think the best answer I could give for that is increase, what's it called? Surveillance. But it's like, I don't know, some people argue that that's an invasion of privacy, in which technically that can be an invasion of privacy. So say they surveilled every work environment that these child actors are on, you can say that's an invasion of privacy, and that in of itself is kind of strange. So it's like, it's a really hard area, and so it's like, I don't know. I hope someone smarter than me can come up with a better regulation, because I can't think of anything. Oh god, okay, I made sure. I was like, man, I hope I'm not muted again. I'm pretty sure I got the B grade because shipping made the order $30. Also, Miku and a pin just ate the packing card. Awesome. Yeah, if you could just email me, because it's like my assistant handles order mistakes. And like, he's been doing like a bunch of orders, so I'm sorry if that happened. If that's the case, you know, we'll just send you a new pin. You don't have to return anything or anything. Yeah, the Jeanette McCurdy thing made me realize how bad things can child actors. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't even. That's what I'm saying. It's like it changes the lives of like the few, but then like then there are people that ruin it, and it's like I don't know. I was like, you can't even say like, okay, we'll give every adult there a background check. Okay, well, that doesn't mean it's gonna be preventative measures to be a background check done. You know what I mean? P+1. The P counter. Her pose is so cute. Thank you. Wicked was so good. I recommend it. Oh, okay. That sounds like something I might check out actually. Yeah, welcome, Nibris. We're almost all exploded for Labor Day. See, that's what I'm like. That's also like, again, you come down to that issue where it's like, again, someone made a really good point, and it sounds omega woke. Don't get me wrong, but I gotta get some water. Money is like coercion, because coercion is like forcing someone to do something against their will or against like something out of their free will, like their desire to do something. And so, offering people money 9 times out of 10, because of the way people are, they'll accept it. So it's almost like they're accepting a coercion. But then again, that's where I guess it comes down to adults, you know, can accept, you know, things against their will technically. And so I guess that's, again, that's why it's such a tricky topic, because like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I was working on my VTuber model while I was gone. The mouth and eyebrows are colored render. That's cool. You take care, Kayosa. Thank you, Millie. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, I kind of like that actually, but I gotta stretch it out a little bit more. The solution is to ban media, books, and painting. Okay, everything else gets banned. I know that sounds kind of sarcastic, but it's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, whatever is the solution is the solution. I just don't know what the solution is. Perhaps not maybe something so drastic, but maybe something along those lines. You never know. I haven't given it too much of thought. Just got back from IKEA and saw you streaming. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Spider Willow. IKEA is fun. They have really good food. I like their marzipan, those little pink things you can buy in the food thingy. There's no solution, only mitigations. Yeah, exactly. I think that's, yeah, I guess that is rather black and white thinking on my end to think that there is a solution. I'd agree. Like, I think, like, us as humans, because humans are unpredictable inherently, the best we can do is try and prevent it to the best of our ability. And, you know, when, you know, circumstances happen that we didn't predict, just, you know, take that into, what is it called? Consideration for future, implementation. There we go. I did not like how that one turned out. Yeah, that's really all we can do. But once I kind of found out, like, for example, like, the 1,000-Pound Sisters, like, they went omega viral. Once I kind of found out, like, that they get paid, like, nothing from TLC, I was like, oh, God. I don't know how I feel about this, because, like, you know, TLC, like, probably made millions off of their, shenanigans. I guess, see. I wish you push your Wanderer drawing on your community post, because I want to see it high quality. The reason why I don't post my stuff high quality is because people will take those illustrations and images and, steal it so they can make merchandise themselves. And that's happened a few times. And in fact, after this stream, or I think tomorrow morning, I actually have to deal with one of those, someone took one of my items and, has sold a lot of it on a Chinese website. And it sucks because, like, I make those items, limited edition, and they just make a very, very shitty version of it and sell it pretty much forever, which, defeats the purpose of making an item limited edition. So that's why I don't ever, or very rarely, post my artwork high quality, because it just, people will just take it and steal it, you know what I mean? I was meaning, but yeah, there's no solution really. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. That's why, like, a lot of these, like, legal policy and whatever. And you know what I found out in a, from one of my students in an, I don't know, economic class, something like that, is the reason why California taxes are so expensive is because California is, like, one of the biggest areas for, like, research for law implementation. And that's very, very expensive. And what a lot of other states do is they wait till California passes a law because they've done so much research and time and to say that this is a law that should be passed. The other states will just, like, copy that law. And that's why, though, it's so expensive, for like taxes, because California is, like, the initiator of a lot of regulation for the rest of the United States. Hey, Return Mother Kaoza, welcome back, Click6. I hope you're doing good. Let's see. Humans actually suck at being random. If you ask someone to pick a random number between 1 and 7, most pick 7. Yeah, I'd pick 7. I say 1 and 7. 5 doesn't feel like a random number. Yeah, I agree. Would you be fine if someone made a bootleg version of one of your items just for themselves, not selling it? I would not really be fine with that, because I'm very particular. Obviously, you can see here, I put a lot of effort into all the small details on my artwork, because I want my artwork to be shown and seen in the highest quality. And so I use only certain manufacturers that can reach a very high quality product, because I want to showcase my art on its the best of its ability. You know what I mean? Because I put a lot of time and effort into this. Like, let me see how much time I put into this so far. Let's see. I'm 12 hours and 55 minutes into, just not even done with the line art. You know, this is going to be probably like a 20 hour piece if I were to guess. I don't know, with the back, maybe even longer actually. And so, I only use extremely high quality manufacturers to print my material, so everyone can appreciate the artwork in its, intended, ability. And everyone else, doesn't really pay attention or know that. So if anything, I would rather, if it's like, say if it's about affordability, I'd rather literally you just ask me, hey, can I get a discount on this item or something? And I'd be way more apt to do that. And you try and print it on your own. Because sometimes, like, you know, the average person can't see these small details that I want to uphold. Because, like, every time, especially when my artwork is like a brand, as in, like, every time people see my artwork, it looks like the prior artwork because it's so similar. I want to maintain my brand integrity and my reputation of having a very high quality product, because that has been my my biggest priority, is having a really high quality product. And that's why I don't take sponsorships from other manufacturers when they have a shit product. I was going on a little tangent the other day, or rant, I guess, when a company that I have had a history of having low quality products with, they were trying to sponsor me to where I promoted their product. And I was like, there's no way in hell you are asking me, when we have a history of bad manufacturing, for me to promote your product. Get out of town, you know. So yeah, I'd really prefer not. If anything, literally just, if it's that dire, that you know, and I guess important, you just ask me for a discount. I'll try to discount as much as I can. Where the hell is this piece? I killed my first deer hunting. Aw, I don't know if I really like that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like when people hurt animals. Yes, I consume meat. But I feel like, you know, a poor deer. That's kind of sad. I might cry. Click. I see that's an interesting point. Yeah, I'm a prickler when it comes to these kinds of things. And that's why it bothers me. So funny enough, give me a second. If the company had maintained my product's integrity, I don't want to say I wouldn't care, but it wouldn't bother me as bad. But I saw someone had ordered, actually a bunch of people had ordered this product of mine, and all they did, okay, it was one of my enamel pins, and I spent a lot of money, because like, remember I was talking about, someone said that they sell my enamel pins bootleg, and I spent a lot of money in order to make my pins look really, really good. Like every time you do an extra layer for a pin, it costs like a lot of money. So I don't make a lot of money off the pins. I make like, I don't know, $7 or $8 a pin maybe. Because like these pins are like, you know, $11 or $12 per unit to produce. And they were selling it for dirt cheap. I'm like, how the hell are they affording this? Because like I can't even afford it to sell it that cheap. And what they're doing is they're just taking an enamel, or excuse me, like a shitty enamel, or excuse me, a shitty I said it again, a shitty metal. I said it 3 times in a row. A shitty metal. I almost did it a 4th time. And they took one of my pictures of my listings and just printed it on there. And that listing photo is really, really low quality. And then they just put an enamel coating on top of it. The enamel coating on top will yellow over time and make the image, which is already printed on very low quality material, turn yellow. And I do not like my product being reflected as extremely low quality like that. Like there's a very important reason why I don't print generally with enamel, because, or excuse me, epoxy. I meant to say epoxy. Did I say enamel? I meant to say epoxy. It's like a clear film that yellows over time, because it yellows over time. And I know that. And I don't want like someone down the road to have my charm or my pin or anything and see how like shitty it looks, because they're like, oh, this person who draws this style has a shitty product that doesn't last. That's why it bothers me. So funny enough, if they had invested into plagiarizing me properly, I probably would have just been like, okay, who fucking cares? You know, I'm just gonna, whatever, they're ripping me off, I guess, you know, but now they're doing damage to my brand's reputation. That's why I take it personally, you know. Can I get an opposite discount code? Let's see, do I like this little piece right here? I kind of do. I'm making her hair a little bit more squiggly than originally, but I kind of like it. I'm thinking about starting an Etsy sometime for my artwork. Do you have any recommendation for selling acrylic keychains or starter manufacturers? Starter manufacturers, I would definitely always say Vograce. They're very overpriced. But because they do low minimum order quantity, which is mock, they're a great starting point for people to try out the product. And if you're going to start selling your artwork, never ever, and this is based on my own experience, I don't think I like that. That one kind of kills the vibe. Okay, let's take that back, sorry. Print your artwork on a physical prototype, and then of course ask people if anybody would want to buy that or something like that. But don't do like just a pre-order image. I only started doing pre-orders whenever I had an established product, so people pretty much knew already what they were getting. So print your artwork up on a prototype first, because it gives people better visual of like, would they buy something like this, you know? And a lot of people get really stubborn and hard-headed. And they just know, they think they know for a fact that, oh, my artwork's gonna sell, I'm gonna buy a bunch of inventory now. And they fail, and then they give up immediately. Because like, you will have failure launches, you'll have failure sales. Sometimes their items won't sell at all. That's just a fact of the matter. But they think it'll sell right away, and they end up only hurting themselves. So always start out with like a prototype and ask people, hey, would you guys buy this? And listen to the feedback of the people around you. Because there's nothing people like to do more than give out feedback. Because it makes them feel important. Because I mean, it's an important process to ask, you know, for feedback. To see, hey, would anybody split with their time and money to purchase this little keychain I'm purchasing? Would you read my previous message? Let me see, Scarsum. Oh, could you email it to me? I won't show anyone. I don't have any way across. I want to be able to look at the picture. What? I don't know. I rather not. I really don't give out my personal files for my artwork. But, I mean, technically, if you buy the print, that is a huge, high-quality, version of the, whatever, the print, where you can see it in probably one of the best and highest qualities. So... Again, it's not that I don't trust you specifically, but people also understand, like, you know, any time, like, an account of yours can get hacked. And not to say I'm that paranoid, but it's just, like, I don't like to have that, I just don't generally like to do that. And plus, like, a lot of people, like, I'd never know, like, you know, if people want to try it, run it through an AI generator or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just something I just don't usually like to do. I felt so bad, but there's also a deer that helps my family with food, so I sang thank the deer. I also got a direct headshot, so I didn't suffer. Okay, well, I guess if you got, you took it out very quickly, I guess. Do you make the images low quality on purpose to stop copying? Yeah. Funny enough, I didn't with my pins because I was too lazy to resize them. And I'm like, damn. That bit me in the ass here. Okay, should I put that in front? I kind of like that in front, actually. Let's... Okay. But yeah, I usually do. So, like, when it comes to my charm artwork, I very rarely post the original artwork ever. Unless it's resized significantly. And I'll just wait till the charm arrives, and then I'll just take a picture of the charm, because, like, when you print it, it loses quality, and then when you take a photo of it again, it loses even more quality. So I can tell right away if someone tries to plagiarize it, and I very rarely, you know, knock on wood, have people plagiarizing my charms, even though they're technically my biggest sellers. And of course, with like the whole AI stuff and whatever, it kind of stops the generation when it has a low quality source, image source. I'm gonna ask my dad to help me buy the print of them. I only have $5 I've stated. Are you be okay printing the Wanderer art and sending me for that price? If I have Wanderer prints in stock, which I might, I'd have to check. It's a great question for my assistant. That's why I'm trying to get up that Discord so you guys can bother him all day. But yeah, I'd be totally fine with that. I didn't have my ear pros. My ears were ringing for so long, and now things are a lot quieter. Oh, yeah. Definitely wear hearing protection when firing a gun. Okay. So that we kind of have this one. I kind of like the idea of also very similar swirliness. By the way, I was trying to type heart shot, not headshot. Oh, okay. Alright. I still really have never, understood, and this is just my opinion, I've really never understood the, desire to want to harm an animal intentionally. You know, I know not everyone, you know, thinks that they're hurting animals by eating them. I feel like that's more unintentional than more so going to a place where animals in a natural habitat and harming it for what gratification? It's always been my opinion on it, though. Perhaps you could say I'm a hypocrite because I eat meat. But I already feel bad, technically, that I eat meat, but, you know. What's your opinions on cannibalism? It depends, of course, consensual. I love how, like, I have a real answer for this. It depends on consensually. If the person consents before they pass away that people can eat their body, have at it, I guess. But if the person does not consent to it, I don't think it's a good thing. But of course, there have been times in history where, like that one big snow event where people had no choice but to eat the dead bodies that had passed away. I think that's of course circumstantial, as in like that couldn't be controlled. And, you know, it sucks because like I don't think anybody would want to eat someone else. But that's my point. Like, so that's a little different. And it sucks if anybody has to be put in that position, but if it's survival, it's survival. You know, I find it very fascinating. For example, this is really, I don't know. It's funny enough, I don't know what words or things I can say without getting like a YouTube Omega demonetizing. But in the similar vein that, I think Mexico maybe makes trying to break out of prison legal because they believe, again, I don't know if this is for confirmed, that they believe that freedom is like a human right. So every human desires to be free, so they don't really punish you if you try to escape. I kind of believe that, I kind of agree with that concept. And for example, if you understand, and again, like, I don't know if I can say or not, but someone important passed away in a, what's it called? In a, insurance, in an insurance position. And if that person who, you know, killed that guy, was harmed by that guy's policy, and it was this, like, an act of revenge or vindication or justice, can I ever really be upset about that person's desire to take revenge on someone that they lost? I don't know. You know what I mean? So I have people in my life that I really care about. And if, you know, I think if something ever happened to them, I would want to seek equal justice and equal revenge. So it's like, can you ever really get mad at something like that? I don't know. You know? I can't wait for commercial lab grown meat. Yeah, I'd eat the hell of it. I don't even care. Like, I don't even, like I said, I don't like eating animals now. It's just like, I was getting like deathly fucking anemic for whatever reason. And even now, like, I'm still like kind of anemic. So I don't even know if that's a solution, you know? My grandma and parents thought it was a good skill for me to learn. I mean, it's a good skill to learn, but you don't have to do it while killing a life. You know what I mean? And I'm glad to learn something for a good purpose, but I've never killed an animal for no reason. I know, but it's like, you can do target practice, like, you know, what is it called? What are those firing ranges? I feel like that's a better, I made this piece too long, but I like the vibe of it. I think the law agrees cannibalism itself isn't illegal, but obviously murder is a desecration of body. Yeah. Like, for example, I think a lot of women eat their placenta, which is the organ that is grown when you are giving birth to a child. An additional organ is grown to help give nutrients and sustenance to the child, while the child is in the belly. But when you give birth, the placenta comes out, that extra organ produced to ensure the child stays healthy, also comes out of the body around the same time. And some people will eat that because they believe it's highly nutritious. I'm not gonna lie, if I had a child, I would consider eating my own placenta, just for the idea of eating human flesh. So I think that's kind of like the whole thing of it. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird, obviously. Let's see. I agree. That's good. I guess. I don't know. I shouldn't say that's good. You agree, but it's good we see the same perspective. That's what I mean to say. Would it be on your website or Etsy the prints? Just email me. Cause I don't know if I put them on. I don't know. I have like 500 different items on my store. So yeah, email is just the best way. Very topical. I love lab grown meat technology. Yeah, again, like, I don't even, oh god, I hate when people lobby. It's just like, what is it called? Not blackmailing. What is it called when you pay someone? You know what I mean? It's just that, but like legally. Prions are scary though, so don't cannibalize if possible. Yeah, that is true. I'll keep that in mind. Like, thank you for the warning. That is what stopped me from, if I had the option, cannibalizing. I asked about it because I'm writing a comment about consensual cannibalism. That's fascinating. It's a very interesting topic. I always found it very interesting when people are fascinated with, like, gore topics and stuff like that. I think when I was a little bit younger, I was kind of interested in those topics, but, not so much as I've gotten older. I think nowadays I'm kind of more, as you get older, or at least for me, I've gotten more, like, sentimental in the fact of, like, human life and the desecration of it, etc., etc. But I always found it very fascinating when people are they really like gore, and they like fan art where, like, there's just gore everywhere and the guts are everywhere. And I'm like, that's very interesting. It's like, I wonder, is that a normal thing, or does something at one point in your life trigger that, desire to see those things? I don't know. If it was triggered by something, what would it be triggered by? You know what I mean? Like, did you experience death at a younger age, and so you're trying to conceptualize it in a physical and controlled environment, and that's why you consume it as a fictional situation? I don't know. I've seen a couple of artists that do like really big, like that's all they do is like the gore. I'm like, okay, very interesting. Bribing. There we go. That's what, how do I forget that word, bribing? Yeah, it's just a legal bribe. And again, like I hate, like, don't get me wrong, hold on, I got a cough. It's one thing to have money and to do whatever with that power. You know, people make their monies in certain ways, but when you use that power to exploit situations, that's where I'm like, I don't really like that. While we're on the topic, I want to have IRL kids so badly. That's so funny. Hello, it's me again. Welcome back, mystery artist. Yeah, I think some women are just born with the I want to have a child gene, and some aren't. And I don't think, like, I just can't imagine kids in my life. You know how, like, much work that would be? I'd have to work so hard to keep myself alive, you know what I mean? And I'm greedy. I want to, you know, I want to live a successful and comfortable life, and a child would 1,000,000,000% impede on that. But I always found it fascinating when people really, like, I want to have a child, and I feel like that's like a biological thing. So I don't think anything's wrong with it. It's just like, I don't think I was ever... You know what? My father, I believe for a fact my father doesn't have that parental figure gene either. Because he was very absent a lot of times in my life. No shade to him. I think it's just the environment he grew up in. But I just never had that desire. Every now and then I'll see like a... Oh yeah, that was really weird as I get older. If I'm certain parts of my like cycle or whatever, I'll see a kid and I'm like, I'm gonna cry. That thing is so cute. And I'm like, why am I like getting all emotional over a child? You know what I mean? Oh my god. This is all my uterus's fault. I just finished 2 shorts today. I might do another this evening. Are shorts as in the like the reels, the TikToks? Those take a lot of work, actually. Good job if that's what you did. I don't like talking life for no reason. I read the Bible and I've learned the values and etc. of human life, and I realize death isn't a joke, and now I've taken it more seriously for all creatures. Yeah. I see. I see. I'm not the biggest fan of gore, but I am cannibalism. I'm assuming you don't cannibalize. Can you imagine if there was a cannibal in my chat? I'd be very fascinated by that. I'd have to ask you a bunch of questions. If I'd ever want kids, I want to adopt. Yeah, and that's also another thing. It's like, if I did want kids, I'd want it at a financial position in my life where I could provide for that kid in by any means necessary. And imagine, like, you know, having access to a lot of resources and being able to go pluck a little used kid. I always joke around and call like kids in the used. Like I said it for my cat. I'm like, I got a used cat. And give them like the most incredible life. It's like that. I feel like that would be something worth working for. You know what I mean? Because don't get me wrong. Like if you know, are just born into wealth, that's cool. But it's like, you know, imagine taking somebody who had such a disadvantaged position in life, you know, and like giving them something like that a lot of people don't get to experience. I think that would be really cool. I don't like the way that this looks. I can stretch it a little bit more. I would never be a good dad or anything. I can be angry very easily. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I have a temper, and I wouldn't want to end up lashing out on them. Also, don't really like them. I have 2 toddler cousins, and wow, annoying. Yeah, I don't really have the patience for children. I'm not going to lie. And I will say, you know, upon reflecting on my own childhood, my dad didn't have a lot of patience for me. And it gave me a very turbulent childhood. If I'm to look at it objectively. And I'm like, I notice I have the exact same lack of apathy for certain things that he does. And I'm like, you know? But I do like the idea of like raising a child and trying to make him as successful as possible. Because like, again, like if you have access to, you know, more resources and stuff, you know, it can, you know, set a person up for life. But again, you can just adopt a kid and, you know, do the same thing. I gotta have some water. I likely won't have kids. IDK if this is weird, but I'm gay and I'm only either adopt or have no children. I'm a new aunt now, so it feels so weird, but my niece is adorable. That's cute. Yeah, it's just sometimes like having children is for people and sometimes it's not. I think, you know, once you get to a certain age, like maybe my age, you kind of know if like children are on the menu. That sounds weird. You know what I mean? Like children, like, you know what I mean? Like if children are the itinerary, I think that's a little bit better. And I just don't see that anytime soon. Like I can't imagine my life with children. So, I know a lot of people, it's like, they know since they've been really, really young that it was their calling, you know what I mean? Have you watched the new Miku Uno song? I listened to a little bit of it by New. I listened to a little bit of it and it's so good so far. I need to listen to it again. I hate how that person makes it really hard to find their music on on music platforms. But I really like their fried chicken song with Zundamon. I got a water. I do make a damn good uncle though. Yeah, see, it's like the thing is like I don't think any of my other siblings are gonna have children either. So yeah, I'd love to have like, you know, a niece kind of thing or uncle thing or whatever, a niece or an uncle. But I just don't think on my own. God, and then like, you know, I don't think I'm mentally equipped if the child has any sort of psychological problems. I don't think I'm mentally equipped to deal with that. You know what I mean? And I feel like these are a lot of things that people should take into consideration before they have kids. Whether or not they're mentally equipped to deal with, you know, something not normal. But alas, I don't think many people do. Where are... Okay. This we can do right here. Maybe? Yep. We'll do that. Oh, it looks a little ugly. Do it like this. That didn't look too bad. Let's try this. Children on the menu right after talking about Keynote. Yeah, I was like that. The timing of that sounds like, you know, a little strange, to say the least. I've been listening to Happy by NF. Good song. I highly recommend it. Some people have cries. Fair warning. NF. You should listen to Aesop Rock. Everyone should listen to Aesop Rock. It's my favorite rapper. Very, very word heavy. Very articulate. And very intentional with the things he says. And, you know, he's a little guy, so one of his songs was like in what is it, NBA? M2K? I don't know, one of those basketball games or something like that. I think that was like the highlight. I think that was like the peak of his career. But hey, he keeps creating music, and I appreciate him for that. NBA 2K maybe? I don't know. Alright, let's take this. Nope. Are my messages not showing or KO's not seeing them? I funny if I keep missing over them. I'm sorry. I'm not avoiding you. I'm just like looking up when I the chance. It's so weird how when I was a child I want to have children, but like being grown up first. I'm thinking of having a baby in my mid-20s if I can find someone IRL to marry. Yeah, and that's also another thing. You have to you know, you have to have a good partner. More than ever. And I will say that is one of my most conservative, and I'm very rarely a conservative individual, opinions, is that you should find a parent. I don't want to say that you have to marry, because like I'm not saying like marriage is like the solidifier of a relationship. All I'm saying is historically, parents that are healthy and stay together rear the best children's, like for the child's life experience. So I think you should find someone that you feel very comfortable marrying, you guys get along, and then consider having children. A lot of people just have children with anybody, you know, someone that they had no intentions of even considering a long-term relationship. And I think that behavior is damaging to society. That is probably my most conservative opinion. I have a very specific type in men, though. I'm probably going to be alone forever. I mean, that's also another thing you have to consider if you're too picky or whatever. I think as far as like partners for me, it's like, I don't know. It's like funny enough, like I just I'm not even like considering thought of it. It's like I just want to work on my drawings. I just want to work on my career. you know. And it's like, I heard like a lot of people talk about it. I see like on drama and like TikToks. Did I just see something? And people are talking about like how bad the dating market is nowadays. And I'm like, I'm so glad I don't have to give a damn about that. But all I can say is that for people with high tastes, you know, try to elevate yourself to a level that you think that person with that you have high taste for would appreciate. You know, that's really all the advice I can give. This is not looking too bad. Okay, do we put this in front? I think we put this in... but it's more behind. Okay, I don't like how ugly this little guy looks down here, I'm not gonna lie. Because a lot of people, like say, for example, women, they want a really, really rich man who can take care of their finances and stuff like that. But statistically, rich men tend to go after successful and rich women and those with connections. So it's like, yeah, I think that's you have every right to have that desire, but understand the rich person in question also has a desire, and you gotta respect that, you know? That's my dating opinion. I need to take a shower, but my chair is so comfy, like my butt doesn't want to get out. Take a shower. You can take a quick one. Make sure you wash your hair. You don't want to get too greasy. And if my favorite rapper listen to it, I'm mad or sad or whatever because he doesn't cuss, I'm free. Oh, that's right. That's his whole thing. Listen to it in front of my parents. That's good. I'm glad you really relate to him. I notice a lot of people, and this is not to say anything about you, of course, but a lot of people, when they're going through a lot of emotional turmoil, they'll listen to his music. I've seen multiple instances where some of my friends like really get into his music when they're going through something very emotional. So I hope you're doing well. Did you see the Hatsune the Hatsune crypto sand? I heard about it and it's like, I'm not surprised. I thought that whole stuff was so funny. I think it's really funny to see when somebody very normie, like, you know, that individual, Mrs. Hatsune herself, get really, really popular over nothing. Then you have half the audience that thinks it's really funny because they just have a very low threshold for entertainment and comedy. And then you have the second audience that are mauling because this lady did absolutely nothing to skyrocket to the millionaire spot. And so I always find it really funny because like everyone's just fighting each other. And generally it's over the most like innocent little thing. It's just like, okay, her video went viral and she became like a multi-billionaire overnight. But it's just like, okay, you know, just like people win the lottery. She just so happened to win the lottery. But it's so funny to see both sides just fight each other all day about it. So I'm not surprised that that happened. Dating market is bad because of dating apps. Agreed. I can go like I've never used a dating app. Funny enough, I completely agree. They kind of see people now as status and like cattle in a way, and the fact that like you can just swipe and be like, you know, yes or no. Like I think that's a very dehumanizing behavior, and I think people who reach out to those types of apps tend to attract a certain type of person. So those apps are like an echo chamber of people who are just like not in the right frame of mind, if you will. I'm curious, do you have a type? I will say it's very, very hard for my age because I prefer very emotionally responsible people. And that is a very, very rare trait. Emotionally responsible. And like someone who's smart, you know, and educated. And again, not to say like college degree or anything. But it's like I prefer people who are also, I think the term silosexual, I think it is where you're more attracted to someone's mentality and mind than you are their physical appearance. So I think that's the closest I could come to that. But I don't really judge as far as like visually or whatever. I really don't care. And I know like a lot of people don't like, you know, overweight people or whatever. And it's like, if you're overweight, it's just like, that's not necessarily a reflection of who you are as a person. It just means like, you know, what you're going through. So it's like, other than that, other than being like a very rational person, that's really hard to find rationality. Like, that's why I've given up. Like, I know how statistically rare rational people, emotionally mature people, and responsible people are in today's society. So I've given up hope. And now I just sit all day and draw on live stream. Yay, made it to stream. Welcome back, Shikikon. How are you doing today? Yeah, me neither. I'm 100% focused on work and hobbies only. I don't think I have the will for dating. Yeah, it's like, you know, especially like, time's ticking as far as like, I don't know how this economy is going to implode. So it's like, I'd like to get ahead if I can. And I just enjoy what I do. You know, I like sometimes like, it's very rare to have a person who enjoys what they do. So I'm like, I'm fine just sitting here drawing for the rest of my life. I don't care. You know, as long as people will, at least one person's in chat listening to me yap, I will continue to thrive. That's all I need. It's like a plant, you know? I just need a little bit of sustenance. Okay, one chatter in chat, and I am living literally the dream. I'm living the dream, what can I say? Not calling out women, but most women I see IRL are obsessed with money and stuff, and it's lustful, and it's genuinely sad for me. I think in a time like this, I think it's called hypergamy. I think we're seeing it more common because money and finances are becoming more scarce because our economy is crushing. And I know a lot of women, funny enough, I like to watch a lot of women, like, it's not schadenfreude or anything, which means you enjoy the suffering of others. But I just find, again, like, I find, like, social interaction in humans very fascinating. But a lot of women are understanding that men don't understand them emotionally in the way that they want to be understood. So a lot of them have given up on finding a man as an emotional compatible partner because a lot of people don't understand men and women have different processes when it comes to love and lust and desire for each other. Women love men or whoever else the significant, the masculine person, a lot differently than men love women, you know? So it's like a lot of people don't really understand that. And yes, there are going to be outliers and there's going to be like, you know, experiences where that's not the case. But I'm talking about the average man, like in a biological sense. And so a lot of women are upset because they want a man who's very, like almost like feminine, but they're attracted to masculine men and it just conflicts with their goals. In fact, I actually know a lot about this. Like, for example, when you're on certain birth control, it changes the woman's type of men they're attracted to. So whether or not you're on birth control, you have different preferences of men because when you're ovulating, that's when you're most attracted to very high-risk men who are very, very masculine. So like taller men, sharper jaws. And I'm not saying like, you know, if you don't have these features, you're not masculine. I'm just saying, you know, that's what we define biologically as masculine traits. Because that's when you're ovulating. But if you're on birth control, it stops the ovulation because the only time you can actually get pregnant is when you're ovulating. But sperm can last in your body for a long period of time. So that's why you can't just say like, okay, well, I'm ovulating, therefore I'm going to abstain from the woohoo behavior or whatever they say in The Sims. So when you're, so birth control stops the ovulation. So that's how you stop getting pregnant. But when you are not ovulating, sapiosexual, yeah, that's what it's called. But when you're not ovulating, you have different features you're attracted to in men. You're looking for more like, kind of like homely men that will protect you, men that are more feminine, that are more soft, like not protect you, but as in like uphold the home and, you know, provide for you. So a lot of women, you know, don't understand that those small nuances that can contribute to what they're attracted to. So it's very, very fascinating. If you ever, if you are a woman or a uterus haver and you're on birth control, do some research into how it actually affects your body. And did you know when you're also ovulating, your sense of smell is increased because you can smell like, I think it's so you can help smell different hormones on men that you are genetically compatible with. And as far as genetic compatibility or being compatible with a genetic man, it actually exists. And they've done a study where they took a bunch of men and they had them do a workout in a shirt. And they let all these women smell these men's shirts and say from least to what, like the highest to least, which are you the most like attracted to, what smell? And the women ranked them and from highest to least. But what they didn't know is that every one of these women had a sibling in the men that were exercising. And in all circumstances, they rated the man, the sibling, the least attractive because genetically they were not compatible because, of course, incest and stuff contributes to birth defects. So there's actually a lot of very interesting stuff about women's hormones and birth control. I basically no interest in dating anyone, and I do have interest in having a very strong group of friends. Yeah, we can make out sometimes. I miss that part. Um, I can listen to you yap all day long. Yeah, I just like I think it's very like useful as a streamer because like I have like all this like random ass knowledge. But I appreciate that. I take that as a compliment. Hey, I'm a homeowner with Riz. I mean, hey, in a hypergamous society like what we are right now, that is like the biggest clout you're gonna have. Like literally, like if you were to make a a dating profile, be like, I am a homeowner, guys. Guys, I have a mortgage, and watch them flock in. Oh my gosh, your avatar is so pretty. Thank you, bright honeys. I appreciate it. I put a lot of work into it. A funny thing is that when trans people are in hormone replacement therapy, a lot of times their attraction to people change. Yeah. But that they're considered themselves straight before then. But like that they considered themselves straight before then, or they became bi or stuff. I'm a little confused on the second part. But yeah, the hormones like absolutely change your body's chemistry and what you're attracted to. It's very fascinating. Just a second ago, you were talking about anti-androgens and birth control. It depends on the birth control. I don't really understand. I don't understand what you're asking. Anti-androgens in birth control, because it depends on your birth control. Because like there's different types that are like, what's it called? Estrogen dominant, and then like progesterone dominant, and they have different effects on the body. That's also another thing. I like male wives who are short and shaved, not muscular. I'm not on anything. All right. I mean, yeah, people do have preferences, but it's just like you can notice your preference change, you know. Usually, I would say, depending on your birth control. Tomoyo, you like twinks? Ultimate idiot. Yes, that's what I mean. Okay, I'm still a little bit confused. But yeah, I mean, putting hormones and stuff in your body will have a effect on you. Can you give me a random anime character to draw, female or male? I'm bored. I would say Miku just for the sake of the conversation, but I like Rin personally. Rin Kagomine from Vocaloid. Stuber internet went out. Did my internet went out? Oh. IDK, if it's you or my Wi-Fi, but everything red is like probably, I mean, it could be like I was talking for a while, so I'm just kind of catching up on chat right now. So I don't know exactly. Not even online the whole time. Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. All right, I gotta use the restroom real quick. BRB. They've returned. I want a man who is like a rabbit and I'm a big cat. Oh, I can understand that. I always find it funny. To me personally, I've always seen relationships work really well when there's a masculine personality and then there's a feminine personality. I think, for example, I find masculine people exciting, for sure, because I'm a very masculine personality. But compatibility-wise, it is a catastrophe. It ends in fire. Because I think we're both too masculine. We're like fighting, the entire time. But that's just me. And it's like, again, like, feminine men is a big thing. And I think they work really well with feminine women. Or masculine women. You know what I mean? I feel like that's like the whole epitome of opposites attract in a way. Tomoyo self-reporting a cougar. Like, for example, there are cases of trans guys that identify as straight, but when they went on testosterone, they started consuming. Oh, yeah. I've heard about that too. And I've heard, I think, a similar phenomenon when, I think, men go on, testosterone for steroids. Like, they go to, like, be a buff guy at the gym, and then start realizing they have, other included thoughts. Y'all hear me out. My big ass cat could sleep inside that tail. Okay, I'm a little confused. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused. Tomoyo, that's a great type, honestly. Exactly. shower time. Good job, ultimate idiot. Take your shower and, you know, take care of yourself. I'm not a cougar, I'm 18. You said Rin Kagamine, right? Yes, that's what I said. Click 6. Alright, gotta find a femboy and I gotta be a mask girl. See, there you go. You know? And now, like, from what I've learned, the whole dommy mommy thing is a topic of interest, in today's society. I found that very fascinating. Someone gotta tell the waiter I ordered potatoes. Exactly! I'm the masculine person in any circumstance. Like I said, like, when Stella was, freaking out about I think, like, Duncan, I was like, give me their phone call. I'll call right now. You gotta have the one person, you know what I mean? It's funny when it's the woman, too. Excuse me, he asked for no pickles. I love that meme. That is my favorite meme. Cougar is a state of mind. Yeah, you know, low-key it kind of is. Cougar is not age-locked. Pretty flexible personality-wise. It could be a little femboy twink, but I could be a cool Sigma male. Yeah, and that's also another thing. I think, like, it depends on the person, you know, what type of energy you give off. And that's always, I think, a very, very successful kind of mentality to have. Let me see. Do I want that right there? Because you have more options. You know, you're not just limited to looking for only masculine types or only feminine types. You can do it all. But I always found it very fascinating when women are very attracted to, what's it called? Very masculine men. And then those masculine men have very masculine features, which are not very feminine, but they're expecting feminine behavior in a way. You know what I mean? Like, they're expecting the man to be super courteous of your feelings and stuff like that. I'm like, that sounds like you're looking for a more feminine man. That's just me personally. I believe in you. We're back. Are you doing colors now? No, unfortunately, because I'm slow and a perfectionist, I'm still doing... We have made progress on the twin tails, at least. Even though you can't really see them right now. I don't know if I like that. I just saw it on the big screen. I'm like, I'm gonna have to fix it a little bit. I love your art style. Thank you, Vixie Paws. I really, really appreciate that. I always like when people like my art style. That's why I implore people whenever, you know, they want to create they want to draw, like, eventually, like, try and look for an art style, because it's, like, it's kind of fun to create an art style, you know what I mean? It makes you kind of special. This is not gonna be perfect. I'm a cougar, 4 days older than my boyfriend. You are. Whoa, we got a power imbalance over here. 4 days. Four days, too big of a gap. Yeah, canceled. Gap noise peak. I get started now. Okay. Good luck. We are drawing together. I've got a whopping... Oh, I'm already streaming for 6 hours. Look at me go. I'm gonna slam up another 8-hour stream today. Maybe 10 hours if I'm feeling frisky. Oops. Did I just erase that? No. I'm gonna go draw Wander as a cute 2000s magical girl. That sounds actually really cute. Have fun with that. Lol, I'm a perfectionist, so I feel you. I'm always like, there's a teeny tiny bump in the blind. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I go insane for this. And it's like, the thing is never gonna be printed this big, so you're never gonna see it. But I'm like, I know it exists, therefore it is the enemy. His mentality. Oh, how's the underwater Miku sticker doing? You know, she's still alive, actually. I'll do an update on her soon. She's still there. Deep Sea Miku. Funny enough, I think she's, like, literally fine. I think, like, if you don't, shake her, because she probably is deteriorating a little bit, let's be real. She's been in there for, like, 1.5 years, I think. She probably will, deteriorate a little bit, but I'll probably do an update. It's been a bash, Stefan. Reminds me of, like, a birthday bash. Unrelated, but I appreciate the fact that you're a slow artist. I'm a... You're just calling me slow? I appreciate you're so damn slow. I myself I find it more therapeutic. Yeah, it's like I really do, like, I don't want to say I draw for myself, but it's like I enjoy the process of drawing. Like, someone the other day was like kind of like saying like, oh, you're taking forever, and I'm like, oh, yeah, well, I'm kind of having fun. I hate to break it to you, but I like to, like, you know, make my art as perfect as I can possibly get it, and my standards are perfect. I assume you won't stream over the weekend. I thought it's Saturday. Isn't it Saturday for me? It's Saturday. Yeah, I plan on streaming. Like, man, I might even just stream every day. What if I just streamed every way? That'd be kind of funny. If I have nothing better to do, I probably will. I know tomorrow I have to take care of some business stuff, so I'll probably be around this time too. But yeah, I'm planning on streaming. Like I said, I really like to do, like, cause like I can focus on my work and drawing, and I really want to do a lot of drawing. So I'll probably do a lot of streaming as an answer to that. LMAO. You're slow as hell. S2 drive. You are, bitch, you're slow as hell. Sorry, LOL, don't consider it negative. Yeah, I know, I'm just playing with you. It was just kind of funny. I just finally enjoy both myself to watch. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that though. I like to pretend to take things as negative as possible. It's fun. I have to go study for the ungodly amount of testing exam I have next week. Yeah, it's a final season, so good luck, Rhina. Raina or Rhina? Raina, I'd say. Yeah, like as far as my tutoring go, I had to deal with a bunch of finals prep and I think my last like day on the job is like Tuesday, so I probably will celebrate a little bit because I'm very, very excited to be done with this nonsense. Are you actually gonna stream every day? I might. Like, why not? No? YOLO. Why not? What's stopping me? The only thing that's stopping me is me. So I might. Can I stream for X? Oh, well, I already ruined my streak, so I had to do it. Man, and it's like, I could have streamed yesterday. I just had to do, like other people involved with business stuff, so it's like I had to, like, you know, attend to them. I ruined my streak. I streamed straight for 30 days. I really need to find a way. Because I'm doing this for so long, I think I want to simultaneously do it on Twitch, too. Because it's like, you know, why not? I gotta find a way to do dual streaming. Alright, and now we'll do one more right here. Maybe? Yes. Right here. And right here. It looks mad ugly. I'll be at Disney next week, so you'll totally miss it. I will miss you, actually. I will miss you a lot. How about at Disney, though? I heard they have really good food. I've never been. Never been to Disney. What? I don't think I've ever been to Universal either, or any of those. I've been to Six Flags. Is that still around? I wonder if that's still around. Oh hi, it was Friday when you started here. It was Friday. Was it? Maybe. I think you've seen me so many times you just don't even notice my message anymore. I don't know. I think it's like it's the sizing of where you put your message. Like if you notice I'm using smaller ones. I think you just put it so big, so I thought I would read it. I search cute 2000s, but don't feel bad. You can always remind me. I don't mind going back and looking. I searched cute 2000s magical girl sittings of a reference. I know you have, I know, and you know how it suggests stuff to add to your search. Why is autistic man? That's actually really funny. Yeah, sorry if I miss your messages. Feel free to remind me. I don't mind. Okay, some water. It's pronounced Reina. I see. I'll try my best. Oh god, I forgot to log into my gacha games, pulling a banner. Oh. Yeah, that's why I didn't like the anxiety of gacha games, like where you feel like you should have pulled or you have to be there at launch. I didn't really like that. I've only ever been at Six Flags, same. Your dedication and perseverance is impressive. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's actually always been a really good skill of mine to be really, really dedicated to something. And I'm like, you know what? Let me try, what is it? I don't want to say manifesting because it sounds a little silly. Let me try, transferring that to streaming and drawing. Yeah. Careful with the lines. Yeah, isn't Disney like mad overpopulated? Low-key, I've been turning in for an hour or two a day because you're always on my feed when I get home from work. But it's got me heavy considering putting out some YouTube videos. You should do it. You know, it's a little scary at first. And like, you know, I get a little trembly sometimes. But it's like, why not? You know what I mean? You know, hopefully you'll find like-minded individuals. So I definitely recommend it. It's very cathartic for me because as you can tell, I'm a very yappy person. So for a while, I was feeling really like stifled in my ability to communicate with other people because I'm like my best way of means of communication is like through verbal communication. So it really, really helped me to be able to finally get my voice out there is what it felt like. Because I do not have the time to sit here and message people on Twitter all day. You know what I mean? So now I technically have the time to talk to people because I'm also working. I don't, and that's what irritates me, I think, so much about Twitter, is a lot of people I feel like I could, go into a disagreement match with them. But I just don't have the time. So therefore I'm like, I can't even fight back to this person I don't agree with. I just block them. In the UK, you start at 5 p.m. now it's 12 p.m. Ah, I see. KK. The trick is to play gacha long enough to where you become immune to the FOMO. Yeah. I'm kind of getting that a little way with the Zer lane, but I'm kind of like done with the Zer lane. It's a Toho Lost Word Epic Banner. I like Toho. I never played that Lost World game though. The Koishis. That's funny. Everyone really liked Koishis, but I was not a big fan of them actually. I remember when they came out, everyone's like, these are the greatest. And I'm like, I don't really understand really. I feel like there's a lot of good designs in Toho, and I'm like, I don't know. That's very interesting that these ones in particular are so popular. I don't like the term manifesting because there's a whole community. Yeah, that's what I mean. Manifesting, like, I mean it as in, like, to, you know, to take something and create it from nothing. Because that's what I'm doing is, like, creating that motivation stream and stuff from nothing. But, yeah, there's a whole community behind being magical. Like, yeah, like, I'm manifesting. He texts me back. I'm manifesting this new job. And it's, like, based on literally nothing. So that's why I'm, like, saying, like, I mean the word in, like, the actual, you know what I mean? The actual sense, not the, manifesting community. Did you guys see that? I think it says it was disconnected. Yeah. Damn, that was my first one for the day at least. What is that? Let's see. Let me check my internet itself. You know what that means? Cox internet. Oh, I'm coming for you. Yeah, just showing like a drop in my Wi-Fi. Toho's painful. I played Girls Frontline 1 for about 6 years. Wow. Yeah, I know. The transfer of addiction to Girls Frontline 2. Don't play, it's the worst. My pajamas are smelling like cabbages. That's very fascinating. Yeah, the internet. That was weird. Maybe it was just like a hiccup, if you will. The world is cursed. I can't find any pictures of 2000 Magic Girls that aren't AI. Yeah, that's what really sucks nowadays. Like, I had a client I was kind of doing something with, a project with, and they were sending me animal references, and like 3 of the images that they sent me were AI, and they didn't even know it was AI. And I'm like, I can't draw from something that doesn't really exist. You know what I mean? That's what sucks about the Google searching thing. That's why I find it funny when people are, they choose to use ChatGPT over Google, and like some people are upset with that because like Google runs so much AI generation now with each Google search. It's way faster. I find myself to just do ChatGPT because yeah, it's like I see like AI generated. Like we shouldn't have historical photos AI generated. You know what I mean? For some reason, I could never listen to catting non-gaming streamers and just listening to radio at work. I'm very sorry. You've been my radio for that. That's funny. On the radio. That's funny. Try Tokyo Mew Mew. That was a good favorite one. Yeah, that was a good series. I do want to do Tokyo Mew Mew Charms eventually. I only mainly play Toho and Soku fan games, but I love Lost World merch that we get. Yeah, I like the original Toho games only, really. To actually make any of the characters playable, you need to limit break them, which is fine for most basic characters if you get like a relic type character, but you need either dupes or a disc for what? For Toho? Oh god, that sounds stressful. Chatting. Oh, okay. I was like, catting. Oh yeah, even with the AI tag, it's difficult to filter everything on Google Images. Yeah. And it's just like, it's not, because again, like you Google something and then the Google, what is it? Gemini or something automatically generates an AI generated response. And it's like, and then not to mention Google, I've been hating them recently, obviously for the last couple of years, not recently, but, all of their shitty search engine optimization is just, sponsored posts at the top. And it's like, it's so hard to find anything on Google nowadays. So it's like, I will say like, when I do chat GPT searches, it's way more efficient. I'm like, I don't know. I guess it uses the same generation energy. I don't know. But it's very unfortunate, like how much imagery is just AI. And I always see this one that does really, really bad generations of AI. And I'm like, this is a very specific image I'm looking for. Is like, is there a chance it's like generating it as I'm searching for it in Google? You know what I mean? You have a DuckDuckGo extension installed in Firefox. Google has fallen. Yeah, it's garbage nowadays. Gotta sniff. Hold on. I'm gonna grab some, I'll keep the microphone on, but I gotta grab some, nasal spray. Gemini. Yeah, it's totally normal too. Yeah, exactly. But it gets worse. You can only get the relics disc either on special minutes. Ah, that sounds like Fate Grand Order. Fate Grand Order was the worst gotcha game I ever played. Farming there doesn't put the game on autoplay. Ah, that sounds miserable. Like when the game becomes like a chore like that, I'm like, I'm done. Can't do that. Azure Lane, you like do everything on auto. When searching images, man, you know, I didn't even know about that negative AI thing. I didn't even know that existed, actually. That's really funny. But then you just put your characters for like 30 minutes with your phone running. Yeah, see, like that's just a bunch of, I don't know, like my battery, my phone doesn't last very long. I think there's a before 2020 you could add the Google searches, but I forgot how to do it. And then you have to change the team to, oh, that's annoying. Azure Lane kind of does that sometimes where you have to do it before like the affinity goes too low and they'll like hate you. FGO is the single most brutal gacha game in the market. Horrendous rates with pity of like 300. Yeah. I remember when they even added the pity rates and people were like, this is like the bare minimum. Like nobody was phased by it because it's like, it's already been known for being so brutal. Okay, sorry, I need to vent about this. God darn, I'm trying not to curse as much. Game. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Fate Grand Order was really, really funny. Like that game is hell. The Pity in Toho Lost World is basically like that too. Yeah, it sucks. And like a banner comes around, you don't have like, you don't, you see, I don't like that. I don't like that fear of missing out thing. So much that they like, so for example, there are some like more generous gacha games. Like I always found the Azure Lane games to be very, very generous. And I don't really mind that one. But ones when it's like they heavily market fear of missing out, I don't know if I can support that, you know what I mean? Alright, let's take this. Now let's do this. Whoops. This is gonna be a little bit more transparent. Alright, let me see what else we're missing from this Miku. Oh, the leg thingies. Oh god. This might be just a little, oh god. The leg pieces are insanely detailed. Probably the most insanely detailed item on this entire thing so far. I know people are griping about GFL swapping over to Hoyo banner method. Yeah. I let them have this moment. I will say, like, you know what I mean? I think like they're handling the whole girlfriend like girls frontline 2 thing pretty well. So far, I think. I don't know, every time I see anybody play that game, they're like, it's like a thick of feet compilation. which I think is really funny. And the models, I mean, like, compared to what we got, you know, it was just like, you know, the little chibi guys, and like, now we have 3D models. I thought that, certainly a really good upgrade to say the least. What do we have here? Probably should have done this a little bit earlier. Girls Frontline 2 is hard pity 80, not 90, and each pull costs 150 instead of 60. Plus, every long year, Chinese players have maintained FP2 status to have almost every limited banner at all. Yeah. Ultimately, though, like, what's it called? Gacha games are so stressful for no reason. I will say they're really good at getting me attached to the characters. They're successful in that regard. Which, I think that says a lot about society and like how a lot of people are turning to like virtual characters and stuff like that as a companion. Is that a bad thing or is that a good thing? I'm not really sure. I think it's just very indicative of the type of nature we're heading towards. The change in the human spirit, if you will. Or rather, the human desire. How long does it take for you to finish drawing a charm? We've been going at 6 hours strong so far. See, that's the best part, is that we actually haven't been going 6 hours. I think we're at like 13 because I started this yesterday. So on average, probably 20 to 25 hours. Let me see exactly how much I did. 13 hours and 58 minutes. So it takes a long time. And that's also another thing kind of like I wanted to show to people is that like a lot of people think I can draw these so quickly. And I'm like, I'm very, very slow. Which in my repertoire, I don't think that's the word I'm looking for. I think that's the way you rephrase words. But in my arsenal is the word I was looking for. My shop, I have like over 200 different keychains. So that's a lot of hours of drawn, you know? The only gacha I really like is ZZZ. Man, that game looks a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I like the way that game looks so far. I like the very jelly animation style. I think that's really cool. I like the character designs. Don't get me started with the whole attachment to characters with how the GFL 1 story ending. I won't say any spoilers, but it's not good at me. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I have a widget where I can listen to Wanderer's voice lines on my home screen. Okay. That's a very intimate connection you have with your husband. Let's see, I think my microphone's too far. Hopefully that didn't burst someone's ears by me moving it. I hate this thing kind of like shifts. It's like I can see it slowly falling. Maybe. I'll pay attention to it in a minute. It's okay, Chaos, and not everyone sound like the hedgehog. That's what I'm saying. If people don't understand, I'm slow. You know, it wasn't the art at the end, it's the art friends we made along the way. That's the important part. Sim. Yeah, that's like a year's worth of drawing straight, not counting actually getting them manufactured. Yeah. Yeah, that's like again, I've like 7 years of doing this in April. It's a long time. Yeah, I didn't really like Nikkei either. I don't know. It was just a little too, I don't want to sound like a prude, because I'm not. It's like, it was like a little just too overtly sexual. And it's like, I like the Zerlane's kind of sexualness. But Nikkei was just a little too much for me. Okay, now these little foot cuffs are about to obliterate me. No, okay, actually, no. I'm gonna be positive. They're not gonna obliterate me. I'm gonna draw them very, very easily. I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting. I love gotchas when I get what I want. Oh yeah, exactly. And then you like, post a screenshot on social media and be like, oh, did I drop this? Free to play, by the way. Oh, I got them in a 3-poll. Sorry for you losers who had to get pity. Couldn't be me. That is fun about gacha though. First poll in the banner. Oh, sorry guys. What was I? It's such a toxic thing since I used to do it all the time. God, I love Genshin. That's the thing is like, if I get into another, I will say I will give one more gacha game a play, and that will be Azure Promelia, and that's because again, like I've been supporting the Azure Lane game for a long period of time, so I'll give that gacha game a go, and it's supposed to be kind of like a Genshin, but with like I think animal, you can ride animals and grow animals, so kind of like I think in the essence of Pal World, but with cute and girls only. And that's what I like. I like it when gacha games do girls only. I don't want stinky men in my game. Sweaty women only. Cause I hate, cause I like playing with girls because they're pretty and like you get a man on the banner. I remember one time, I don't remember what I was playing in Genshin. I think it's one of the last times I ever pulled, and I got the guy, I think Ito, and he's like all muscly and like I don't know rocker. I'm like, this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. They need to be pretty in dresses. That's the only option. Yeah, the Koreans went crazy with the Nikkei. I love, part of me enjoyment maybe because I only got lost 50-50. Yeah. It's always, like, I will say, that's the thing I don't like about gachas, because, like, you feel like a superior, treasured person when you get what you want. You're like, huh. Of course I have the luck. I'm the chosen one. It gives you this ego for no reason. I want to play ZZZ, but instead of doing bug fixes, they just say my device was insufficient. It's possible. And one day I'll get M6 Jane. Oh, you have to do the whole... Oh, God. The limit break stuff. Oh, God. Yeah, that's so stressful in a game. Because then you get it, and then you're like, okay, now this is like, you're just like part 1. You're part 1 of the journey. I hate Ito too. Yeah, he's just ugly. He's just ugly. I'm like, oh, get out of here. Cute little characters or go home. MJ6 is busted. Fuck. I use her and Seth. See, I don't know any of these characters. Man, that sounds fun though. I love girls only gotchas, but I need more males only that are. Yeah, I like male only gotchas too. I like when they're separated though. So Azure Promelia straight out said, "Hey guys, we're only doing girls," and I'm like, "Yep, exactly what I want to try out. I am the demographic for that." Damn, this lady sure streams. Thanks, Roland. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 28 minutes so far. Can we do a 10-hour stream, guys? Can we do a 10-hour stream? Let's see. Ito buff. I mean, is he buff? I don't know. He was just muscly, and I'm like, not a fan. No, thank you, Dio. ZZZ does run Pretty Men, though. I will say... Oh, Pretty Man. I thought he said run Pretty Men. I will say, I like that little wolf dude in ZZZ. I like, that's a really cool design. We need more femboy gotchas. Yeah. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm trying my best here. I'm trying to build up stamina. It's funny, I've only done like technically like one charm of completed. I've not done a single complete charm on stream because I'm such a slow drawer. I'm a drawer. Two of my JB friends who are girls love that one old male only gacha game with the swords. These guys, I think I kind of know what you're talking about. Maybe like one of the Sengoku type of games. I gotta sniff again. Von Lykion? It's funny, I think that must be him because Lyca, I think is like the Latin word for wolf. For lycanthropy, that's how I remembered that. Because lycanthropy, I think means to transform into a wolf. So that must be his name. I'm just playing some video before I go to bed, which is probably a bad idea. You should go to bed. I think you should go to bed. Video games, they're not gonna do anything for you. Not the sweet release of sleep can do for you. Just post it. You can check it out if you want to. It's up to you. Just post it. Oh, where'd you post it? I don't think you told me. I'll probably have to check it after stream. I'm trying to hurry up, at least get the front liner of this silly Miku done with. Okay, I'm just gonna do it like this. This is gonna be the most whatever Miku ever. Okay. Okay, I promise you guys this is a snowflake. If you close your eyes, does it always feel like nothing's there at all? Yeah, just pretend this is a snowflake. Kaoza, do you got any food in yourself? I'm hungry. Mother, not really. I was kind of surviving this morning. I have bread and ground chicken. I'm out of salsa, unfortunately. Yeah. I did absolutely blast some chocolate-covered cashews I got at the grocery store yesterday, though. Those were great. Oh. I think I'm back. Oh, this is so annoying. Let me see my stream settings. That means I'm gonna have to call the lovely SOBs from Cox Internet. Man, we were doing so good until recently. Yeah, welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate it. Token Rambo. Wow, that's an old game actually. Wow, I didn't know. Is that game still around? Wow. I see that you said same name as my username. Where'd you post it though? Did you post it on like Instagram? You know what I mean? I like bread. Give me raw bread. Yeah, it's some like keto bread. It's pretty good. It has a lot of fiber. We'll always remember you. I said you can clean me up like Jaquez did the Nemo Mr. It's funny. If you close your eyes, you can almost feel how fluffy KO's tail is. Exactly. Oh, YouTube, I posted it there. Or here on Instagram. Okay. Well, I wasn't done streaming. I'll check it out. Man, that's so frustrating. I'm gonna have to call Cox Internet. I mean, okay. I had the weirdest... I don't know how to handle the situation. So I had a Cox employee come out to my house sometime. I hope you enjoy Mother. Probably no, you know, if you put it out there, I'll enjoy it for sure. But I had this Cox lady come out to my house, and I didn't say anything, and I didn't make her feel uncomfortable. I didn't even say anything to, like, I don't know, what's it called? Her supervisor or whatever. But she smelled so badly. It stunk up my entire house. Like, the floor of the house was just, like, it smelled so bad. And I'm like, I don't know. It's like, do you, like, if I had a company and someone smelled that bad that it, stunk up a client's house, I would want to, you know, possibly correct that behavior. I never did anything about it, but I'm like, it was such a bad experience because it was, like, a mixture of, like, body odor and, like, cigarettes. And it was just, like, really, really, really bad experience. I had to put a bunch of, what's it called? I had to open all my windows. And I'm like, should I have said something? You know what I mean? I don't know. So ultimately, it doesn't really matter because I didn't say anything. But I don't know. Hi, new sub. Hello, Yuki Starlight Demi 20. I appreciate you stopping by. The honk shoe sleepiness. Get some rest, ultimate idiot. Instead of a booty call, got a KO, make a Cox call. Pretty much. That was my first female drawing in a long time since my friends mentioned a few hours ago sexualizing them, so it's probably not that good. Again, don't listen to your friends. Are they your friends or are they just people around you that you have no choice but hanging out with, you know? There's a big difference, I feel. No, just go as often as I can. Are you gonna clean me up with my tail? Sure, why not? Why not? I'll use it as a cleaning brush. Okay, and then the other side, this is gonna be omega annoying. But I think if I do it easy, hold on. I think we got this. I say we got this and I immediately lose confidence 10 seconds after I said that. Let's flip you over. That looks ugly. Let's see. I guess they're old friends and I started distancing myself because I felt like more like someone who's just there, not a friend. Yeah, I mean, if you feel that way, like, I very quickly, when I tell people, I can tell people are not, on the same wavelength as I am, as to say the least, immediately cut them off. Because friends, when they make you, like, second guess whether or not you're friends, are miserable. And I say bon voyage. I'd rather be alone, and I say this 100% genuinely. I don't have any friends in real person. But when people make you feel like if you're not a friend or not, like, just get them out of your life. I'd rather be alone for the rest of my life than ever experience people like that. Because then it just, like, you know, bleeds into your self-confidence. This is... Guys, this was supposed to be a snowflake. What the... Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen. LOLOL. We have technology. Oops. Okay, there we go. When I'm not watching your stream, I hallucinate your stream music. I know, it's gotta be so annoying, I'm not gonna lie, because it's like, you know, it's just the same thing over and over. I gotta find, like, I gotta commission. Like, if as long as, like, as soon as somebody who I really like, allows me to commission them, I will do so immediately. I don't care what I have to pay. Because I like nice music. It's crazy I don't have IRL friends and that's sad. It's not sad. Why do you think it's sad? You have to understand, like, for example, my circumstance, I happen to be a very... I'm tooting my own horn here, but I'm a very educated and rational person. And that is a minority trait in the United States, at least. Probably the entire world. And so I know it's going to be hard for me to find friends. Because not many people are educated or emotionally rational. So I know it's going to be harder for me to find friends. So I don't really say it's sad. Maybe in the grander scheme of things, oh, it's sad that society is not so accepting of being rational. I just accept it as a fact. You know what I mean? No, I love it. That's funny. I will have to get more music soon. So sometimes, like, I watch back my streams, make sure, like, it, like, looks good quality, and I'm like, oh, I'm already sick of this, and I'm not even listening to it. Here in Brazil, we have a saying that you probably guys have too, that it's better to be alone than back home. Yeah, exactly. But a lot of people have confidence problems, and so they feel they've been rejected by society when they're alone, which I believe is natural, considering, you know, humans are such social creatures. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but you just have to understand that you're just not so fortunate to have the opportunity of, like, smart and educated people around you. That's all it is. It's not you, it's the people around you. And I know that sounds like, oh god, I don't think, let's see. Okay, this is gonna have to do, guys. This is gonna have to do. I hope I can make a full snowflake from this. I know that sounds like, it's not me that's the problem, it's society. But if you're a really, really emotionally educated person, you're rational, those are traits that are not common, unfortunately. So, video game music is pretty safe to use. Yeah, that's true. No good Noel, they're my friend's partner. The music is awesome. Maybe. I do have very, very high standards for, I'd have to check out their portfolio. I'm very, very particular when I commission people. I about bludgeoned my poor rigger to death when I got her to work on this tail. I think she sent me, oh god, she probably sent me like 10 different updated files. Like, okay, does this work? Back to the drawing board. Yeah, she put her whole heart and soul into this. Alright, now let's flip this vertically. Okay. See, we kind of got... Okay, this is a little... Why did that just happen? My Apple, what's it called? Intelligence or whatever just turned on. Spooky! Since I moved to a different city, I have no IRL friends, but I still talk to my previous friends. Yeah! When I moved to Vegas, I didn't have any friends. But I will say... I feel like something is very off on my snowflake. What did I do wrong? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I was like, this is not making any sense. It needs to be more like this. These line up. Oh, okay. When I moved to Vegas, I never made any friends. And I still have not made any friends. I've been here 5 years. But then that's granted because I don't leave the house. So again, that's why I said, guys, I'm literally losing my mind by having zero social interaction. So I took to the internet as my source of social interaction. See, that's better. It is gonna be a snowflake whether I like it or not. I find it sad because I really miss having friends my age in public school. Yeah, I mean, it is sad, but you can't feel sorry for yourself because nothing can be done. Like, me personally, it's more... Me personally, I've always, because I'm just a little bit more mature. And so I hate saying them myself, but it's like, you know, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm better than you little hooligans. But I mean it more so as like, it's just like a fact of reality. Like, I started my business when I was like 21. And, a lot of people my age are very, very immature. And, which makes sense. Oh god, does this even... Guys, what happened here? What went wrong? Oh, okay. So it kind of worked. Okay. Okay, I was supposed to say, like, what happened? What happened? Okay, this is gonna do. Okay, and I'll just copy and paste one of those thingies. I gotta take another break from the stream. When do you think you'll end up the earliest time so I'll be back in time? I'll probably, it depends. I've been doing 6 hours and 43 minutes. And I'll either do 8 hours or a little bit longer than 8 hours. So the minimum, I think another hour and 20 minutes, I would say. But yeah, please take a break. Sorry, I keep sniffling. Good golly. For real, but I got the boys on Fortnite. Yeah. I have really good online friends. And I think that's really all that matters. Okay, this is gonna look a little wonky because he's a little squished. But no snowflake. You like. Well, you're so mature for your age, yeah. Yeah, but I'm not like... Again, I don't like saying it because it sounds pretentious. But I really, I've never really gotten along with my peers my age. I don't like reading books. And textbooks. Not even fiction books. I have not read the last time I read a fiction book was American Psycho, and that was last year. I try to read every day. Look, it's a snowflake. This guy, like, look, this is the one, he's like a little gimpy. Okay, we gotta try and save him a little bit. Bye, Tomoyo. See you later. If not today, that's fine. You know, don't stress yourself out if you can't come back. I'll always have that tomorrow. The next day, the next day, the next day. Have fun with doing whatever you're doing. It's okay to be a little pretentious. That is a treat. Yeah, exactly. Like, sometimes you have to, you know, be a little confident, I guess you could say. Okay, I think this is a solid snowflake. God, you see how long it took just for one snowflake? It's like, am I insane or am I just drawing an insane Miku? You know what I mean? Am I slow or is just Miku just insane? Because tell me why I need this type of snowflake on a cheap... Whoa, I did the wrong one. On this chibi. I'm going to brush my teeth, personal... Hell yeah. We love a teeth brusher in chat. Don't forget to floss. Flossing is incredibly important. We don't want gum disease in this household. I think we're all a bit slow for real. Yeah, for real. Alright, so now let's take this. Oh, wait. There we go. I need to make it a little bit bigger. To kind of hit this size. That's applicable. That looks great. Love your efficiency. Thank you. Now we're going to put this. So it sticks out a little bit from the other side. Okay. And then we're going to duplicate this because we're saving that. Miku's a bit hard, but mainly hair I can never get right. Yeah, the hair is insane. Let's see. Let's take this way, so we can see better. And start erasing. I used to be a huge reader, it died down a lot, but I try to read nightly. Yeah, I always recommend reading. It is so... Like, every time I get my head in a tizzy, because I get into neurotic tizzies sometimes, where I just don't feel like I'm making any progress. And again, like, I think it comes down to I listen to external sources of information that I shouldn't be listening to. Where I'm like, okay, well, this person's accomplished this. Why haven't I not accomplished that? And it gets me all in a worked up. And then when I read a book, it really helps gather my thoughts more clearly. And I really appreciate it. Alright, what on earth is this? Alright. We're going to put this right here. Because it's a tiny bit of this. So reading have helped me a lot. And then I will say, like, again, like, I have a very motivated mentality for doing my best. And sometimes I feel like such an anomaly for that. Whereas, like, for example, I'm 28. I am a woman. And I never had my little club phase. I've never... The only time I've been to a club is when I was the dude... was it the DD? I was a DD. Almost a duty driver. Is whenever I was the DD. And I always thought that was fun because I love drunk people. Drunk people are the funniest people on earth. They're like giant toddlers. It's a lot of fun. So I always was fine being the DD for my friends. That's the only time I've been to a club. I've never ordered a drink from a bar. And sometimes when I'm up in my feelings, aka I'm going through hormonal fluctuations, I'm feeling sorry for myself because, like, I did not live the life that all my other socialite peers have lived. Therefore, I'm a social reject. So it makes me feel very, very sad for myself sometimes. However, when I read a book about someone else who's very, very motivated and shows similar personality traits to me, I'm like, no, I'm doing exactly what I need to do. You know what I mean? So it makes me feel better. I want to get back into reading every day for like an hour. Start with like 30 minutes, you know? Take it really easy. You know, because like sometimes I get into the way where it's like, I'm like, oh, well, I should be reading at least an hour a day, but it's like, I'm not reading at all. So it's like, let me start like very, very lightly at the minimum. Giant toddlers is the way of saying it. Yeah, it's what it is. And it's so funny. It's so funny. I went to a bar with my grandma, the workers, and with my grandma. The workers and people, they loved me and they always went there. And they got the freshest of the fresh Dr. Pepper. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me, sir, can I get an orange juice, please? You guys have milk, like a glass of milk? Yeah, but books have always really helped me with that kind of mentality. I appreciate that. So whenever you're in a mental tizzy, I recommend reading books. Because certainly in my own personal life, I don't really have anyone in person who shares the philosophies I have. So the book is going to be as close as I can get. I want to read an hour because I know that when I start reading, I like reading a lot. My own problem is consistency. Yeah. I do love reading though. Very strong drink for only the biggest of boys. 2 glasses of warm pilk. Pilk? With extra ice. My 5-year-old mind would tell me. I'll get a chocolate milk. Extra chocolate, please. Can you imagine? Sounds like that one episode of SpongeBob. I think I like Weenie Hut Juniors. I gotta sniff again. Oh god. Yeah, it sucks. So it's like, yeah, I get this like type of allergy all the time. My nose is just like poorly designed. I have to wake up in the middle of the night and get nasal spray. Huh. I think I'm almost completely done with this line art finally. Look, I know. That's a strong one. You sure you can handle it? Alright. But I do get that kind of social envy. Sometimes when I see people my age doing all this very socialite behavior. Because I've just been drawing and working my business for like the last damn near decade. It's really, really funny when you say it that way. But alas, this is what I have chosen to do. I will live with my results very happily. Okay, let me see what else we got here. I think I'm almost completely done with the line art. Good lord, this took forever. Spicy Fanta. I like vegetable juice. And I like spicy vegetable juice. It's kind of related. I don't like the way that twin tail looks. Back to twin tail hell, you guys. Oh lord. Let's see. I think I just need to oops. Change it a little bit. Water is good, liner gets good. Thank you. Miku, yep. The Miku. The Miku. Frick. Alright. Back to twin tail hail. Oh, funny enough, I think that might be it. Let me see. Nope. I think that might be it. Well, okay. This a little more. Do we want to put out, or do we want to keep it more inward? I think more inward. Warp this a little bit. And this a little bit more inward. What is about? Okay. Let's just take this. The details look so nice. Blythe? Thank you, Blythe. Vegetable juice. Yeah, vegetable juice is good. I get the red one. It's like V8 spicy. Oh, you know, I might actually have some soon. All right. Insane thing about how old that song is now. Yeah. Oh my. Good lordy. Let's take you and put you. Okay, I think up a little bit more looks better. Yeah. Okay, up and maybe crooked a little bit more. I think that's gonna have to do. Again, what have I always said? Perfect is a killer of the good. I think this is a relatively good Miku. Psych. We gotta figure this out, guys. I think I almost got it though. It's funny because like I don't even know what I'm looking for. I like the spicy ones. Teeth brush, congrats. Congrats. I saw the peed. Teeth brushed and peed. Congratulations. We love a healthy individual. And we only promote the healthiest of individuals here. Let's take this. Yeah, I'm going to Neurotic City if I keep messing around with this. Any anime books you watch, read lately for recommendation? I don't. But if I'm not a very big fiction consumer, the only thing I really recommend is Tanya, Saga of Tanya the Evil. I read the light novel of that though. That's a very good series. Very, very probably it's an acquired taste. I have not seen an updated anime in so long. Oh, whoops. It's fine, I like that. Alright, this might be as good as we're gonna get. Let me flip this a couple times. I do not like this. Alright, let me just... Please, guys, let me figure this out. What is it? Tanya's good. I love the war strategy aspect of it. Yeah, for real. Any non-fiction recommendations then? I'm really liking, I was reading, Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. It's a very, very good book. Okay. Very, very motivational book. Whoops. Alright. Okay, let's take a look at this one. I think that looks fine on this side. It's definitely this side then. Okay. I was AFK. What's the Game Boy green for? Is that for something color related? Oh, yeah, it's just it's like a filter I just put. It's just a color I found really is gentle my eyes. My eyes were straining earlier. And so it helps me not strain my eyes as much. Okay. I'm getting my ass beat by Miku's twin tails. I kind of like that look. Okay, maybe this is just too thick. That's a little bit better. Okay. Turn it a little bit. A little bit higher. I don't know. If you haven't read or watched, I recommend Dragon Ball, Naruto, Pokemon. Percy Jackson, Little Women, Call of the Wild. I used to really like Call of the Wild with Buck, the little dog. One of my favorite books as a kid. I am going inside. I think it's definitely this area. Okay. It might just be this area specifically. That big deep curve is what's making everything look wonky. I feel like that makes it look way more, I don't know, controlled? Whoops, I lost the plot. Where are we going? I think that looks better at the minimum. Okay, we're figuring this out, guys. Hey, Pink Floyd likers in chat. I really like Pink Floyd. You guys are about to watch me descend into madness. Okay, so now let's take this. Merge it down. And then let's take this. Oh yeah. I hope that was for Pink Floyd, because I love Pink Floyd. Alright. Now let's take this. And then increase this upward. I forgot to grab that second layer. Goodness. Oh no. I used to watch a lot of anime and play games a lot more when I was younger. Now I have a hard time keeping up. To me, it's just always been the only way to watch anime nowadays is through Crunchyroll and financial subscriptions. And I hate Crunchyroll. And I'm an adult now who has responsibilities, so I don't really have a lot of time. It's really been it for me. I try to read it when I can, but I don't really Okay, what about this? I know it's very exaggerative. Right. It's gonna be one of those Mikus where I draw her, and then once I'm done, I will never look at her again. Okay, this is a little bit better. Alright guys, now we're cooking. Okay. I almost got this. There's also some people in my house, and one of them has a baby. Oh yeah, I could not deal with a baby. You gotta hop on Minecraft. Ever tried pirating it? It's not that I have a decent moral ground, because like I've always been like, for example, like books. I do pirate technically a lot of books. So it's not that. It's just like I can't be really bothered. It's like I don't really know. Like I did torrents for a while, and just kind of like a lot of the torrents of the anime I want to watch are dead. And but yeah, I mean, me personally, I mean, if like when it comes to plagiarism and stuff like that, not plagiarism, pirating and stuff like that, I mean, not everyone's gonna have the opportunity to financially support the series that they like. And me personally, the only like for example, I used to plagiarize all the anime, or plagiarize, what is what I'm looking for? Pirate all the anime I watched when I was a kid. But as soon as I got older and I had finances, I started buying and supporting the series. So that was kind of like my answer to it in a way. Like, you know, like not, it sounds dramatic to atone for my sins, but it's just like, that was like my way of like, you know, giving back. Because at the time, like when I was a kid, I financially could not have supported the series. So like, what was I going to do? You know what I mean? But yeah, it took like 20 years later, and now I'm able to, you know, somewhat financially support the series. I think that's like the least I can do. You know? So it's not really a moral high ground. It's just like, it seems like they're always taking down all the websites that have the plagiarism anime or whatever. Atone for my sins. Exactly. You know, now I have a huge collection. I buy all the stuff of the series I like. You know, I buy physical, or not physical, like digital copies of the series. And that's me atoning for my sins. Okay, we are so close. We're so close. I can feel it. I'm super picky on anime. I'm like an anime fan, but rarely can put in time for new series. Yeah, like that's also nothing. Like I just go back and watch older series. Some of the newer stuff, I don't know. Just I'm a boomer. This Miku is an angel, though. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Watch me go insane again in a few minutes. Oh. I pirate them by the merch. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of like... I agree with that. Kind of like how I handled it, really. IDK, man, I don't have a job right now, and convincing myself to sit down and watch a show is still a challenge. Maybe I just need something else to experience. Yeah, I mean, you could, like, it's not really controversial, but, like, you might grow out of, you know, enjoying anime. Like, I've definitely grown out. I don't know how old you are, but I can definitely tell I'm not the demographic that would enjoy it as much anymore. Not to say that it's at a certain level, but it's just like I've just grown out of it. Not like age, you know what I mean? Not aged out of it. I've just grown out of it. You know, I have different goals and stuff now. I don't like subscriptions either. Yeah, I don't even. That's also another thing I don't like. 'Cause it's like there's sometimes, yes, I have the time to watch a series. Then there are other times I don't. So I'm just paying for a month of nothing. Oh, you know what I can do? I was like, this bitch looks too broad. I'll draw a line. It's looking great. Keep the great work. Thank you. I really appreciate the support. This is a type of insanity I live for. I will figure it out, guys. I will figure out what makes this Miku look good to me. I will figure it out. I have the determination. I have the stamina. I have the patience. We will, in my eyes, perfect this Miku. Fire. I go to sleep now. Bye-bye. Good night, ultimate idiot. Sleep well. Good job for, doing hygiene. I have to go, mother. Okay, so I'll tune in tomorrow. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Click 6. I go CD hunting when I'm in Japan so I can have physical copy and support artists, but yeah. I'd rather that anyway. And it's like, I know like these big companies like pay nothing to the artists anyway. And plus like, isn't like hold on. I don't know if that's outdated information. I gotta sniff again. Isn't like Blu-rays the #1 way they make finances now? Or I know that was at one point, like the Blu-ray is what was the big financer of this series. I don't know if that's the same thing. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye, Mother Chaos. Have a good night. Good night. I'm a sleep type. Yeah, but maybe you're right. Yeah, I'm 29. Yeah, so you're my age, first of all. So yeah, it's like you might just be done with it. Like I will say, like I have no interest in like some of these new series and stuff like that. Some of my old series, yeah, and that's because like they have like vouchers, so it's like people have been talking about them for a while. But a lot of these new series, I'm like, I have zero desire for this, you know. So your alignment of things you enjoy is probably changing, because that's what mine did. And it was like it was really depressing for a while because like that's when I kind of found out I was out of the figure community. I'm like, I don't really like this anymore, guys. You know, and then I changed that. And so it's kind of tough to come with, come to terms with it, but I will find something else that interests me. I indicate how the current studio finance structures are. I just know they're mostly like conglomerates right now. Yeah, whatever that means. It sounds like grouped together is what I would think. I gotta use a restroom real quick, so BRB. It returned. Yeah, I really don't know how they finance all this stuff nowadays. I don't know, streaming. I think, after walking away and coming back, I think this Miku is maybe as good as it's gonna get. So watch me tomorrow when I wake up with a pair of fresh eyes. Welcome back, thank you. When I wake up with a pair of fresh eyes, I'll probably work on that damn twin tail again. And even now... Okay, maybe one last try. Everyone's like, I think I got it. I think I got it. Every single time. Woo! I think a little bit of fatigue hit me. What am I at time-wise? 7 hours and 10 minutes. Okay, I'm doing really good actually from that. I'm just now feeling a little bit of fatigue. Okay. Again, I think it's because I went to the gym this morning. Okay, I think, look at you. I don't really like you right here. We'll leave you right here. Yeah, there might be a couple of times in life that you stick with something the rest of your life as far as interests. You might move on in other circumstances. I don't think there's any harm in moving on. I know for me personally, I had the whole sunk cost fallacy. Where I was like, I've already put so much time and effort into making anime figure collecting my life. But then I realized I'm just happier without it. And that's really all that matters. Is whether or not I'm happier without something. Happier with or without something is what I'm trying to say here. I'm going to bed. Good night, nice. Good night, Airy. I appreciate you stopping by. That's pretty good. I'm lying through my teeth right now. Dear Lord, I have this mentality for collecting and it took a lot of self-discipline to downsize. Yeah. I have one of those, like, I don't know, hoarder traits for collecting. And I started, you know, I just recently woke up to the idea that, I'm like, this is not making me happy. I'm gonna eat a cough drop. Wait a second. And for the longest time, and this is gonna sound like the most childish thing ever, for the reason why I was collecting so much. It was because of the fact I was like, I'm not a real fan of this character unless I own a figure of it. And so to feel as though I'm a real fan of the figure, or character, excuse me, I must own the figure. And I'm like, I have to always prove that I'm a real fan of this character. So I kept buying and buying and buying more figures. Box Miku, no dragon. I'm a little confused here. I can be a dragon though. Oh, dragon hoarder. Okay, I get it. Okay, I'm a little slow. Exactly. I'm a dragon in that aspect. I'm like, I'm not a real fan unless I own this figure. You know what? It's not how that works. Not how it works. Who cares if I'm a real or fake fan anyway? Nobody. Nobody cares. And I think that's actually a good thing. Because that means I was weighing other people's opinion higher than my own, and thus doing self-inflicted damage as a result. Okay, let's try. I keep saying like, okay, let's try. Oh god. Me and my giant shrine. It got to a point where I refused to buy other IPs like I was cheating on my favorite or something. Not my proudest moments. Yeah, it becomes like a point of delusion. I've always said it, like I have a huge collection. It's like a disease. This desire and need to collect things that are excessive. The worst part is when I'd get anxiety if I didn't buy the item. That's where I really started to realize I gotta stop. And I think with good small company, because like obviously I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe it was the COVID pandemic, but they blew up in financing, and they started releasing all these figures like crazy. What was it that made them blow up? I wonder. And they were just, I couldn't keep up with them, and I was getting anxious because, like, for example, like I was pissed that they made the Chi from Chobits and Android so plain, so I didn't buy it from the company. And then I was like, man, I really want this figure anyway. So I had to buy it third party, and then it had skyrocketed in resale value, and I had to pay like $80 or $90 for like a $30 to $40 Nendoroid. And so it kind of like gave me this anxiety for future figures. Well, I'm like, oh, I don't want to pay 3x the figure again, you know. And it was just like, I was realizing how bad the 20K collection. Yes, the 20K collection has done nothing but bring me stress and sorrow. Speaking of which, I gotta see. I always have to check the auctions to make sure there's no Black Rock Shooter items that I don't have. So speaking of, give me a second, takes like a minute. Seeing if I missed anything either. Looks like yeah, all this stuff. Good to go. Fortunately, it was never the idea of being a fan. It's more like just enjoying the thing. Yeah, I just sometimes like I have like very childish tendencies, and I think that was one of them. Hatsune Miku, so cute. Thank you. Cutting off my figure collection. Yeah, I'm really addicted to that page too. And Instagram and YouTube figure content took away a lot of the self-inflicted dissatisfaction I have with the collection. Oh, that's really good to hear. Yeah, it's like, because like people made, and I have a figure collecting account. It's like, but people made a figure collecting their hobby, and then I hear what they're ordering. I'm like, man, maybe I should order that too. It just became so toxic. Give me 1 second. I gotta check, make sure we have no auctions I'm missing out on. And so eventually, Stella may watch this video. My collection probably, more than likely, in one day will end up in their hands. I think they'll appreciate it. Because I will reach a breaking point where I'm like, I want nothing to do with this figure collecting community. A lot of people were buying hobby things more than Orbital and Crow, but yeah, that had to have been it because like out of nowhere, and it's like, I wonder if anyone else, I know a lot of people probably realized it, but Good Smile Company just skyrocketed in like financing. Like it went from like, they used to only release the majority of their figures at Wonder Festivals and stuff like that. But then out of nowhere, they're like releasing figures weekly, and it had to have been that whole philosophy, or excuse me, phenomenon. And that's when it all kind of went downhill for me. Now I'm gonna cut off the twin tails because I want her feet showing. And the surge of anime fans since everyone stayed home. Yeah, that is true. It's crazy. Like some of my figures like got really because like people wanted to really show that they are above, or they're about the early 2000s anime aesthetic. So a lot of my figures got really valuable. What are we missing here? Oh, I didn't think of the fact that I was gonna put the feet in front, so I didn't finish drawing the rest of that. You know what that means? Oh, damn. Let's see if I like it. Your art is so good. Thank you, Happy Hearts. If you had any advice for any artist who thinks their art sucks, means and probably others, what would it be? I would be to make a compilation of a big like image or something of a lot of artists that you really admire, and look for specific aspects of that person's art that you like. Like, so take a bunch of artists and put them on a sheet and be like, what are, from each artist, what are some aspects I really like about this artwork? And take those aspects and then combine it into something, a new style of your own. But a lot of people do take from other artists, but they put their own like twist on it. And I think that's very normal and encouraged in the art community. And sometimes you just kind of need to get your feet on the ground. And if there's an art style you really like, just draw that artist's work and obviously credit them after the fact, because, you know, you're heavily referencing them. But sometimes just like seeing art you like and then redrawing it and then liking your redrawing of it will give you enough confidence to want to continue. And at the end of the day, the most important thing about artwork is continuing your art journey. Because there are going to be times, like for example, for the last like 3 hours, I've been working on her twin tails because I think they're shaped weird. And there are going to be times you don't really like your artwork, but as long as you keep going, that's really the only thing that will help your progression as an artist and build more confidence. I'm gonna have a sip of water. I'm gonna be super real. I think the figure collecting community has a tendency to encourage denial regarding overspending in general. Like I emphasize heavily, but I had to cut it out of my internet time. What do you mean? I'm just a little confused. Encourage denial. Oh, so like pretend like this is not like a super overspending hobby? Because I know exactly what you mean if that's what you're saying. Yeah, this is a very expensive hobby that is unnecessary. I hate, and again, like, because I came from a position in life where it's like at one point I didn't have a lot of stuff. People act like figure collecting is a must, like it's a need, like food or water or shelter. I'm like, dude, this is the most privileged damn hobby in the world. You're collecting toys for adults. Even at least kids, if they're collecting toys, they're a child who needs child development to, you know, become a better adult. But this is like toys for adults. You don't need this. I hate when people act like this is a damn need. You know, that's coming from someone who, you know, spent a lot of money on this, you know, nonsense stuff. It is not that serious. I had to buy some yarn. I had to buy some yarn directly from the company during COVID because fabric stores. Yeah, that's true. I do remember actually that. Yeah, my art was heavily inspired by stuff like old Sugi Mori art. Why does that sound very familiar? Is that the World's Ends with You artist? Or maybe not. Yeah, sorry. No, it's fine. I got what you meant. Adult therapy, homo. Yeah, it's just like, it's so silly. Like, let's be real. It's not that serious, this whole, like, a lot of people, I don't know. Oops, I forgot to move this around. Oh, Lord. It really is. It's an excessive figure collecting. Like, it's unnecessary. Like, let's stop pretending like this is necessary to have this figure or whatever, you know? And don't get me wrong, like, yeah, sure, some people might be embarrassed of the fact it is we're collecting toys. But that's just a fact of the matter. I think I like this one down here a little bit better. Let's put it right here. And then let's warp this upward. Yeah, people like, I don't know. I don't like it when people make figure collecting their whole life. And I find it very strange. And this is like, you could say this is very judgmental on my end, but I don't know how else to explain it. But I don't like when people are like, when they're so addicted to post it on social media that they're, how am I going to draw this line art? Give me a second. They're like, I'm sorry, I haven't posted, and then like on my account, and it's like, they just run a figure collecting account, and it's like, I can understand like an artist or like a content creator saying like, sorry, I haven't posted because I've been busy, but it's like, you're just posting pictures of like toys. Like it's, I find it strange that they feel the need to apologize for that. Does that make sense? Oops. And I remember one time I got really pissy at someone, and they were asking people to like, they had a huge Miku collection, and they were asking people to help like crowdfund a Miku figure for them, and I'm like, that is some of the greediest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, there are people who use like GoFundMe's kinds of stuff for like serious things, and you have like easily a $10,000 plus Miku collection account, and you're like asking people to donate, and they would ask people repeatedly in their stories like, you know, hey, I have a coffee open, I'm trying to buy this figure, and it's like, I don't know, you know what I mean? They're treating it as like a damn necessity. Oh, the OG Pokemon for the art, Pokemon games. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, actually. Can I take a screenshot of your VTuber makes fan art for you? Sure. At least try to. I can try taking your advice, but my art sucks. You know, as long as you're drawing, that's really all that matters. Eventually, over time, and it depends on your age. Like, you know, I'm 28, so it's like I have a more established art style. But depending on your age, can also be a contributing factor to it. I think I'm pretty good. Bruh, imagine asking money for an anime figure. Yeah, and I was like, I even said something. I'm like, are you really like? When you have a huge collect, and she had multiple Dolphies too. And I think they were trying to say, it was like a $300 or $400 Miku figure, which sure, but it's like, read the room. You know what I mean? You know? I don't know. And it was like, there was one difference where it's like, some people will put like a throne and stuff like that on their account. And they'll say like, oh, if you want to buy me this figure, I'd love to have it. And I feel like that's a little different. I don't know how I could find that that's different though, but it's just like they were constantly asking their story. It's like if you want to put the option out there, that's one thing, but to like constantly spam your stories with you know, hey guys, we're getting close to the goal. Like we're getting close to the goal. Like, oh god. When did you truly start to chase down becoming a good artist? And you know what I mean? It really means like what do you mean by that? Like as in I became a good artist, or I felt like I was a good artist, or felt as though I was improving the most, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, we guys, you know, like they treat it like it's a community event when it's like, no, you're getting a bunch of stuff that's very necessary. I don't know. I always felt that very weird. As if they felt as though, I don't know. It was something that they truly deserved. All right. Delete this. Refresh that. I don't know. It's like, you know, it's one thing like to ask for very important stuff for crowdfunding, but a damn toy. Oh my. Shameless. That's the word I'm looking for. It reinforces any parasocial behavior. Yeah, and it's like, I mean, there's a time and place to use we, I feel like, but it's just like for example, like again, like if they were saving up for like to help their cat for surgery, you know, like say we are almost up to the goal, I think that's appropriate, but it's just like saving up for a figure, like when you wanted to master art. Oh, when did I make it a desire, I guess, to start really improving? I guess whenever I first sold my artwork as acrylic keychains, a lot of people purchased it. This is actually, sorry, this is my favorite part. I get to do the big thick outlining of the Miku. But hold on, actually, I gotta save a copy of this because I'm probably gonna turn this into a pin. Let me see. I can't do that on the other one. Give me 1 second. When my artwork first started to sell and I realized I could make a living off of it, that's when I was like, I'm really gonna try my best, you know, as to not let down the people who thought my art was good enough to purchase. Or if it's like for something like the fans getting a plushie, yeah, exactly. So it's like at least like a fan thing. Everyone gets involved, but it's like the only person getting something out of this was the person receiving it. And again, I wouldn't even complain if this person this was like their first anime figure or something, but it's like they had a huge Miku collection, and I'm like, that to me is just so greedy. Pin. Yeah, I gotta find a new pin manufacturer though, unfortunately. So that might be a little bit of a delay, but I think this would make a really, really good silver pin. So I might try and do it anyway. The pins will totally drop Easter weekend. It's funny, I don't know, like that's what sucks about like the pins, is that I don't know like how long they take, because like we go into so many times where it's like it's had some sort of errors and delays. So it's like pins are so hard to produce. I don't know how some people like my bread and butter is like my acrylic charms or whatever. Some people make that their pins, and I don't know how they do it, because like pins are so stressful. And like I'm always, maybe I just have a shitty manufacturer. That's probably it. I have nobody I can trust. I gotta go. I appreciate you stopping by, Happy Hearts. I gotta post art tomorrow. I was listening while drawing. See ya. I'll tag in the community post when I finish. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have fun. Thanks for stopping by. Whoops. Hello, just popped in to watch till I finish my Klondike bar. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Lord Terryson. Enjoy your Klondike bar. I always like the ones that were like minty. Oh, the ones that had caramel. But I always felt like when you bit into it, it would shift. And I don't really eat Klondike bars for that reason. Oops, let's cut off right here. It's funny. I've had people multiple times ask me, they're like, how do you do the thick outline of your drawing? I'm like, oh, I just draw it. I think they think it's like a settings, like I can like, you know, do it big around the illustration or something, but no, I just manually draw it. Seven hours and 31 minutes. Make me some dandelion tea after this. I get one that's like, what is it? It's like roasted dandelion tea and it is so good. Is dandelion tea a super mild tea like candle? No, it's a little bit more bitter. It's a little bit bitter. It has like a very earthy flavor. Oops, I gotta draw that. There's a very earthy flavor to it. I'll say that kind of. It's gonna have to do. That sounds nice right now. Yeah, right? Man, this Miku took a while. Good lord, I didn't think it was gonna take this long. Do you just big outline everything, or do you just have a method you man this? I just, for Chibis, my Chibi art style, I'll do the big outline. I feel like it makes the art pop more when I print it out on acrylic material. Oops. I have a goal to try most tea, so I keep it in mind. Also got to go. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for stopping by, S2 Drive. I really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely try a roasted dandelion. It's really good. Mm. I definitely feel the fatigue kicking in. But we'll persevere. And plus, it feels so nice. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna start coloring today. It feels so nice to start fresh coloring right away rather than work on line art. Like, this looks like an honorary Snow Miku. Any reason why you draw on the green background? It helps not strain my eyes as much. I notice whenever I have the white background, it really hurts my eyes and I'll have to need eye drops more. So this green actually softens the strain. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Because, you know, when I'm here for a long time, my eyes will start to strain. And it's like I have a non-stop cabinet full of eye drops. I get eye strain a lot. Yeah, staring at a bright white screen intently for hours on end gets rough. Yeah. And my ear has been ringing all day today for some reason. Usually, personally, I've noticed whenever my ear rings, it's because I'm really stressed. Like my body physically is stressed. It's very strange. Well, I guess I'm not waking up early tomorrow. What a doofus. I mean, if you can't help it, you can't help it. Like sometimes, like, I've been having really, really bad sleep lately, and it's like, I tried taking melatonin, and I swear it's like, I don't know, it's like making it worse. Like, you know, like how melatonin like has like a very short window that you sleep. Oh, look at that. I made a mistake. I keep waking up after it's like stopped working. I'm wide awake. So it's like yesterday was 2:30. No, yesterday was around 3 or 4. Day before was 2:30. I woke up, and today I woke up at 3:30. And for the life of me, I cannot go back to bed. And I cannot figure out the reason nor the solution for sleep problems. I had a good 2-day streak and immediately fucked it up by playing video games. Yeah, I'm really glad of all things. Like, not to sound better, like, oh, I'm better than you. But I'm really glad I don't play video games as much anymore. Because, like, yeah, like, Genshin was so much fun when I played it. Like, you know, that was the best feeling ever when you get online and you see your friends online too. Oh, it was so much fun. And then you go fight the little big bosses together. Oh, so much fun. You know, I would still be playing Genshin if they didn't do that whole force you have to read the story. Because that's where I checked out. I was like, I don't have time to read this darn story about tax evasion. Yeah, I have a mild form of insomnia and things like melatonin and Valorant root doesn't do it for me. Yeah, it's like, it's very frustrating. I think really the only thing that's really helped me with that is like very intense exercise. So I did some relatively decent exercise today, so I'm hoping that helps me sleep better. But that is literally the only thing. But like for me, because I have a good amount of stamina and energy, it'll take like hours of exercise to have an effect on me. I'm like, damn, that sucks. I think my issue is that in general, for some reason, the night is my time of doing anything. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like almost as if like you finally have your own personal time. You don't want it to go to waste. Also, I get this weird sensation, something that I wasted the day, so I might as well stay awake. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like if like agreed, because like for example, I've been working all day, you know, and then this morning I got up and went to the gym, so I haven't had time to check social media or anything. And so soon as I get done with this, I'll probably get on social media and be like, I'll be like 10 minutes and it's bedtime. And then I'll be like, well, you know, I haven't had a chance to, you know, watch social media. I'll stay up like a child. And I gotta stop that. Thank you, it was fun to check in. Bye, guy, I gotta go work now. Thank you for stopping by, Blay. I really appreciate it. Hi, I'm so happy you get to see you stream again. Thank you for coming back, Star. I appreciate that. Yeah, between the physical nature of my job and still working out a few days a week, that doesn't help me either. My issue is part of my brain remains active when I sleep. Yeah, I wonder if that's like, do you say that as if it's a diagnosed thing? Cause like, or like a real thing? Cause it's like, that definitely sounds like something, cause like, I'm always thinking. I can never stop. I can never stop. It kind of sucks. It doesn't suck. Okay. I can't have everything in life. I'd rather be an overthinker than an underthinker. But yeah, it is really hard to quote unquote turn off. Actually, I'm gonna grow up. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna listen to I'm not gonna watch social media. Because I think that's what it also, because like again, I get so excited. I'm like, oh, look at all these people. I want to hang out with them. I'm gonna read a book. I'm gonna grow up and be a man. It's when I saw this one TikTok and it was like hate your job, do it the rest of your life and then die. Be a man. Like, that's so real. Which caused me to wake up repeatedly throughout the night. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I have something like that too. Real? Yeah, I had a sleep study done years ago, hooked up and stayed up. You know, maybe I'll look into that. That's very interesting. Very, very fascinating. Because I know as I'm falling asleep sometimes, that's like the most frequent time I'll have my little auditory hallucinations. And it's like I'm in and out of consciousness. So I wonder if that's anything to do with that. That's very fascinating. I'll definitely take a look into that. Hello, Cake Cat. Hello, Cake Cat. Welcome. Blue light from screens make you aware more. That's, yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. But it's just like, I just get, like for example, my favorite time to use TikTok is whenever my brain is just run into the ground and I have absolutely no brain thought processing left. And so I try to watch TikTok because it's like, that's when everything becomes really funny. Because like you have no like concept of like, is this funny or not funny? Because you're just so brain fried. But I just want to keep scrolling, and then of course my little Twitter addiction. But I realized maybe I'll grow up and actually let me plug it in real quick. Hold on. Being a big kid and plug it in my e-reader. I'll read some information and then report back probably tomorrow about my findings. Because I do need to get some real sleep, especially as like it's really, really unhealthy if I exercise in a strenuous way and don't get proper sleep. And the last thing I want to do is literally burn out. If I want to be a stamina streamer. Yeah, I should get into my thick skull that if I couldn't do much during the day, it's fine. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Funny enough, like, if I'm working really, really hard and I got a lot of stuff done, I almost feel like my life is so entirely pointless. It makes me depressed because I'm like, wow, I just did everything today and there's another day left. And like, is this what I really want to do with my life? Just do work all day? So I know what you mean. But yeah, we gotta stop being so hard on ourselves. We're only giving ourselves damage in return. I saw this one video and I love the way that they phrased it. They were like, humans are so strong of a species, they have to be taught how to not kill themselves. And I'm like, that's real. That is the most real thing I've ever heard. Humans do have to be taught not to kill themselves because they're so powerful. Woke up from 3 a.m. from a nightmare. Turned on YouTube to watch a different type of nightmare. Freehanding thick line art. I mean, is there an alternative? I've never learned it. Recently, I've been laughing at everything, even at repeating jokes on IDK. IDK if I'm okay, but it's nice to have a laugh. Yeah. Sometimes I like being brain dead because it's like everything becomes funnier. Like stuff that I wouldn't normally find funny. I'm like, this is the funniest thing I've ever listened to in my entire life. The repeated waking up at night results in me getting a fraction amount of REM sleep one's supposed to get. You know, do you ever, if you have a certain type of health insurance, I think, it's, an Aura ring? It, like, tracks your REM sleep and stuff like that. I know some insurances actually cover it. As a result, I live in a state of perpetual tired. Yeah. I'm really, really interested in this whole sleep study thing, though, now. Actually, because I didn't know that was a possibility that your brain could just not shut off. But it sounds very, very, sounds like it could be something I could be experiencing. I got an Aura ring recently because like I really want to track my sleep. So I'm like, I am not getting Proper sleep. Look at this. We are maybe 60% done. Save for maybe one night a month where my body decides it's had enough and shuts down for the night, and I get like 5 to 6 hours uninterrupted to wake up feeling like $1,000,000. Yeah. I've tried a lot. I do find that sleep sound machines kind of help. So many health devices require subscription, so I hate it. Yeah, I think the alternative, I think, for me personally, the Aura Ring is a real, like, it does the things that I wanted it to do. Like, I wanted it to be able to record my workouts without me having to do so much. But there's another ring called the Ultra Human Ring, I think. And that one doesn't require a subscription service. It's just a one-time purchase, and it also, like, tracks your sleep. Star, what is your opinion on V-Flower? I really, really like V-Flower's very androgynous kind of voice. I didn't like, what is it, Chevio Flower? Like that Civio? I heard people say Chevio. I don't know which one's the proper way to say it. It didn't really sound like her. But I do like her. I also don't really like, though, that they kind of change her design so much. Like, you know how Miku, like, looks like Miku in every version? Like, they drastically change, V-Flower, and I don't really like how it's such a big difference each time. Cottontail, your model is so cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. I made it myself. So I've spoken to my doctor recently, and may very well be related to untreated ADHD, which being my 30s is be a pain to get an actual test and diagnosis. Yeah. Sometimes I have to help. I have to take certain like stimulants that help me focus. And it's probably, I don't know, ADHD. The only thing is, like, I find very fascinating with the uptick of ADHD in society, it is a proven scientific fact that using social media gives you an uptick in ADHD symptoms. So whether or not that's where it originates, it's neither here nor there, but if you have it, social media definitely exasperates it as a scientific fact. And I'm like, I obviously don't know if I have it, but I probably, but it just sucks because social media is so much fun. Yeah, it's just so annoying to me because, like, there are so many signs of it. Caffeine immunity being... Yeah. I noticed for me as a woman, there's a certain cycle, like the luteal phase of my, cycle that, like, medicine doesn't have a big effect on me, and I found that very weird. And it actually might be why my melatonin hasn't been working. Yeah, I think about it. Yeah, but I'll have, like, caffeine and stuff like that, and it's, like, doesn't do anything. But I think that's just because of the part of my cycle, but I mean, I guess it could technically be an ADHD-related thing. I don't know, so, well, okay, maybe not for me. Again, that's where it's like, I'm like, I don't know. It's like, if I have a motivation, I can focus. And sometimes when I have caffeine, it makes me manic, which is fun. Mania is very fun. It's just very bad. It's funny, whenever I draw Miku, I just draw old 2007 Miku. That's the best Miku. I'm just like 6 billion Mikus deep, so... I'm gonna redraw, like, the box art Miku sometime, because, like, I did it kind of like a while ago, like my first Miku set. And it's almost 7 years, so it's due for an upgrade. I love your art style. The colors are so vibrant and cohesive. Thank you. Coloring, like understanding, like, what colors look good together is, like, I think my specialty. That's, like, my favorite part of drawing. Is making all these colors look so good. Or maybe you're just a fox. Exactly. Yes, motivation helps with the focus. Yeah. But it's like, and not to undermine ADHD at all, because I know it's a very, very severe, you know, condition for some people. But it's like, have humans ever been able to focus really well on things that they aren't interested in? You know what I mean? Like, it feels society, you know, expects us to sit in front of a computer and somehow give us our full attention to that. Is that even physically possible if we do not give a shit about what we're doing? But of course, like I said, I know ADHD is very real. My little brother is insanely ADHD. He's the super medicated type, unfortunately. But I also wonder if it's like has anything to do with our environment, because like humans are not meant to just sit in like a cubicle all day and like, oh, you know, let me approve your insurance claim. Hot take: the very first Miku design is the best. Yeah, agreed. It's such a classic, and they use just the perfect amount of color. It looks so... It's my favorite. I've had ADHD since childhood. The thing that got me diagnosed was hyper-focusing on things that I like too much. It's like, I feel like that... I think to me... Again, maybe I'm just saying that this because like I have ADHD. And that's why I'm like, to me, that's like what a human is, you know? Like focusing on like, you know, like really enjoying the things you like and then not caring about the things you don't like. Because like in what world would anybody like doing the things that they don't like? Like for example, like I don't know what's the best way to handle school classrooms, but it's like I was never a good student. Because like the whole sitting down and having to learn how to do tests, like that never worked for me. And it's like, but then like, at what point in our evolutionary timeline have we ever been able to just have to sit down? To me, I'm big conspiracy theorist here, but it's almost like these types of schoolings and stuff like get you prepared to join the workforce. And that's why they exist, you know, to just sit there and accept that you're going to be sitting and have to do a certain thing for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? I think I read a book about that. What was that book? I'll have to look it up. Because it was basically talking about how, you know, these types of classroom environments are perfectly designed for you to be a worker the rest of your life. I found that interesting. Another example is I've given reading books. I used to love reading. I've read hundreds of books in my life, but now I can't even get through one page without blanking afterwards. But I mean, for me personally, again, like I'm not undermining, I'm just definitely relating. I know exactly what you're talking about. I had to find a really, really strange book to do that because it's like, yeah, I haven't really read recently because of my like work or whatever. And I even got that Kindle to try and encourage me to read, which it has, but I realized I had to read something kind of like way off the mark for me to give a shit. So I won't lie, like what was I last reading? Hold on. It was something I was like, there is no way in hell I'm going to be able to pay attention to this. And so it could be that, like, I know when I was also going through another slump, I don't know, this little bastard doesn't want to turn on. I read a fictional book, American Psycho, and that was it got me back into reading. But I was reading something, I was like, man, there is no way in hell I'm going to have the concentration. Yeah, what did I just read? Like the rereading the same like line over and over. I know it's not ADHD, but I see signs of me having OCD. Educated, I'll get myself a diagnosis. I mean, OCD manifests in a different way because like I have it in it depends on how stressed I am is how badly it like manifests, you know what I mean? But I would say for like OCD, it's like if you feel as though you have it, there's a high chance you have it. Because it's like I've known since I had it, like I think like when I was a little kid is when they found out. And it was just like some of my behaviors were just like so obviously OCD, you know what I mean? So obviously, you know, when people come to some self-diagnosing themselves, you know, be responsible about it and don't give advice, I'd say, to others unless you know for certain. But there's no harm in like looking to see what treatments are available. Obviously, as long as they're not medication, which 9 times out of 10 you need a pharmaceutical prescription anyway for those things. And seeing if any of these things help for you. Because like racing and what is it called? Ruminating thoughts is one of the biggest parts of my OCD. And like some, I don't really have like the cleanliness OCD. I think like, funny enough, I think I'm really OCD about my artwork. And that's why, like it just takes me so long. So funny enough, I think like I find this as a quote unquote satisfactory outlet for my OCD, which I'm like, I don't really know if that's a healthy thing. But I have this weird thing where it's like I have to wash my feet. I have to rinse off my feet like multiple times a day. Even if I've already washed my feet, like or gotten out of the shower, like is the weirdest like compulsion I have. I'd forget to eat, sleep when I was focusing on something. My mom had to warn me or touch me to get my attention if it was time to leave or such. Man, see, like to me, like that sounds like a good thing or a superpower. So, like that's kind of like what I'm doing now. Is you know, I'm very very focused on my drawing, and the only time I've done anything to take a break is use the restroom for the last. Oh, we're almost at 8 hours. That's exciting. A lot of part of school is also made to prepare you for the military. Yeah, I heard like a phrase where it's like they're like the reason why we'll never have in America what's it called? Look at that. I think that's wrong. Free education is because that's one of the main motivations to join the military is they pay for your education. I'm like that is very real, I think. Another example is when I was repeatedly have moments where I'm in the middle of doing something, I'll just freeze and have to basically wait for my brain to reboot afterwards. Kind of like that effect whenever you walk into like a doorway, that kind of thing. I know what you mean. Funny enough, I get that sometimes when I open up apps and I'm like, am I this much of a boomer where it's like I open up an app and I forgot the reason why I opened up the app? Thinking to myself, WTF was I just doing as I'm in the middle of doing it? Have you found solutions in any sort of medication? Reminds me of a fly introduced in a jar filled with old flies that get used to staying inside even without the lid on. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think if you do something you don't care about in short bursts, then you might get through it, depending on the person. At least it works for me. And then sometimes I just don't. Yeah, it's like sometimes I just can't. If I'm not interested, like even when I'm drawing, if I'm drawing something I'm not interested in, oh my god, it is the most excruciating thing. That's why I don't think I can do commissions unless I really, really like the character. Because I cannot do things that I don't want to do. Feet moment, yeah, feet mentioned. Yeah, it's really, really weird, and I feel like sometimes my feet feel like dirty. I don't want to say the word contaminated, but they feel dirty, even though they're not dirty. And sometimes I go like multiple times where it's like I cannot sleep without socks. I just cannot. The main part of my supposed OCD is my intrusive thoughts. Also not trusting I remember to lock my door. I think when it comes to locking your door, it's a repetitive habit. So your mind grows kind of numb to it. Kind of like when you drive somewhere, you kind of really don't think of the direction you're going. You just go because of the muscle memory. But definitely intrusive thoughts was a big part of mine. And sometimes I do get them, but they're not as bad. But when I'm really stressed, I get them to a point, like again, like that's what kind of like triggered my a little psychosis where I was convinced that I'd killed somebody. I was like, there's no way. Like, I had to have killed this person. I had to have. And just kept repeating and repeating and repeating. But obviously that was a delusion. Which is kind of funny to say. It happens to me sometimes 404. It's very interesting. All the brain fog. I hear cars racing. All the brain frogs symptoms being mentioned are signs of iron deficient anemia. Like, that's so funny you say that. I'm super omega deficient on iron supplements. That's actually so funny you say that. And I'm taking iron supplements now. And I was a vegetarian for the longest time because I don't like eating meat. But I was so iron deficient that they were like, you're gonna need a blood transfusion. So I wouldn't be surprised too if that's like, you see, that's one thing. Like that's what's so hard about the medical field is there's so many like overlapping symptoms. You know, so it is like I will say like for my own personal, like, you know, I've tried to do my best to understand what works for me and what doesn't work for me. As far as emotional regulation, it's been a very, very long and arduous journey. to try and figure out what's the best for me. I read something about how today's society wants people to specialize more than back then. There was just a lot of questers who did whatever the town needed. Sounds like ADHD was always a big thing. I think if I don't think I'm understanding correctly, but it's like, then would you say ADHD would be a normal part of the human experience? Because I don't know. And again, like maybe I am ADHD too, and maybe I just don't understand. But it's just like, how could you ever enjoy doing something that you have no bid in? You know what I mean? Like if this doesn't benefit you in any way, like how could anybody enjoy that? Brain frogs. I work in a medical field and it's very common lately. That's interesting. I really like medical topics. It's on my teapot. I'm a little confused. Do brain frogs live in brains? Yeah, I think we all have brain frogs, guys. That sounds so much cuter. Be like, oh, I'm having brain frogs today. Aw. If the iron supplements aren't working, you may be deficient in magnesium as well. I've tried taking, you know, I do take magnesium. Funny enough, I do it for like a muscle recovery. It's like magnesium glycinate, not the citrate or whatever. I only take it because it's available in gummy format. Good lord. How much do we have left of this line art? Looks like there's no way I can end stream by not finishing it. I'm almost done. Oh no, I forgot this. Ribbit. Whoops. I love gummies. Yeah, it's the best. Gives you a valid and legal reason to consume the gummy. Tail go whoosh. That's how I retain viewers, is the tail. People are hypnotized. I shall draw the brain frog. That'd be cute. It becomes a channel mascot, the brain frogs. The frog made it up from the throat to the brain, exactly. If you're quite low on iron, you will feel like you'll have ADHD, just as a fun fact. Yeah, I've heard of that actually. Damn. All hail yapping fox. I will never stop yapping. Can I do this for a year straight of non-stop yapping? I think so. Because there's just so much to talk about. Oh god. I like watching the hair ribbon dangling thing. Like when you dangle keys in front of a baby. Do you have any tattoos? I don't have a singular tattoo. I think it's because I'm such a perfectionist when it comes to art. I would be too stressed to have another artist draw on me in case I deem it as imperfect. And that is an anxiety I do not want to live with. So I am a clean canvas, clean slate. When I was drawing you, I kept forgetting things, so I had to constantly update my sketch. That's fine. That happens all the time. Worth every minute, though, because your persona is so cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm always doing that when I forget to draw stuff. Whoops. You can always draw something yourself and hand it to a tattoo artist with a good portfolio and reputation. Yeah, but even then, like look how long it took me to fix her twin tails, you know what I mean? And a lot of times my stuff I draw, and then a couple of years later I'm like, this is flawed. But plus I like fashion a lot, and I find it easier to change my styles of fashion without tattoos, in my opinion. Did you rig your model as well? No, my modeler is King Pinna. I have her linked in the description. And she did all the hard work. Drawing was the easy part. Also gotta be able to keep going to Japanese nonsense. Exactly. Exactly. Good lord. I can't believe I bought it. Oh no. I can't believe I bought that Apple Pencil. It did not work. What's even funnier is I bought one to use now, and I intended to return it because I forgot that I like to have engraved when I travel. And so I bought another one engraved, and I don't think you can return the engraved ones. So either way, I have a second Apple Pencil, I guess. Does drawing traditionally give you anxiety? Yes. So I don't do it. I try to avoid at all costs things that give me anxiety. Because yeah, it's like once you place it somewhere, you have to keep it there. I literally will spend hours trying to quote unquote perfect what it is I'm trying to draw. And it's that process of like working really, really hard to perfect what I want to do is very therapeutic for me. So yes, I would 100% say it gives me anxiety. And that's why I do not do it. I'd like to do clay modeling at some point. I feel like I could be a pretty good clay modeler. My hand's kind of getting a little stiff. Hard to shake criminals being branded with tattoos out of your culture. Yeah. Oh, Japan. Oh, look at this. We're on the final countdown. I'm not gonna lie, I woke up this morning and I was not in the mood for my French toast. Which is groundbreaking considering I've eaten it for about 10 days straight. God willing, I eat it tomorrow. Kaoza, have you ever heard of object shows? I don't think I have. What is object shows? I gotta think of some live stream events to do. I haven't really decided how I'm gonna do them. But I think that'd be so much fun, like a special event. At least like once or twice a month. Be able to give out some prizes. I think that's how, like I said, I have a big stock hold of prizes, and I will be doing more art contests, don't worry. I think, odds and end prizes would be kind of cool as like a, I don't know, like a game show or something. I like drawing when I don't have to follow a reference. Sometimes that stresses me out. Funny enough, it depends. Like if I'm in a really good drawing spirit, I guess I can do that. But if I have art block, the best thing that helps me out of that is heavily referencing something. Indie shows on YouTube, usually reality competitions where all the characters are objects. That sounds interesting. So is it almost like you know when you were a kid you used to play with like toys and you'd kind of make out little stories? Is that what that is? Like similar? Cause I see those on TikTok. Well, they'll do ones with like Death Note, like figures, and they'll tell like little stories. And I think that's the funniest thing. Like the Marble Olympics, something like that, but a little bit more interactive. I think like, do you know, does anybody know how many players I could do for like Jackbox? So I think what would be really, really fun is do a really, really impossible, like, do you remember the impossible quiz, anybody? Do like an impossible Kaoza quiz? Where half the questions are like facts that can be answered correctly. But then the other half are like ones that like, there's no way people would know that. So it's like half chance and half fact. And see who survives. And whoever survives answering the most questions gets the prize. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So it's like half luck and then half skill. Kind of is like animated though. The impossible quiz was my childhood. Yeah! I remember that. So it's like something like that would be a lot of fun. Like just make it like frustrating. I get more antis. Like I get more hate people following me than supporters. You know, easy one like, oh, what's Kayla's favorite food? And followed with like, what color is the shirt I'm wearing right now? It's like half chance, so it kind of makes it exciting. Is Kayla's a fox? Exactly. Only real Kayla's fans know the answer to that one. See, that would be actually a great question. They have audience overflow though. Oh, there's no way you can only do 10 people at a time. I thought they use that stuff for like schools. You know, for kids to like do quizzes. There's no way there's only 10. That'd be boring. Nader Green says, hello, hello Nader Green. How are you doing today? I'm drawing. Sorta. Where are we at? Well, it's the weekend. Yeah. Almost done. Look at that. Oops. Jackbox has that limits, but there's Kahoot. Maybe I'm thinking of Kahoot then. Most famous object shows are Inanimate Insanity and BFDI. Inanimate Insanity just ended last week. That sounds really fascinating. I've never heard anything about this. So I like looking up new things. Okay, let's see what we got here. So my hands are starting to like get a little tight because I've been keeping them in the same position all day today. Gotta do some hand stretches. I'm a huge nerd for it. That looks so good. Thank you, Star. I appreciate that. I think about done with the line art. Oh, I can see. I'll thicken this up a little bit. Let me see the mouth. Do I want to change the mouth at all? Let me do a tiny adjustment on the mouth. Still going? I'm about to finish up, I'm not gonna lie. And welcome back to my Alright. It's gonna have to do, but the only problem we have here is let's select this. And then take from here. Oops. I think that's what I need to take. Yeah, that way it can just gloss over the fact it is semi-transparent. It's gonna be a pain to draw. Stop by right at the type then. Yeah, perfect timing. Hey, you made it past your deadline. Yep, 14 minutes passed. Crop and resize. I should like it a little bit bigger. Give Miss Miku here a little space to breathe. Oops. Alright, the fun has just begun. Tomorrow I will be doing the coloring. Awesome sauce, thank you! Me and KO at the same time. It's 6:03. Yes, it is 6:03 here. Chibi Miku looks so pretty. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's wonderful. Thank you, Stefan. Zeno. Oh, lordy. That took all day. Let's see how long this took. This. Chibi, allegedly. I call it a chibi, but like, look at this. This is a monster. Let's see. 15 hours and 52 minutes. That's insanity. That is insanity. You're welcome. Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Almost 16 hours for this line art. Either I am so rusty. I don't know. She was pretty hard because I could get like the multiple layers and stuff like that. I'm happy I got to see your stream because I'm pretty sure our time difference is huge. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada, so it's like 6 p.m. here. Crazy. I know. This is not what insanity is. I don't know what is. Good lord. All right. There are a lot of detail in there, so 16 hours seems justified. Yeah, man. Exactly. The perfectionist. Like, I'm like sitting here scrolling these tiny little details. All right. I'm gonna do the thingy. Hold on. What? Let me see. Where's my little... This one. I'm so tired, but we got a coffee creamer, so I gotta suffer. Yeah, I can't really have my coffee without any flavor either. Man, I feel like I got a lot of work today done at least. We only have 2 internet. I think Times died. Maybe Cox lives to see another day, but unlikely. That's so frustrating. I like the new chat overlay. Yeah! Shout out to Stella. Stella was the one who taught me how to do this. I just want to say I love you and your personality. I'll definitely try and catch your next stream. So thank you so much for being so kind and good night. Thank you, Sophia. I really appreciate that a lot. What happened to the bar? Oh, I was feeling a little bit of tropical vibes today. You know what I mean? This reminds me of Okinawa. It's a very tropical Japanese island. I might do it at the bar a couple of times. I never saw this screen before. It's gorgeous. Thank you. I think like the lighting's really, really cool. Anywhere I could post a brain frog for the peeps. I'm about to open a Discord here soon, but maybe best on Twitter or something. I'll try and retweet it. But yeah, I'll be definitely opening a Discord. I think at a minimum Monday. But anyway, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit tired. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 18 minutes. So I appreciate all you guys stopping by. And I'll probably be here the same time tomorrow. For the same length amount of time. And then we'll start on her coloring. So I appreciate you guys coming. And I will see you tomorrow.